Chapter 851, I like you very much, come and dock with me. Captain, are you really not going to consider it again? Hearing the decision made by Cavendish, his crew members were shocked. Of course, I have come to this point today without any effort. With my talent alone, I have achieved what countless pirates cannot do. I want to take back my lost reputation. In today's era of great pirates, the easiest way to get on the newspaper is to find a suitable opponent to fight. Those photographers hiding in every corner will always take the opportunity to take pictures and write articles about what happened and publish them in newspapers. At this time, Cavendish decided to challenge the person who had taken away his popularity. As long as he defeated and killed the other party, the popularity would return to him. He did not go crazy and target the actors of the Beast Fruit performance department, but Jack, who was in the limelight recently, although he would be more unlucky if he did so. Challenging Jack would at most offend an imperial group, but if he touched the performance department of the Beast, it would not be a problem of the imperial group. As for why it was Jack instead of Kaido, he was not crazy yet. Although he longed for fame and enjoyed fame and fortune, he was still a long way from being crazy. He knew that challenging Kaido, the strongest creature, might be horrible. But this also led to an extremely strange situation on Jack's Iron Mammoth after a while. After the draw, Jack began his own experience, taking his brothers out to fight, constantly honing himself. Whether it was a pirate or a navy, as long as they were not his own people, they could not avoid a battle. The King Bronze Elephant and the abilities of the fishman made Jack very difficult to deal with. For a while, he became the trouble of the New World. The navy didn't want to pay attention to him when they saw him. Fortunately, Jack's Iron Mammoth was not moving fast due to its own weight, and it was not easy to catch up with someone who wanted to run. Brother Jack, a new pirate ship was found. It is this year's Supernova. Supernova? I hope it will be interesting. Pull the ship over and prepare for war. He personally went on the field if he had the strength, and let his younger brothers train those who were not strong enough. However, before his ship moved, the lookout made an unbelievable sound. Master Jack. They took the initiative to approach. They haven't encountered such a situation for a while. Seeing that the enemy did not run away but took the initiative to attack, the lookout would doubt that he was dazzled. Sip's head, information. Jack stood up suddenly, and even the frost milk fairy on his shoulders shook a little, and then an unhappy expression appeared on his little face. Ah yes. This is the handsome pirate group, the captain's bounty is 280 million. 280 million, hey, it better bring me some fun. Be good, wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll take care of them in 10 minutes. The last gentle words were obviously not said to the subordinates, but to his own frost milk fairy. After putting it back in the cabin, Jack also came to the bow. Full speed ahead. Jack's goal was to train his subordinates' combat effectiveness, not the hit rate of the artillery fire, so the gunners on the ship did not fire at all, but directly hit the enemy's artillery fire. As the two ships charged at each other, they quickly approached each other, and then Jack's crew was once again shocked by Cavendish's actions. He actually took the initiative to rush onto Jack's ship. Where's Jack? Come out. Get out of here, all you scum. Looking at the pirates who surrounded him, Cavendish had a little disdain on his face. The style of painting on Jack's ship was very novel. Although there were normal people like Sip's head and Jin Rami, there were more muscular men, which was completely different from Cavendish's aesthetics. But there was some satisfaction hidden under the disdain. Even if these were all enemies, Cavendish enjoyed the feeling of being watched by them. No need for Lord Jack to take action, you are a newcomer who doesn't know the height of the world, I'll do it. After rushing onto the ship, he ignored them and challenged the captain directly, which was a slap in their face. Sip's head turned into a mammoth and wanted to kill Cavendish, but was held down by the shoulders. Get out of the way, let me do this guy, you and Jin Rami take people to deal with other people, catch them alive. Yes. Follow me. Jack's orders were not allowed to be violated. After he made a decision, Sip's head changed direction and left this place to Jack. Boy, I like you very much, and I'll give you a chance to join us. Cavendish's reckless behavior just suited Jack's eyes. The status of a supernova is a stepping stone for the four emperors to recruit. Only when you reach this level can you be recruited by the four emperors. Cavendish's character and reward at this time have passed the test, so Jack proposed to recruit him. I don't want to join a barbaric team like yours. I am gorgeous and I am not the same as you. The reason I came here is just because you stole my fame. Cavendish adjusted his cowboy hat, ate the rose in his hand, drew the sword at his waist, and danced a few sword flowers in the air. It was the famous sword Durandal, which was also a rare good sword. Get ready to leave. Your activeness should end here. Your nonsense and useless actions took up 2 minutes in total. What did you say? Hearing Jack's evaluation of himself, Cavendish's face showed a hint of anger, but Jack didn't care about it at all. Instead, he said to himself. It took 3 minutes for the ships to dock, and you took 2 minutes to talk nonsense, so you only have 5 minutes left. Since you refused my recruitment, you are enemies. Asshole beautiful sword round table. Jack's contempt made Cavendish very unhappy. He rushed towards Jack at high speed with Durandal in his hand. When he arrived near Jack, Cavendish jumped high, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and slashed at Jack's neck. Cavendish is a natural swordsmanship genius. He reached a very high level without much learning. He once used this move to behead countless people. In his eyes, Jack was the easiest type to deal with, but the sharp blade that had been invincible in the past voyages hit a wall at this moment. Clang! Jack stood there like an iron tower, and Cavendish's slash didn't even make him move a step. Only the strong domineering aura showed that Jack did defend himself. So, but too weak. Jack's big hand slapped Cavendish directly. His full-strength sword was taken in this way. Cavendish was doubting his life. Before he could react, he was slapped out like a fly. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 852, The Most Handsome, Minor Reserve. Asshole, you asshole actually used such a rude method. Is there something wrong with your brain? Isn't it enough to fight in an effective way? Jack thought Cavendish was a courageous warrior. There were people who dared to challenge the beasts before, but it was rare to rush up like this. But now his mind has changed. He thinks Cavendish is simply not in a good mind. Barbaric guy, beautiful sword bluebird. Cavendish, who got up again, launched a fierce stab at Jack. The speed of this sword swing was extremely fast. Due to the speed of the stab, airflow was rolled up on both sides of the blade, but this sword was no different from the previous slash. The gap between the New World and the first half was revealed. In the first half of the Grand Line, Cavendish was a swordsman with outstanding talent. If he was tempered in the New World for a period of time, he could become a real strong man. But before he developed his domineering aura, it was difficult for him as a swordsman to hurt Jack. Although he was much faster than Jack, Jack only needed to activate his domineering aura to prevent Cavendish from breaking through the defense, so what happened just now happened again. Cavendish was slapped again and was slapped back to the original place again. This time, the other side of Jack's face made him look much more symmetrical. As a newcomer, you are very good, so I will give you another chance. His peripheral vision glanced at the battlefield of Sip's Head and Jin Rami. The Mammoth Man and the Elephant Man had led the team to tear through the enemy's defense line. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the battle ended. I refuse. I don't want to join such a rude group as yours. Well, it seems that we have to change another method. According to Kaido's teaching, when you want to recruit someone, you must first show your strength to intimidate the other party. If the other party surrenders directly, you can consider the next step. If the other party refuses, then beat him up and let him fully understand the difference in strength, and then recruit him. If the other party still refuses, then take him back and let him know the consequences of refusal. I will let you work elegantly. You can discuss etiquette with those guys. Elegance always has a price, such as elegant mining. And Cavendish did not continue to attack. Although he was slapped twice in a row, it also made him understand the huge gap in strength between the two sides. He had never encountered an opponent who could not even cut his skin before. With his eyes slightly closed, Cavendish seemed to have lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes had begun to turn white, and the corners of his mouth were stretched to an exaggerated degree. He awakened his inner personality. For the inner personality who likes killing, Cavendish knows very well. This personality is extremely crazy and almost irrational. So Cavendish usually suppresses him, and this inner personality only has a chance to appear when he is sleeping. Although crazy, this inner personality has stronger swordsmanship than Cavendish, who is a swordsmanship genius. Because he shares a body with Cavendish, this inner personality will become stronger as Cavendish becomes stronger. When facing an overly powerful enemy, Cavendish will take the initiative to let this personality come out and fight his enemy. Inside, the speed of Cavendish in the personality state increased by 1 step. There were bursts of breaking sounds in the air. Cavendish in the inner personality had come to Jack's side. Durandal swung a dense sword net in his hand and successfully chopped Jack's waistcoat. "I like this dress very much." Jack's upper body was covered with developed muscles. Although the inner personality attacked frequently and had excellent swordsmanship, it still did not break Jack's defense, but only left some white marks on it. Even this rampant inner personality had a touch of surprise on his exaggerated expression. Then, as the inner personality, he was slapped by Jack like Cavendish. Cavendish and his inner personality can communicate. When the other party is not completely asleep, they can know what is happening in the outside world. Therefore, this slap made Cavendish's inner personality completely crazy. "Asshole, asshole! I will tear you apart completely." In the past, in Rommel's kingdom, murders would occur every night, and the navy that went to support was no match for them, and they couldn't even see who the enemy was. Speed itself is a characteristic of Cavendish's personality. Because the speed of instant killing is as fast as a gust of wind, those people call the murders committed by unknown people Rommel's sickle weasel. At this time, he surrounded Jack and continued to attack, trying to find Jack's weakness. At the extreme speed, Jack's attack was difficult to hit the opponent, but Jack had already had a way to deal with it. He took a horse stance and made a straight punching motion. Fishman Karate Karakusawa straight punch. 2. The essence of Fishman Karate is to cause greater damage by hitting the water in the human body. Karakusawa straight punch is a special technique that uses a punch to generate a 360-degree shock wave. Facing such a high-speed but fragile opponent, this technique is very useful. If Cavendish wants to attack Jack, he has to get close to him, and this punch just knocked him out. This time, Jack didn't slap him away, but grabbed him in his hand, not giving him a chance to continue attacking. 9 minutes, just right. Hey! Sip's head, you are too slow. Master Jack, it will be over soon, please wait a moment. Listening to Jack's urging, Sip's head and others accelerated their battle speed and soon wiped out the handsome pirates. Report to Master Jack, including the captain, we have captured a total of 74 members of the handsome pirates, a white horse, some treasures and countless love letters. They perfectly fulfilled Jack's orders and captured all the opponents alive. Compared with the gap with the captain, the gap between ordinary members in the New World is more terrible. Under the leadership of the small cotters, they were defeated very quickly, and everything on the ship fell into the hands of the beasts. Master Jack, why do we capture them? Recruit them and see. Besides, the mines in Wano country seem to be short of manpower recently. These energetic guys should be suitable. Go find a sea stone chain to lock him up. This guy has some problems. After defeating Cavendish's inner personality, Cavendish did not come back, but fell into a deep sleep. This was a choice he made to make his inner personality fight more powerful. Only when the other personality is completely asleep can the awake personality exert its full strength. But he did not expect that his trump card was still fragile in Jack's eyes, and it only allowed him to use some formal moves. White Pigeon. Chapter 853, The style of being big and strong does not match the style of being small and cute. The handsome pirate group was captured with the horse, temporarily ending their pirate career. No one of Jack's subordinates found it strange that these pirates kept a horse on the ship. Even if the horse had a high quality of life, it was just normal in the eyes of the beasts. Many Pokemon in the beasts are treated better than humans, such as Jack's Frostmilk and Kojiro's Windy Dog. They all live a very comfortable life. Under the care of their partners, ordinary people can't compare with them. Pirates outside don't have Pokemon, so it's reasonable for them to raise a horse. This horse is named Fururu, Cavendish's favorite horse. It has been with him since his childhood. His title of White Horse also comes from Fururu. But Jack's men didn't prepare a stable for it alone, but locked it up with the handsome pirates. Moreover, not only can people mine, but horses can also pull carts, and they are even much stronger than ordinary people. For the people of the beasts, this horse is easier to manage than those pirates. It is simply tied to one side with a bridle. Even if it wants to resist, a horse can't do anything. It's Cavendish that makes them a little troubled. This guy is really special. Yet, after being hit by Brother Jack, he still has the strength to resist. At this time, Cavendish was locked up with his subordinates, and was tied tightly with 2 sea stone chains. What all beasts lack the most is sea stone, and this kind of stone is also very useful. In addition to suppressing people with special abilities, it is also a very hard chain for ordinary people. When dealing with difficult captives, sea stone chains can make them feel more at ease. The keys to the chains were handed over to Frost Milk Fairy by Jack. Since its body is made of cream, it can also hold some things inside, but it can't hold too much because of its size. So the chains on Jack's ship are very special. All the locks are of the same model, and they can all be opened with just one key. This most important key was also handed over to Frost Milk Fairy by Jack, and he didn't worry about anyone stealing the key at all. At this time, Cavendish was still struggling, and his expression was also his personality. The chains on his body kept making noises, which scared the handsome pirates. "Hey, that can you tie the captain up tighter?" "Yes, at least tie him up tighter." "Did I hear you right? You said tie him up tighter." Sip's head scratched his head, not understanding the train of thought of these newcomers. Logically, they should plan how to escape. According to the customs of the sea, captured pirates will not have a good end. Being sold to traffickers or handed over to the navy is the most common situation. At this time, they should think about escaping, not rebellion. You don't understand. A sleeping captain is not a captain. This is Cavendish's characteristic. After he discovered the problem with his personality, he had to lock himself up tightly when he slept. If Cavendish were to break free from his restraints, the first thing he would do might not be to escape from prison, but to kill all his own people. They didn't know what the beasts were going to do, but if Cavendish broke free, they would be finished. After sailing with Cavendish for so long, they could see that Cavendish was now in a state where he could not suppress his inner personality. Stay still, the chains of sea stone are not something you can break free of. You should feel honored to be favored by Master Jack, otherwise you would have been fed to the fish long ago. Without paying attention to the words of these pirates, Sip's head turned around and left the cabin. Since Jack favored them, they would enjoy the highest treatment of the beasts' captives and be taken back to the mines of Wano country. After a while, Cavendish woke up in a daze, and the feeling of restraint on his body made him understand what happened. Did Hakuba fail too? This was the name of his inner personality, an opponent that even the inner personality could not defeat, which meant that they had kicked down the steel plate. The environment here was not bad, not luxurious but clean, similar to a warehouse. Not to mention comfort, at least it was better than the treatment of some people during the triangular trade period. After all, Jack wanted to recruit this guy, not torture him to death. But this environment was still extremely bad for Cavendish. These barbaric guys actually treated the captives like this. Cavendish was still very ostentatious. If it was an enemy that he could recognize, he would also have corresponding courtesy. This place was even worse than the stables on his ship. Did these guys say what they were going to do? Looking around, he found that none of his crew members were missing, even the horses were still there, which made Cavendish feel puzzled. No, they didn't say anything. "Word, don't stand there stupidly, find a way to open this lock, there is not even a guard, these rude guys are really careless." "Captain, there is actually a guard." A handcuffed crew member pointed outside, and Frost Milk Fairy was sitting outside with a picture book. Due to the influence of the times and environment, this kind of picture book is usually regarded as a comic. Looking at the cover, it is the popular Seven Monkeys. Stupid, how could such a cute creature be mixed up with those barbaric creatures? It must have been coerced or deceived. Looking at the appearance of Frost Milk Fairy, Cavendish made his own judgment. Cavendish, who likes to be famous, is also a standard appearance party. The cute little Frost Milk Fairy was automatically put into another faction by him. This cute little guy would never be related to Jack, a big and strong guy. "Little guy? Look here, help me untie the chain, how about I take you out of here?" He didn't know Pokemon, nor did he know what kind of creature it was, but it could sit there and read picture books, so it should be able to understand human language. There are many animals in this sea that are as intelligent as humans, but most of them can't speak human language. In order to prevent Frost Milk Fairy from not understanding, he also tried to express his meaning with body language. But the actions he could make when he was tied up like a dumpling were very limited. The chain creaked, and Cavendish successfully attracted the attention of Frost Milk Fairy, but Frost Milk Fairy's eyes were completely looking at a fool. Blinking his eyes, Cavendish found it hard to believe the current scene. He thought it was just that it didn't understand what he meant, so he continued to nag. Finally, he successfully wore out Frost Milk Fairy's patience. He took out a whistle, took a deep breath and blew it. The shrill whistle also summoned Jack directly. Like Arceus's pirate journey. White Pigeon. Chapter 854, I report that someone is trying to escape from prison. Your physical fitness is pretty good. Do you have the energy to nag so soon? Frost Milk Fairy used more abundant body movements and language to express his meaning, but Jack did not get angry. It is normal for others to like such a cute Frost Milk Fairy. Anyway, they can't kidnap her. What means did you use to brainwash that creature? Let me go quickly, this kind of place is not where I should stay. Okay, as long as you join us, I can let you go. Formal joining still requires assessment, but as long as the other party agrees, Jack can temporarily improve Cavendish's treatment. Dream on. I won't associate with barbaric guys like you. Is that so? It's okay. You'll change your mind. According to Kaido's teachings, when you are impressed by a person's fighting ability, you must be patient with him. Jack has learned this essence. Sip's head, you come and watch these guys. We'll talk when there's a situation. Frost Milk Fairy was just a keyguard. After Jack changed his position from a warden to a temporary jailer, he planned to leave. Wait. Give me back my sword. That's a famous sword. You don't need it now, you will have a new sword. After a while, Jack had returned to Wano country, and Cavendish was taken back to the base camp of the beasts by Jack, and then sent to Rabbit Bowl. This is the only way to enter Wano country without identity verification. They enter as prisoners and have no chance to make trouble directly in the prison. And Cavendish also saw the new sword in his hand. It is also a holy sword in physics. In layman's terms, this thing is called a crowbar. Asshole! You bastards! Can this thing be called a sword? According to Master Jack, when you figure it out, I will return your things to you. The pirates who stayed in the quarry looked at Cavendish with a playful look. Here, prisoners are also divided into levels. The most common ones are those wearing prison uniforms. Most of them are undergoing labor reform and may be released. The most serious ones are those with heavy shackles on their feet. Most of these people will never have the chance to get out and can only work until death. The most special ones are those like Cavendish who did not change into prison uniforms. This means that someone in the beasts wants to recruit them, but they did not agree, so they were sent here to experience life. Before that, you should get used to your new weapon. This is a quarry. Hammers, chisels, and crowbars are all commonly used tools. Jack fulfilled his original words and picked a tool that looked most like a sword from many tools and gave it to him. Cavendish did not choose to pretend to join and then take the opportunity to leave, because at this time he did not want to join any force. No matter which Sea Emperor's power, it is not possible to come and go as you please. There is no difference between pretending to join and then leaving and declaring war. If he pretends to join and then takes the opportunity to escape, what awaits him is only the pursuit of the beasts. Unless he joins other big forces to save his life, he will have to live on the run for the rest of his life. There are such people, but this is not the fundamental reason why Cavendish refused. If he was afraid of this, he would not take the initiative to challenge Jack. It is more because his character makes him refuse to make such a deception. Finally, he was forced to stay here and began to plan how to escape. Under the threat of no food if he did not work, he was forced to start working, and Fururu was transformed from a warhorse to a pack horse. Although it is a prison, no one is the local boss here. All prisoners know one thing, here only the beasts are the boss. Ding! Ding! Bang! The hammer and the stone collided, and the prisoners in the quarry worked under the guard of the jailer, but Cavendish saw some people with some expectations on their faces. What are you so happy about? Today, outsiders will come in to visit. If you cooperate with them, you will have the opportunity to reduce your sentence. Visit? What's so good about visiting a place like this? Looking around the entire quarry, Cavendish didn't see anything worth seeing. We are the ones being visited. If you violate the laws here, you will be sent to mine. This is a warning to the children here. This is a daily warning activity in Wano country. The general sends people to organize domestic children of school age to visit here to let them know what life is like when they violate the law, so as to stabilize the situation in the country. The specific implementation time is after Kojiki Hiwa experienced the assassination. There is no effect so far, but according to the feedback from parents, those children have been much more obedient after returning home. That is to say there will be outsiders entering this prison, right? You can say that, what's the problem? You are a local, right? I have a plan that may allow us to escape, as long as you tell me the terrain around here. Wait. You mean escape from prison? Listening to Cavendish's words, this person seemed very excited. Yes, but I need more people. Seeing the other party's eyes shining, Cavendish thought that the other party was moved, but the next moment, the other party did something that Cavendish could not understand. I report it. Someone wants to escape from prison. Come on. Someone wants to escape from prison. He dropped the pickaxe in his hand and shouted to the jailer beside him. Before Cavendish could react, the people of the beasts had already approached. What are you shouting? Who wants to escape from prison? It's him. It's the new guy. I heard him say that he wants to escape from prison and he wants to take me with him. You bastard! Seeing his plan being exposed so directly, Cavendish was very angry, but before he could react, he was slapped to the ground by someone. Babanuki, the warden, appeared behind him at some point. The strange force coming from behind him made him feel very familiar. Jack had pressed him down like this not long ago, but his attention was not here, but on the informant. Asshole, why did you betray me? Don't you want to escape? Idiot, I was in prison because I got into a fight in the red light district. I'll be out in a month at most. Only a fool would want to escape with you. Lord Babanuki, do you think it counts as meritorious service? Wait and see, since you've made a good report, you'll be an excellent example this time, and this newcomer will be a negative example. Every time there is such an activity, the Rabbit Bowl Quarry will catch 2 examples to let people outside know the difference between good reform and harboring evil intentions. This leads to people who have the hope of getting out not wanting to take the risk of participating in riots. The Sea Who Likes Arceus Thief's Journey. White Dove. Chapter 855, Black Charcoal Jade and Green Onion Soldier. This is the prison of pirates. The word human rights does not exist here. Facing a troublemaker who wants to escape from prison, Babanuki will definitely kill his spirit, even if Jack intends to recruit him. As long as he has not chosen to join, it is reasonable for Babanuki to punish him. Come on, let me see what you can do to this young master. I remember you seem to like cleanliness. Babanuki did not choose corporal punishment. He also came from a rookie pirate. People who can become supernovas usually will not succumb to corporal punishment. It is impossible to make them succumb by corporal punishment alone. The Navy's Impelton is an example. Prisoners entering Impelton will undergo a special baptism using boiling water to disinfect them. If they are ordinary people, this baptism will kill them. However, the monsters sentenced to leave 6 can pass that level without changing their faces. Cavendish is in a similar situation. Physical punishment such as whipping is difficult to work. Ya, what are you going to do? Today's punishment is that you are responsible for cleaning the toilets of the entire quarry. If you dare to do anything else, I will make you do these things with your bare hands. Hearing Babanuki's words, Cavendish's face turned pale. This was even more painful than killing him. However, this is the effect Babanuki wants. A person must be forced to do what he fears and hates the most. This is the punishment of Rabbit Bowl Quarry for those who make mistakes. Davigo, watch him finish these things. Brother Babanuki, can you change someone else for this? Brother Jack said that this guy is a bit troublesome, and I don't trust others. Okay, hey, kid. Hurry up. As a supervisor, Davigo also had to enter the same environment as Cavendish, which made him very unhappy and his movements were much rougher. Babanuki also picked up the loudspeaker and began to inform the prisoners here not to commit suicide. When the Rabbit Bowl Quarry was almost ready, a special team also came here. Most of them are children of 5 or 6 years old, and there are quite a few white ducks, some of which are well developed and even taller than those children. These ducks are not ordinary ducks, but the evolution of Guller's onion duck, Onion Ranger. Note, Onion Ranger is not onion pancake, they are not food. Due to the weight of onions, Guller's onion duck also has a special evolution during exercise. In addition to the color of the feathers, the Onion Ranger's appearance is similar to onion duck. The V symbol on the forehead has become thicker, and the onion in the hand is no longer a single onion, but a sword and shield composed of onion stems and onion leaves. Like the onion duck period, this onion is both food and weapon. The onion duck tribe is also fighting constantly, and the best among them have evolved. They are calm and composed, and take fighting upright as their creed, so they act as guards for these children. No one can guarantee that the prisoners will not suddenly have a brain twitch and do extremely irrational behavior, so some guards need to be arranged. The reason why the onion soldiers were sent instead of humans was to let them know more about Pokemon and the new trend of Wano country. Similar activities are held several times a year, but the number of people each time is not large. Most of these children this time are from the Flower City, and many of them have the surname Kurozumi. Ever since Kurozumi Orikai's grandfather tried to rebel, the main branch of the Kurozumi family was wiped out, but the side branches were not affected too much, especially these children. Except for the same surname, they are completely different from Kurozumi Orikai's Kurozumi family. But after Odin's death, their families were still affected. In order to protect themselves, they surrendered to the beasts first, and most of them served as maids and attendants in the Flower City. Standing in the front is a little girl with purple hair, named Kurozumi Yu. In the original timeline, her parents died due to overwork while working in a factory in Wano country, and she could only make a living by selling bamboo hats. It can be said that Kurozumi Orikai did not regard these people as his clan members, and everything in Wano country was his target for revenge. But now it is different. Wano country still has some factories, but it is far from that crazy level. Her parents also work in the palace of Flower Capital, and their family is very happy. She has already reached school age, and this is the practical activity she participated in. This stone bed is where we sleep, so you all have to be good, study hard, and don't do bad things, otherwise you can only sleep on such a hard stone bed like us, and there are endless work to do every day. This is the price we pay for doing wrong things, and there are people over there who are receiving more severe punishments. It's too profound for them to understand, and this elected representative is teaching these children in the most straightforward way. It's not easy to get this opportunity, he won't talk nonsense, and the surrounding green soldiers also brought some pressure. Although they don't look as intimidating as those rock-type Pokemon like Guadud, the green leaves with cold light don't look easy to bully. To be elected as representatives, these people have not committed serious crimes, and they have sincerely repented. Those who refuse to repent have no such opportunity at all. Uncle, this is a gift for you. I hope you can finish the transformation and return to your home soon. These people also brought some small gifts, but they were all greeting cards and nothing real. At most, there was some food. This was the only thing allowed to be given to them. After all, they are all prisoners, and they come here to receive punishment rather than vacation. Xiaoyu is very kind to them, because she has such a personality. Even if the environment she grew up in has changed drastically, her kind nature has not changed. It's just that her parents are still alive and she hasn't met Ace. Her goal is no longer to become a charming female ninja, but to become the head maid of the palace. According to the original timeline, she has become the ability user of the dango fruit at this time. This fruit has no unique effect, but it can control animals. Caesar's semi-finished fruit will also be affected by her ability, and it is also the culprit that caused the large-scale rebellion of the giver in the original timeline. But now, the fruit has been covered in dust in the warehouse of the beast. Due to the policy of the beast, the strange-shaped fruit can be exchanged for huge rewards. As long as you find one, you can directly achieve wealth freedom, just like winning the lottery. So after discovering the strange fruit, she handed it over without hesitation. Then they saw Cavendish, who was experiencing punishment. Because of that handsome face, many children showed a trace of regret in their eyes, as if to express that such a handsome big brother was actually a bad guy, which caused a new critical injury to Cavendish. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 856, Debut as an Idol. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds came from the mine, and Cavendish waved the sledgehammer in his hand angrily, venting his anger on the ore in front of him. Since he was reported, he felt that the people in the mine looked at him in a wrong way, as if they wanted to fleece him. In fact, this is exactly the case. Only those who were newly sent in have the courage to resist, and most of those who have been mining here for a long time have lost the courage to resist. So Cavendish is just a sentence reduction machine in their eyes, and some even try to fish for law enforcement. So much so that Cavendish doesn't believe them at all, but thinks that these people have ulterior motives. The people here are all pirates, and their methods are extremely brutal. He doesn't want to be pressed in the toilet and rubbed, so he can only vent his inner inequality by mining. But he still refuses to give in, and always complains about the bad environment here, thinking that it is completely incompatible with his gorgeousness. In this case, he finally got a gorgeous crowbar. This thing is a pink diamond. Looking at the pink physics holy sword in his hand, Cavendish was confused. Yes, Children are always naive. They think you still have a chance to reform, and they heard you keep nagging about this kind of thing, so they prepared this for you. The economy of Wano country is very special. The beasts have a world-class consortium organization, and the underground world is also thriving, and it is constantly subsidizing the development of Wano country. But the economy of Wano country is not directly linked to the outside world, but through the middleman of the beasts to complete the cycle, which is similar to North Korea in a sense. The price and value of domestic goods are completely determined by the beasts. The prices outside have nothing to do with here. Some things that are invaluable in the outside world are everywhere in Wano country, such as Wajiho beef and diamonds. Diangzi's manufacturing ability has led to the beasts having endless diamonds. Sometimes, a magic cube made of diamonds is even cheaper than a plastic one. There are no jewelers here to speculate on diamonds. The currency in circulation is still the original gold and silver, as well as the tickets of the Arceus cult. Those tickets replaced Bailey and are now being promoted in Wano country. Don't mean the gorgeousness of this kind of thing when I say gorgeous. Hehe, what you can get is not based on what you want, but on what we want to give you. I advise you to think more about the future. If Jack loses interest in you one day, it will be too late for you to surrender. Babanuki didn't understand why Jack was interested in Cavendish. He couldn't imagine that Cavendish, who was dazzled by fame at the time, did something more reckless than Jack. Babanuki knew Jack very well. Jack looked mature, but he was the same age as Yamato. Babanuki could be said to have watched Jack grow up. The two had very different statuses now, but this fact could not be concealed. Such things were not isolated cases. Most of the single-digit numbered people today were the new generation of the beasts, and many of the original single-digit numbered people had witnessed the growth of these new generations. Jack was most obsessed with two things. One was the desire for a male companion, and the other was to become stronger. When he needed a companion the most, Peggy 1 appeared, and his strength gradually became stronger in the constant battles. Recruiting Cavendish was a whim, and he did not always focus on Cavendish. After resting for about a week, he took his ship out to provoke trouble again. He would randomly select several lucky spectators and show them the bravery of relying on the ship. After Jack left, Cavendish seemed to be forgotten, and like everyone else, he kept reincarnating in the mining work. It was not until some time later that Tizero periodically returned to Onigashima that he was remembered again. Unlike ordinary pirates, Cavendish has his own group of crazy fans. After he was expelled, a group of women in his country also formed a fleet and left their homeland to pursue their idol. Due to his good looks, his bounty order would be collected by people after it was posted. After he disappeared, there was a brief wave of searching for Cavendish on the sea, and even the naval base had people trying to find his whereabouts. Journalists are not everywhere, and these fans don't know that Cavendish encountered misfortune when challenging Jack. It's just that this event lasted for a short time, and there were more passers-by fans here. After Cavendish disappeared for a while, they were attracted by other people's attention. Tizero returned to Ghost Island just for daily reports, and he accidentally heard someone mention this name, which made him interested in him. During the time when Cavendish disappeared, the newly debuted artists were members of the Beast Fruit, but the effect was not very good. They now have top singers and actresses, but in addition to Tizero himself, they still lack a male leader. And Tizero himself is not an idol, he just needs a role with high appearance. If Cavendish returns at this time, it will be a good opportunity for him. After communicating with Jack and confirming that Jack is no longer interested in him, Tizero took action. It is not good to rob people after all. Although they are all beasts, it is better to say it. Isn't this Tizero? Why did you come to my place? I came to recruit someone. I heard that Cavendish fell into our hands. Cavendish, that hypocritical guy, that's what happened. Tizero's identity is very special, and he deliberately maintains his popularity within the beast. Most of his peers who know him call him by his first name, and he does the same to those below the senior cadres. That guy is very stubborn. He has been digging here for almost a month and has no intention of giving in. It's okay, it's okay. You didn't find the right method. For this type of person, you have to use a special method. Watch me. Then, under the leadership of Babanuki, Tizero found Cavendish who was working. Cavendish. Your chance has come again, you'd better seize it this time. Tisk, come again, this young master said that he will not join you barbaric guys. You irate Zoro? You are indeed in the same group with the beasts. As a world-famous male star, T0 is still very recognizable, not to mention that he is one of the people who snatched Cavendish's popularity, so Cavendish still remembers him clearly. Yes, you look in good spirits, but this is not an ordinary recruitment. Jack has lost interest in you. The question now is, do you plan to debut? Debut? Yes, we can whitewash and make you famous, making you a household name all over the world. Like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 857, Debut and Steel Wool, you have to choose one. T0 understands the ways of the world and the human heart better. When Cavendish touched the hearts of many girls, he sent people to collect the other party's information. In general, Cavendish's actions are very conspicuous, so he will do everything to surprise everyone and attract everyone's attention. In T0's eyes, this kind of guy who wants to be famous is the easiest to deal with. He wants popularity, and T0 has the most popularity. Famous all over the world. These words have been lingering in Cavendish's ears, which is much more tempting to him than any treasure or power. Jack has been unable to recruit him. On the one hand, it is because of Cavendish's character, and on the other hand, what he offers makes Cavendish not interested at all. Instead, T0 hits the nail on the head and directly hits the key point. With his current power, it is not difficult to whitewash a new pirate. Even if those people in the world government know that this person is a pirate, they can turn a blind eye for huge benefits. As for the identity of his bounty, other pirates will have to be used as sacrifices. Cavendish's bounty is 280 million, so as long as more pirates are eliminated, the problem here can be offset. Law became a Shishibukai in a similar way. Now Tesoro does not need the position of Shishibukai, but just wants to whitewash this person. With the current situation of the world government, as long as the operation is proper, they can directly blame others for what happened to Rommel. They are already familiar with similar things. Of course, not everyone can do this. It depends on the specific situation of the pirate. No, why should I believe you? Who wants to debut with you? Of course you cannot believe it, but this is the change in news since you came to work here. Tesoro brought some newspapers, and the articles on them made Cavendish understand that he was gradually being forgotten. You've seen it, if we continue to dig for a while, you might be forgotten. And it's not appropriate for you to stay here to mine with a face like this. We also want to do business, and you have more value for us to dig. Yeah, what do you mean? Wait a minute, I'll find something. T0's smile was very strange, and then he took out his Rotom phone and searched for something. Soon, a bunch of pictures appeared on it. Found it. These things are usually very eye-catching. If I don't need them, I really don't want to save them. As he said this, T0 took out a bunch of very special photos. Many things in this world are polarized, including appearance. There are people who are as beautiful as fairies, and there are also people who look very abstract. The photos that T0 took out include such photos. This is a woman who can save you decades of hard work. You used to be a prince of a country. You should know that some people are always perverted. These are the nobles on the Red Earth continent. They are very satisfied with your appearance. Selling you to them is the most profitable way. These people are generally called rich women. If you want to mine quickly, rock-type Pokemon are better than these PEOP leaf. It is used a lot. Pang Yangwai can do more work than 100 people in a day, and it only needs to bask in the sun, eat stones, and massage it after work. The people in the quarry are more likely to serve their sentences than to work. Even if they move things, their efficiency is not as good as Hao Li. Rich woman? This is a fucking rich woman. How old is this? This? More than 70, what, are you really interested? That's a pity, it seems that you can only keep company with steel wool. Wait. Let me think about it. Whether it is a threat or an inducement, T0 has pinched Cavendish's sore spot. Being sold to accompany those rich women. Imagining that kind of hellish life, Cavendish thinks it is better to be famous, but he still has the last persistence. I have a condition. Give me one of Jack's pets, and I will follow your arrangements. Jack's pet? You mean Frosty Fairy? I can't make the decision unless they are willing to go with you, but I can give you a chance. Wait, there is one more thing, what about my crew and my horse? Don't worry about that. As long as you join honestly, they will naturally have a new place to go. When you are qualified, it is not impossible for them to continue to follow you. Between the big stick and the sweet date, Cavendish chose the latter. After he washed up again, he was taken to the kitchen of Ghost Island by Teezero. During this process, Durandal also returned it to him directly. You are really brave. Do you trust me so much? Even if all his subordinates have not been released, he may still rise up. Although he will not do this, since he has agreed, he will not regret it. But Teezero's identity outside has always been a businessman and a star. Cavendish does not think that the other party has any strong strength. There are no other pirates around, which makes Cavendish feel that these people are very bold. Believe? I guess so, but more importantly, why do you think you can beat me? I heard that you didn't even break Jack's skin, so you can't pose a threat at all. Don't use people if you doubt them, and don't doubt people if you use them, but this attitude cannot be used on pirates. There is still a probation period. Arceus is not as careless as Kaido and doesn't want to see traitors every day. Teezero is purely capable of suppressing Cavendish alone, so he can let him be so free. Teezero didn't explain this to him, but took him into the kitchen. At this moment, Cavendish seemed to have entered heaven. There are cream fairies of various colors on the counter, decorating the desserts with cream, and there is Tian Zuzu who is taking a bath next to him. The feet of Tian Lengmei are also soaking in it. This is the special side of the kitchen of the beasts, and it is also the most desired partner of the chefs of the Big Mom Pirates. There are even chefs who ran away from the Big Mom Pirates because of this. Because of this, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had a quarrel, and finally resolved the conflict with a trade of several tons of cream every month. The foot-washing water of the Sweet and Cold Queen is also sweet mangosteen juice in the outside world. Although some people resist this aspect, some people are more obsessed with it. This is also closely related to the appearance of the Sweet and Cold Queen. The wine stepped on by a girl and the wine stepped on by a big man cannot be generalized. The same logic applies here. You've seen it, they're called frost milks, and they're very strange creatures. If you can get the approval of a certain frost milk, no one will object to it following you. But if they don't approve of you, just give up on that idea, or you'll die a horrible death, even worse than being rubbed to death by steel wool. Like Arceus' pirate journey. White Pigeon. Chapter 858, Yuda's new occupation. As long as they agree. Yes, they understand human language, and we will respect their individual wishes. What if they all want to go with me? You're really narcissistic. Teezero never thought that Cavendish would ask this question. It seems that he underestimated the other party's confidence in this regard. Hehe, that barbaric guy can get recognition, so why can't I? You can try. If you can really do it, no one will stop you. Maybe that adult will appreciate you and prepare something different for you. If he can get the recognition of a group of Pokémon, he can still achieve a class leap, but that kind of thing is destined to be unlikely. Currently, the only one who can do this is Yamato with the power of Evergreen. In the end, he waited for only one disgusted look after another, without exception. Even if he tried a few more times, no Frost Milk Fairy was interested in him. He just left in disappointment and followed Teezero to his new place of work. Master Shenjiu, the newcomer, was finally taken away by Teezero. This is the future development direction of his performing arts department. Do you want to see it? No need. How are Misu and the others? Everything is going well. Misu and Tiger have begun to prepare to return. Their first voyage is about to end. There is only one stop left for Misu and Tiger's voyage. According to the random selection method, their final destination is Aska Island. And this news was a few days ago. According to the speed of their ship, Misu and Tiger should not be far from their destination. Flipping through the documents in her hand, Shayna continued to report other situations, including new sailing work. The task of staying in Wano country was once again given to Yamato. Kaido wandered around outside for a long time, and finally returned without success. Because he was in a bad mood, he fought with Red Hair and Yellow Monkey on the way back, making his record more abundant. On the other side, after a period of sailing, Cavendish has reached the 100th the new headquarters of the Beast Fruit. During this period, the Beast Fruit has also experienced several developments. While the headquarters in the Red Earth continent was retained, they built a new headquarters on a nearby island. And Teezero began to consider another problem. There is nothing wrong with Cavendish alone. Although he is narcissistic, there is no big problem. The problem is that this guy is a schizophrenia. In addition to Cavendish, there is also a Hakuba in his body. Cavendish can suppress him when he is awake, but the two still use the same body. Teazero is not a doctor and is not good at dealing with this matter. Moreover, Cavendish is different from the schizophrenia in the conventional sense. It is more like two souls squeezed into one body. In this case, Teazero really knows how to deal with it. Teazero positioned Cavendish as a future idol male star, so Teazero decided to take him to gradually get to know the insiders, and this time Teazero has another purpose, using Yuda's song fruit to deal with the personality problem. This inner personality is bloodthirsty. It's okay during the day, Cavendish can control this personality, but it's different when he falls asleep. In order to prevent accidents, the problem of this personality must be dealt with. Hakuba and Cavendish use the same body. Killing Hakuba is no different from killing Cavendish, and Yuda's song. The song fruit can pull people's consciousness into another space. That is, the level of consciousness. Here, they have a way to deal with Hakuba. As for the demon king of song, Darkrai ate it last time and killed it half to death. Since then, it has never appeared again, for fear of being targeted by Darkrai again. She is Yuda. If you were a newspaper, you should know her. This time we are going to use her ability to deal with your problem. Of course I know. She was the most famous news singer at the time. There was a little jealousy in Cavendish's voice. He was a little jealous of Yuda's exaggerated popularity. She had many fans on the day of her official debut, and they existed all over the world. It's good to know. Then, prepare to go to a new world. Yuda, are you ready? Ready, leave it to me, Mr. Teazero. A melodious song sounded, and the feeling of sleepiness gradually spread to the hearts of several people. When Cavendish opened his eyes again, he saw a very similar self standing in front of him, but he had been bound to the 5-line score by some notes and could not move at all. In the past, when Cavendish was asleep, Hakuba would come out to make trouble, but this time was different. Although they had slept together, Hakuba was unable to occupy Cavendish's body because he also came to Yuda's song space. Here, Yuda was almost the master, and people who didn't know the music score couldn't get rid of this bondage at all. Originally, Yuda didn't dare to use this music score casually, but the Demon King of Song had been scared so much that Yuda could use this ability without any worries. Hakuba, right? You have two choices. Either you obey me or you will be directly destroyed here. Teazero looked very much like when he threatened Cavendish. Hakuba's fighting power was several times stronger than Cavendish's, and it could be regarded as a part that could be used, so Teazero wanted to try to subdue this inner personality. If not, he would have to deal with this personality here. This space is very special. In theory, it can allow other people's souls to achieve a unique eternal life. She can make the soul live here, and she can also make the soul destroyed here, so she can deal with Hakuba, a special existence. If one day Yuda doesn't want to sing anymore, changing career to become a psychologist is also a promising prospect. As a special personality, Hakuba seemed to have noticed something. Although he didn't speak, he showed a fearful expression on his face. Even Cavendish noticed the surprise. Even for him, it was the first time he saw Hakuba afraid. Before this, Hakuba was never afraid of Cavendish. The only way Cavendish wanted to kill him was to commit suicide. Even if Cavendish, as the main personality, could suppress him, he looked down on Cavendish. But when facing an enemy that he couldn't solve, Hakuba would still fight obediently. The reason was the same. If Cavendish died, he would also die. But now the situation is different. This ability actually pulled him out alone. A well-known person once said that if a person is killed, he will die. This is also common to the inner personality. When the knife is already on his neck, he has to face the new reality. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove. Chapter 589, The Prompt Sound of the Slate Radar. All things are interdependent and mutually restrained. The originally carefree Habakkuk met his natural enemy Yuda at this time. Yuda's ability can check and balance this inner personality. Faced with absolute military suppression, even Habakkuk had to compromise. Judging from the results of the current negotiations, Habakkuk will be quiet for a long time in the future. After dealing with the problem of this inner personality, Teazero began to plan Cavendish's whitewashing work, and how to change him to a new identity became the focus of the next work. On the other side, the Grand Line, Aska Island, the missionaries of the Arceus cult came to the last stop of this voyage. It looks like a very ordinary island. Is there anything special here? Although the decision to come here was random, after determining the destination, Misuo seemed to think of something, but did not tell Tiger at the first time. How to say it, Asuka Island was not like this before, an ordinary island, but a glorious empire, a country cared for by the 7-star gods of Asuka. You mean a god like the Lord? No, 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 the Lord is the only one, and the gods may not be the only ones, but no other gods will stay in our world like the Lord. I am not sure if this is true. These are some documents I saw in the church before. They may just be made up by people. A church that has existed for a long time also has a heritage that outsiders can't imagine, and some special documents are one of them. Seeing that Tiger was interested, Misuo also mentioned what he knew to him. Now it is 1519, almost 100 years. According to legend, nearly 100 years ago, the kingdom of Asuka was still a powerful country and a hegemonic existence in this sea area. The 3 princes of the kingdom of Asuka met a beautiful witch for the first time together and fell in love with her at the same time. At this point, the 3 princes of the Asuka kingdom started fighting internally. They took out the 7-star sword, which symbolized the royal family of Asuka, and fought each other continuously, which turned into a large-scale war, hoping to win the love of the witch. How did the 3 of them use one sword? And where did the king go? Sir Tiger, I'm just telling you what I heard. I'm afraid that only people 100 years ago knew this detail. Yes, but only the giants can live that long. Maybe Mr. Soro will know something. I don't know about that. Anyway, ordinary people should not live that long. At this moment, Asi and Olga sneezed almost at the same time, and neither of them understood what happened. And Misuo continued to tell what she knew. The scale of the war continued to expand, and more innocent people were involved. The earth was stained red with blood, and the blood of the dead flowed in the ocean. Because it absorbed the sorrow of countless innocent victims, the sea was crying. The 7-star sword, the royal heirloom of the kingdom of Asuka, was believed to have attracted killing and destruction because it absorbed the hatred and blood of countless people, thus becoming a cursed demon sword. In the end, the kingdom of Asuka was completely destroyed, but the 7-star sword did not disappear. To make this demon sword stronger, it must absorb more blood. Moreover, this demon sword has given birth to its own consciousness, bewitching others to start a war for it, and thus holding more blood sacrifices. Then, in order to save everyone from the war, the witch sacrificed her life to eliminate the blood and hatred absorbed by the 7-star sword. In order to repay the death of the witch they loved deeply, the 3 princes prayed to God, and received 3 gems from the gods of Asuka, and sealed the power of the 7-star sword that became a demon sword. Anything you want to say? Well, with 3 princes like this, it's not surprising that this country is destroyed. Ah, it seems that you have grown up a lot, Mr. Tiger. The first person who told me this story put the blame on the witch, thinking that she was atonement. This kind of thing can't be blamed on her. Tiger stopped talking before he finished. As their boat approached the shore, he heard a crisp bell ringing in his ears, and the source of the bell was Mrs. Waste. Misuo took it out without Tiger's reminder. Sure enough, this method is effective, there is a response. The sound was from nothing else but the stone slab radar she borrowed from Shayna. Shayna has been following Arceus recently. Arceus can sense the location of the stone slab, so Shayna's radar would be a waste. So she gave it to Misuo and others who were out preaching. It had been silent for a long time and responded again, which meant that there were traces of stone slabs on the island. Although it was a missionary group, searching for the stone slab was the most important goal. Before the stone slab was completed, this would always be Arceus' first goal. The people on the ship were ready to go and headed towards Asuka. Heading into the interior of the island. Compared to the glory of 100 years ago, Asuka Island is now very desolate. The villages on the island are not prosperous, and even a little primitive. Some traces of ruins can be seen along the way. The feedback from the radar is getting stronger and stronger. After crossing a jungle, Misuo appeared on a cliff, and some figures can be seen in the distance. This place doesn't look like a village, more like a ruin. Or a place for her sacrifice. I saw a stone statue. It should be the witch in the legend. Is the location given by the radar here? Tiger used a telescope to observe the surrounding situation to prevent unexpected situations. It's nearby, it seems to be near the ruins. It seems that something here interferes with the operation of the radar, and the final location has not been clear. It's not broken, it seems that this thing has been made for a long time. I don't know, let's go over and take a look first. Maybe it will be better if it's closer. If it's still like this, then we can only contact the master and let him make a decision personally. Misua doesn't understand the working principle of radar. She just knows that she can find clues to the stone slab with this. Then the members of the knights began to jump off the cliff in a line, thus shortening the distance ahead. This height was nothing for these supermen. Mr. Misu, do you want me to help you? After the members of the knights left one after another, only Tiger and Misu were left on the top. Tiger didn't know what the physical condition of Misu was, so he offered to help. No, I'm not the weak person I was before. Misu's body also changed, with purple armor attached to his body, and he followed the members of the knights. The members left the cliff together. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove. Chapter 860, Strange Signal Jammer. It feels so good to have power. Looking back at the cliff behind her, Misu couldn't help but sigh. If she had such power more than 10 years ago, she wouldn't have to pin all her hopes of having children on others. The incident with Frevans was something she would never forget in her life. At that time, she could only pray that the soldiers would have the last mercy in their hearts, but unfortunately the result was not good. Every time she dreamed of those things, she would always wake up from the dream, which was why she hoped that Lamy would always lose her memory. That kind of painful memory was of no benefit to her, so it would be better to start a new life directly. But Sister Misu, you have had this power for a while, right? I haven't seen you use it very often. Ah, that's right, but it also represents another side of me, so I rarely use it. You'll know why later. What's the result of the radar? Tiger didn't delve into it. Sometimes Misu always spoke mysteriously, and now he was more curious about where the stone slab was. Strange, the radar's response has become more chaotic. What is here? Looking at the radar icon that still didn't change, Misu patted it casually. This is a maintenance method that has become popular after the popularization of electrical appliances in Onigashima and Wano country. In the internal circulation economy of Wano country, the requirement for products is quality first, and loose contact is the most common old problem. Padding is enough to solve most problems. This thing can it be really broken? It shouldn't be. The master tested it before departure. There is no problem. Misu and Tiger began to struggle whether to report directly. It would be bad if they were happy for nothing. I have a guess, but I'm not sure. Let's go over and ask. The people here should know something. Since he didn't want to cause too much misunderstanding, Misu asked the knights to stay where they were. Only Tiger and Misu, who had already lifted his transformation, came over. At the same time, several people in the distance also ran towards the forest. As early as when Misu and Tiger jumped off the cliff, they saw this group of strange people. Seeing that they were heading in the wrong direction, they chose to take a shortcut back to report the news. Grandma Eliza. It's bad. A group of people jumped down from the cliff. From the direction, they are coming towards us coming. Before he finished speaking, he knew that he didn't need to say anything, because the people who jumped off the cliff at the beginning were now in front of him, and seemed to be discussing something with Grandma. He didn't know that for these well-trained supermen, jumping off a cliff of this degree would not have any effect. For ordinary residents living on Aska Island, this is a group of lunatics. At first they thought those people were but without exception, they all headed towards the village after landing safely. The villagers who discovered them hurried back to the gathering place to report the situation, but there was a huge difference in their physical constitutions. Even if these villagers took a shortcut back, the people of the Arceus cult had entered here before them. Although he saw that these people were still alive and well after jumping off the cliff, he still didn't quite believe his eyes when he saw Misu and Tiger without any scratches. Okay, Lakos, they are guests, don't make a fuss. Granny, they are outsiders. What if they are sent by pirates or the Navy dojo to get information, and that guy looks very dangerous? Lakos looked at Tiger. Misu looked harmless, but Tiger looked very fierce in the eyes of most people. After the demise of the Asuka kingdom, the people who lived here had little chance to see fishmen. Even if it is, we have to face it. So, what are you two doing here? Sister Misu's clothes made the old woman less vigilant. The duties of nuns and witches are roughly similar. In her opinion, the other party did not seem to be causing trouble. There may be something we are looking for here, but there is some unknown force on the island that affects our equipment. It seems that you have lived here for a while. I want to ask, do you know anything? No, I haven't heard of such a thing on this island. Hearing Misu's words, The old woman who was originally hunched over suddenly straightened her back and said that she knew nothing, but from this look, it seems that she is trying to cover up the truth. People's cognition determines their own knowledge. In the eyes of the people on Aska Island, the only thing that is worth looking for by outsiders is the cursed 7-star sword. Although the 7-star sword is now in the hands of others, she still doesn't want to say more. Before Miso can say anything else, a girl's shouting sounded outside the village. Navy Dojo. It's the people from the Navy Dojo. Those guys are here again. A blue-haired girl ran back with a package in a panic. Her name was Maya, and she was a priestess on the island. She inherited the power of the priestess who sealed the 7-star sword. It was at this time that Miso found that the radar display became more chaotic. Something on the girl seemed to affect the radar detection. Ms. Maya, you and your mother-in-law should take the elderly and the weak to take shelter. We will stop those people. Hearing the word Navy Dojo, except for a few people who stayed here to watch Tiger and Miso, all the young and strong people in the village picked up their weapons and rushed out of the village without looking back. Mr. Tiger, go and help them. I think I have figured out what the problem is. No need, guests. You should leave here. This is our private matter. You don't need to get involved. Don't worry. Tiger is very strong, right, Mr. Tiger? Of course, leave this little thing to me. Tiger quickly fulfilled his words. The people in the Marine Dojo were like ants to Tiger. They fought back the attacking navy in a few moves, and also showed their military strength. When he came back, the villagers looked at him with vigilance, fearing that he would do something dangerous. Can we talk now? Little girl, the things in your package affect my radar. If possible, I hope to destroy it. We are willing to compensate at double the price. The slate must be found, but Miso didn't want to solve these problems entirely by violence, so he wanted to discuss with the other party. No, no. This is absolutely not possible. Hearing Miso's words, Maya was horrified, and the expressions of the villagers around her also became ugly. They had a hard time dealing with those people from the Marine Dojo, and Tiger just wiped out all of them by himself. If they really started fighting, they would not be opponents at all. Like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 861, The Cursed Holy Sword. Don't be so nervous, we don't want to cause any conflict, but we have something we must do. If it can't be destroyed, can you take it away from this island temporarily? I swear in the name of the god I worship, I can guarantee your safety, just 1 hour will do. According to L. Yusun's theory of opening the skylight in the classics, Miso thought they would agree to this request very happily. After all, it was not a difficult thing, but Maya kept shaking her head and looked at her grandmother. In the name of God, are you also a priestess who worships God? Elena was also a priestess of this island when she was young, and she still valued Miso's solemn oath. For clergy, there is no oath more important than this. I am just a lamb saved by the Lord, and I am also working for the Lord's goal. There is nothing wrong with your understanding, so can you consider our conditions? You swear first that you have no relationship with those people in the Navy Dojo, otherwise you will not get any information even if you kill us all. No problem, not only the Navy Dojo, we and the Navy are not the same kind of people, and we don't want to do anything to harm you. Okay, but we still can't agree to your request. Old woman, are you kidding us? Listening to the person in front of him say this, Tiger's face darkened. They showed goodwill just because they didn't want to add a bad reputation to their religion. This is also the reason why people with bad tempers were incorporated into the punishment knights. But this does not mean that they are easy to bully. This is simply making fun of them. No, let me explain. If you are also believers of God, you should have heard the legend of Aska Island, right? I know a little bit, and I have heard about the 7-star sword, but that is not our goal. It is just a sword, and we are not interested in it. But the problem is that the 7-star sword is a demon sword that has come to life, and it wants to revive itself all the time. These 3 gems are not ordinary things, they are the things that seal the demon sword. If they are gone, the demon sword will be resurrected, and disaster will come to the sea again. So you can't destroy it, and it can't leave this island. Our mission is to protect it, no matter what price. Listening to the explanation of Grandma Eliza, Miso suddenly missed the past. She was also very naive at that time and believed that everything was beautiful, so she believed the soldier's promise. Although her oath at this time was true, the old man in front of her was too naive and did not doubt that she was lying. In fact, Eliza just wanted to see the other party's reaction. According to her understanding of the people in the Navy dojo, if Tiger and Miso were really related to them, they should have come to rob them long ago. This kind of strength does not need to be discussed at all. Seeing that the other party was willing to talk nonsense, she believed that these people really had other purposes. Then she continued to explain to Miso and others what happened before. The instructor of the marine dojo is called Sokka. He was originally a good man, but he drifted to our island by accident. A few months ago, a group of pirates attacked us. In order to protect Maya, Sokka accidentally picked up the 7-star sword. After that, he was bewitched by the 7-star sword and became what he is now. He also bewitched a large number of marines with the power of the 7-star sword. If the 7-star sword wants to revive, it must destroy the 3 gems, but the bewitched people cannot touch the gems, and they must rely on the power of outsiders. Didn't the marines that this gentleman defeated earlier bring some pirates with them? They were the people who were forced by Sokka to rob the gems, and those people would eventually be sacrificed by him, so, as long as the problem of the 7-star sword is solved, the existence of those gems will be meaningless, right? That's fine in that case, I understand. Let's destroy the 7-star sword. If we succeed, let me destroy the gem. Is that okay? No, that sword is very dangerous. The witch sacrificed herself and then used the power of the Asuka 7-star god to seal it. Mortals are no match for it. Although I have heard of this legend, I think it is a lot of fiction. If the Asuka gods really took action, they should have destroyed it directly. I think this is just covering up other things. West. Of course, it can also be true, but the things that the Asuka 7-star gods can't handle don't mean we can't handle them. If we can handle it, do you mind having one more belief? Elaine's face was full of astonishment. It was the first time she heard such a request. And this is also one of Miso's purposes. They are not the original Crusaders. As long as they don't believe in their own gods, they will be eliminated. It's rare to meet a few professionals, and Miso also wants to develop it. It's okay if you don't accept it, but our agreement is established. Please wait. After Miso and others left, Maya looked at Elaine with a little hesitation. Grandma, let them go like this, is it really okay? There is still a year before the red moon that comes once 100 years. The demon sword can't exert its strongest power. With their skills, they should be able to get away unscathed. Too, if they deal with this problem, it will be a great thing. That sword should have disappeared from the world long ago. People are old and smart, and people who can live a lot of life soberly will always have some unique insights. Some people can sail on the Grand Line without a navigator by following the instructions of their grandmothers, and some can kill people in Ionia by repeating their grandmother's words. These old people can always play an extremely magical role in wonderful places. In the Marine Dojo, a one-armed man was surprised to hear that his subordinates had failed in their mission and were killed instantly. Instant kill. It was a red fishman. He just threw a punch and everyone. Merkin? How could there be a fishman here? The one-armed man looked puzzled. He was Sokka, controlled by the 7-star sword. The 7-star sword only affected his mind. His original memory and intelligence were not lost. Then his eyes suddenly glowed red, and his left arm pulled out a long sword emitting a faint green light, and swung it to the side. Demon fire slash! The green flame merged into the sword energy, and the strange demon fire slashed at its enemy with a chill, but in the end, the demon fire disappeared strangely. The 2 black and purple blades are wrapped in blue flames, and the demon fire slash released by the 7-star sword is just absorbed by it. The flames of hatred and unwillingness, this is indeed a demon sword. Look carefully, the black and purple are not the blades, but the arms, and its owner is Misa, who has transformed into the Azure Blade Demon. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Pigeon. Chapter 862, Azure Blade Demon, the Sword of Abandonment, Sword of Regret. Azure Blade Demon, the Fire Swordsman Pokemon, the branch evolution of Tanzaishi, a Pokemon that needs to rely on the cursed armor to evolve in the game. The purple armor with a slightly futuristic style wraps the whole body, and the blue ghost fire is burning behind the head and on the blades of both arms. According to legend, the flame swords on the Azure Blade Demon's arms are the resentment of the swordsman who died before he could burn. However, the Azure Blade Ghost is not a swordsman. To it, the sword is just a tool for fighting. In order to win, the Azure Blade Ghost will do whatever it takes, whether it is a sneak attack or a conspiracy, as long as it can win. What it is best at is using its own speed to approach the enemy and then attack from a blind spot. The demon fire cut by the 7-star sword is just nourishment to the Azure Blade Ghost, just like the Song Demon King is to Darkrai. Sister Misu, are you really okay? Even though Misu has completed the transformation, Tiger still doesn't believe her. After all, Tiger has never seen her fight. Allah, didn't we discuss it on the way? I can still deal with opponents of this level, and how can the Lord's sister be powerless? There must be some attempts. The way Misu and Tiger judge the enemy's strength is through the people in the previous Marine Dojo. Through the strength of the Cotters, the strength of a leader of a faction can be roughly judged, except for Buggy. The people in the Marine Dojo were easily killed by Tiger before. From this, it can be inferred that the strength of the enemy leader will not be too strong. What needs to be considered is how far the 7-star sword can go. After confirming the ability to restrain, Misu also has more confidence. And this way of swinging the sword is quite familiar, a bit like the moves of the Shimotsuki family. The church did not teach Misu's swordsmanship before. Later in Wano country, she learned some swordsmanship from the local dojo, including the swordsmanship of the Shimotsuki family. In a sense, Sokka and Misu just came from the same school. Many years ago, the famous swordsmith of Wano country, Shimotsuki Kozaburo, who created Yanma and Wada Ikimonji, violated the ban of Wano country with 24 tribesmen, left Wano country, and went to live in the outer sea, including Shimotsuki Ushimura's sister Shimotsuki Vibrator. After arriving in the East China Sea, they fought with the bandits who attacked a village in the East China Sea and easily won. Then 10 people settled here and established Shimotsuki village. Kozaburo married a woman in the village and gave birth to Kojiro. After Kojiro took charge of Ishin Dojo, he accepted a disciple named Sokka. He grew up with Zoro and was determined to wield the sword of justice. When fighting a group of pirates with Zoro, Sokka's arm was tied up with chains, and then the ship exploded, causing him to lose his right arm. After many twists and turns, he came to Asuka Island. Here he fell in love with Maya, and in order to protect Maya, he accidentally touched the 7-star sword, and then was controlled by it, and wanted to free the 7-star sword. Shimotsuki. This surname seemed to remind Sokka of something, but the 7-star sword once again bloomed with a demonic green light, and his eyes it was also filled with red blood. You must be the most suitable sacrifice. Sokka's voice became extremely strange, as if it was entangled by thousands of undead spirits, and was filled with dead silence. Water restrains fire, but when fire is strong, water dries up. The ability of the blue flame blade ghost can restrain the 7-star sword, but if the 7-star sword can devour the blue flame blade ghost, its own ability will also be qualitatively changed. As long as it can get this power, it can be reborn even if it is not the day of the red moon. Therefore, it manipulated Sokka and wanted to drink Misu's blood. As a former holy sword and a demon sword at this time, the 7-star sword has experienced countless battles, but compared with the ability given by Arceus himself, there is a huge gap. Moreover, the blade of the 7-star sword is another seal for it. Although Sokka has rich combat experience, the improvement brought by the blue flame blade ghost also allows Misu to deal with it with ease, but Tiger on the side does not know how to evaluate this battle. Whether it is Misu or Sokka, the strength they showed cannot be said to be weak. They also have a foothold in the first half of the Grand Line. But Tiger is a person who can compete with others in the New World. From Tiger's perspective, after excluding the strange abilities of the 7-star sword and the Azure Blade Ghost, the two are just chickens fighting each other. This also made him feel a lot more at ease. Even if something unexpected really happened, he also had the confidence to stop the other party in time. I heard that you are also a person who swings the sword for justice? If you really think so, then you shouldn't be controlled by this demon sword. Justice? What determines justice? It's not the law and order, but the strong. Only the strong can become an omnipotent god. Give your power, you can get everything in the future world. A strange power erupted from the 7-star sword again, as if it wanted to control Misu's mind, but as Misu's 2 swords passed, several cracks appeared on the sword of the 7-star sword. Looking at the 7-star sword that was beginning to collapse, Misu didn't react. She didn't expect that the sword could be broken so easily. Logically speaking, after the 7-star sword was destroyed, her goal was over. But the ability of the blue flame blade ghost made her understand that this matter was not over yet. The strange power still existed and had entered Sokka's body. The green sword-shaped mark on his chest was a new proof. Before the day of the red moon comes, your power is worth the risk. Sokka's voice was completely different from before. It was not him who was speaking at this time, but the strange will of the seven-star sword, and a blade made of green demon fire also replaced Sokka's left arm. It seemed to be learning the behavior of the blue flame blade ghost. Sister, do you have any new moves? I think this guy is a little bit wrong. Tiger, do you know why the Lord gave me this power? Ah. Because I can use this move perfectly and release its full power. Some people's abilities are randomly selected, such as most of the grassroots cadres of the beast, and the specially trained new generation are the abilities he selected according to their physical conditions. Misuo and the Blue Flame Blade Demon have a very high degree of compatibility, especially the Blue Flame Blade Demon's exclusive move, the Regret Sword. The Regret Sword is a special attack that gathers the attachment to the world at the tip of the sword to slash the opponent. If you want to exert its greatest power, you must abandon all attachment to the world. Only in this way can you exert the greatest power. The more you are attached to the world, the harder it is for this sword to exert its due effect. It is a sword of fire that can only be used by people who have abandoned the world. As a survivor of Frevans, Misuo usually faces the world with a smile, but under this smile, she has an unknown despair. I like Arceus's pirate journey. White Dove. Chapter 863, Earth Slate, Tiger's ability. If Arceus hadn't existed, she would have been dead more than 10 years ago, or in Misuo's heart, she would have been dead long ago. Arceus became her new belief and her new sustenance. In the Arceus cult, she seemed to be the most rational one, but the belief in her heart was also the closest to madness. Faith was greater than life for her. She could die for it. She had no attachment to the world. She could bring the power of the Regret Sword to its fullest. Misuo's breath became strange, and even Tiger felt a chill. Although it was a fire-attributed move, Tiger didn't feel any warmth, and the demon fire emitted by the seven-star sword had been covered by the flames of the blue flame blade ghost, and Sokka's was also pierced by the blade on Misuo's arm. Although it had been pierced by the blade, there was no trace of blood on the wound, which only symbolized that the symbol of the seven-star sword had been completely broken. Sister Misuo, didn't you promise Miss Maya not to hurt this person? I didn't hurt him, he just looked scary. Misuo took 2 steps back, and Sokka also collapsed on the ground as if he was exhausted, but there was no scar on his chest. This is the ability brought by the ghost system of the Blue Flame Blade Ghost itself. Many ghost systems can do this, using their own spiritual bodies to avoid damage to the entity. Misuo just used this ability. Of course, she also has ways to hurt the body, but she just didn't use it. Then Misuo swung a few swords into the air again, and the wool that escaped from Sokka's body was chopped off, and the energy of the seven-star sword was absorbed by her. This also means that the seven-star sword, the demon sword, has disappeared from this world at this time, and there will never be a seven-star sword that bewitches people again. Then Tiger carried Sokka, and Misuo returned to the camp of Maya and others with the fragments of the seven-star sword. Grandma, we have fulfilled our agreement, that thing. No need for your trouble. Just now, the 3 gems broke by themselves, and the seven-star sword disappeared. Maybe they have no meaning to exist. When Misuo disposed of the seven-star sword, the 3 gems broke by themselves. No one could tell what was hidden in them. As the gems broke, the radar in Misuo's hand finally returned to normal. Following the radar signal, Misuo and Tiger came to a lake. It should be below, Sir Tiger, please. I know. With the exact location, Tiger quickly found a very special stone slab at the bottom of the lake, and his search method was also very simple. It was enough to punch at the bottom of the lake. He was a fishman, and the water would not affect the strength of his punches underwater. Through this most traditional method, Tiger quickly found this stone-like object from the mud at the bottom of the lake. Afterwards, Misuo discussed the issue of new beliefs with them, and left here with Tiger and the members of the Knights. What Sokka's life will be like after recovery, and what the people on the island will do in the future, are temporarily irrelevant to them. When deciding where to go, they have to throw darts from time to time to decide the destination, and then readjust the route, so that the return is much simpler. However, they have traveled a long distance, and it will take some time to return to Onigashima. During this time, Teezero completed a new layout, letting Cavendish eliminate a large number of pirates as evidence of his repentance, and contacted some news organizations to attribute everything he did to his inner personality. He established a pitiful mental patient identity for Cavendish. Through the operation of the upper economy, he solved the problem of Cavendish's bounty, and then Cavendish's hellish life. In the past, he only relied on his face to become famous, but as he began to enter the entertainment industry, it was not possible to not know anything. Various teachers began to teach him how to act as an artist, allowing him to embark on a new trainee career. And in the Fishman Mining Company, they also gained new gains. While mining seabed minerals, Watatsumi found a historical text from underwater ruins. When Vanderdecken 9 was dealt with, Watatsumi, a large fishman, was also recruited to pay for his previous mistakes through labor. Due to his size, he can do the work of 100 people, and usually one person can be responsible for a mining area. While cleaning a stone that hurt his feet, Watatsumi found the mysterious historical text. It was eventually sent to the new Fishman Island, and when Tiger returned here, it was handed over to Tiger, who brought it and the stone tablet he found to Wano country. Lord, your believers have finally brought back what you need. May our actions contribute to the arrival of the new world and let your glory return soon. The moment the stone tablet approached Wano country, it was summoned by its master and returned to Arceus' body, and this time, Arceus's breath became more stable. The return of each slate will bring some changes in the atmosphere. This calmness and heaviness are the privileges brought by the earth slate. It also means that the attribute of the 14th slate is the ground. Well done, you deserve to be rewarded. So Misu, what do you want? Lord, I don't need anything. Finding what you need is our mission. This is just a trivial contribution and the only thing we can do. Okay, I know. In this case, let's talk about it when you need it. This promise is valid forever. Misu chose not to, but Arceus couldn't not give it, otherwise the rules established over the years would be wasted. Not only her, but also the members of the Knights Templar have their own rewards, and Tiger is naturally among them. Tiger, you have proved your ability and are qualified to obtain your new ability. Misu already has the ability, so in addition to strengthening, there are additional promises, but Tiger is different. In the early years, he thought that he had done nothing, so he was not qualified to obtain abilities. Now, he and Misu have found this most important thing, so they naturally have the qualifications to obtain abilities. In addition to the stone tablet, Tiger also brought the historical text. Although it is not a signpost text, it is also a very important thing. Now you are the strongest man in Fishman Island, so do you have the determination to protect Fishman Island? Of course, letting my compatriots stand in the sun equally has always been my goal. Very good, then this power is yours, the power of the hero of the sea. Like Arceus's pirate journey. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 864, The Hero of the Sea, Dolphin Man. For the fishman, a water-based race, water-based Pokémon are more suitable for them. Mew has already eaten the devil fruit, and he is not affected by this because he cannot swim. Jack is just a personal preference. He has a different fascination with elephants. For Tiger, the selected ability is a very special water-based Pokémon Dolphin Man. A water-type dolphin Pokémon, a special individual evolved from the Popo dolphin. It is also one of the few Pokémon that looks the same whether it is evolved or not. Although it looks ordinary, Dolphin Man is very special. It has a feature called All-Powerful Transformation. Dolphin Man is similar to Shaman, both of them have two different forms, one of which is the form they usually live in, called the normal form. Normal the Dolphin Man in the form of the Dolphin Man is similar to the Pop Dolphin in both appearance and physical fitness. Like Superman with glasses, no one can recognize them in the crowd. When their companions in the tribe are in crisis, the Dolphin Man will awaken and enter the Almighty form. The Almighty form of the Dolphin Man contains the power from the ancient times. The most intuitive thing about the evolution from the Pop Dolphin to the Dolphin Man is that he has mastered the power that controls the ancient genes. After awakening, the Dolphin Man's racial value will soar, enough to compete with the King of Leave. Whether it is speed or strength, the Dolphin Man is one of the best Pokémon in the sea. The huge strange power can easily lift the cruise ship with one hand, and it is not inferior in speed. As a dolphin Pokémon, they naturally have the ability to use ultrasonic waves, so they can detect the cries for help from their companions at a very long distance, and then they will sprint at full speed at 50 knots to rescue those drowning. There are no side effects of the King of Leave characteristics, plus the kindness of nature, so they are called heroes of the sea. It's just that almost no one has seen the transformation process of Dolphin Man. In this regard, Dolphin Man follows a tradition and will never let outsiders see their transformation. In normal times, they are just ordinary dolphins. After all, this powerful power cannot be used all the time. The omnipotent Dolphin Man may not be handsome, but it is strong enough, which gives it a unique beauty of strength. For Tiger, the transformation of ability is also a special skin-changing process. It makes him change from the original red fishman to the same skin color as Jinbei, and he looks a lot more honest. When he first transformed, he was still in an ordinary form. The power of the ancient gene is in your body. It represents the power of protection. The more familiar you are with it, the better you can master this power and protect the people you want to protect. It's very simple for Dolphin Man in the game to enter the omnipotent form. Just take it back into the ball and release it again. But it's different here. Dolphin Man, who has become an ability, wants to enter the omnipotent form. That depends on Tiger's ability. I understand. I will not let this power down. I will make it show enough value. After obtaining this power, Tiger did not stay in Onigashima, but returned to Fishman Island after saying goodbye. He spent a lot of time away, and during this time, all matters of Fishman Island were basically handled by Jinbei. Although he is not the king of Fishman Island, he is the only one who can speak to others equally in terms of strength. Neptune and Otohim can convey some opinions to the world government, but that has no practical significance. The status of the Ryugu kingdom is still very low, and most people's attitudes towards the fishmen and mermaids have not changed. Shayna, send that historical text to the upper level, and let those people translate it. What exactly is this? Yes, I will do it right away. The above mentioned by Arceus does not have any extended meaning, it just refers to the sky island floating above Onigashima. Although some paleontologists have begun to study Pokémon, they usually observe the living habits of Pokémon on farms or ranches and study the extremely mysterious evolution, but most people still study history. Now the Beast's Handbook contains 3 signpost historical texts and 5 ordinary historical texts. It can be said that among the forces that still exist today, it has mastered the most history. As O'Hara's scholars can translate more and more things, the blank 100 years have become more mysterious. Some historical texts have no connection, which gives them endless room for imagination. Although collecting historical texts, the Navy and the world government do not think that beasts will pose a threat in this regard. In their view, the purpose of beasts is completely different from that of O'Hara. Since Roger, countless pirates have wanted to reach the final island. The world government certainly knows that the signpost historical text is an indispensable thing to reach the final island. As the top power in the New World, Kaido would find it strange if he did not look for those stones. Moreover, they did not think that anyone outside could translate the historical text, so they did not attract the attention of the world government at all, and they focused more on Quinn. The artificial devil fruit made by Caesar became a hot-selling product under Quinn's turmoil. The performance of animal-type ability users is not as good as that of superhuman and natural-type ability users, but it is also a significant enhancement. With those successful examples, many forces have special thoughts on this. In order to increase some credibility, Doflamingo really mixed some completed finished products with Caesar's semi-finished products and sold them. Those forces who bought the fruit were like opening a blind box, and they were very excited. Anyway, they are just ordinary subordinates, and spending money to enhance them is not a loss at all. This gambler mentality has led to the emergence of losers who can only laugh in many forces except for the beasts. Caesar and Quinn frequently appeared on the table of the intelligence department for a while, and they were also thinking about a weird question: why the people of Mads, after breaking away from the control of the government, are like geniuses, and always make all kinds of strange things. With this sale, Quinn's coffers were also filled, but most of the money was donated by him. You said all this was donated by Mr. Quinn? Yes, sister, Mr. Quinn donated a lot of it. In the monastery, Missile looked at the account book handed over by Lamy, and was a little confused about what happened. The funds of the Arceus church were very sufficient, and Quinn had never made such donations before. This abnormality made Missile very puzzled. Did he say anything else? Quinn Uncle Yin said that this was what he should do, and he only kept a little hard work fee and snack money. Like Arceus Pirate Journey. White Pigeon. Chapter 865, Domineering Panda and Hippoman. Arceus really doesn't care what the fruits are used for. In his eyes, they are just some recycled waste, but his indifference does not mean that others don't care. Quinn's behavior is to share the blame. After taking a batch of transformed fruits with his authority, he carried out this wave of transactions. If he doesn't handle it well, he may be found for military training again. With more lessons, there will be more experience. In order to prevent problems before they happen, Quinn directly donated a large part. Anyway, he has enough money to spend. He doesn't want to get a lot of money and dare not spend it, and have to worry about it. Anyway, after he made the donation, his reselling of fruits was tacitly accepted, and no one cared where the completed fruits went. In July, Miaona and Wolf ushered in a time that children look forward to the most. Parents are not at home. It was Setsuna's working hours. Zoe was taking his political assistants to deal with Zoe's affairs. There was still a long time before the end of get off work, and Ziraura went out on a mission, leaving the 9-year-old brother and sister here with confidence. Safety is definitely no problem, but it is not certain whether the person who takes care of the children now is reliable. Watch it, you have to spit it like this, Wu Shi Bing Fang. At the seaside of July, Yamato spit out a Wu Shi Bing Fang towards the seaside, and the extremely cold air formed an ice bridge on the sea. She was trying to teach Miaona and Wolf to use their abilities. Although Yamato rarely uses his brain, no one has ever questioned his fighting talent, and the title of the third person of the 100 Beasts has long been firmly in his hands. Teaching seems to have become a kind of inheritance within the 100 Beasts. Before, she was always on the road of being taught, and Kaido always made her feel the feeling of being on the verge of death. Now she has also begun to teach others, but she did not use Kaido's way, but used the way she thought was reasonable. The power of the mutant Qrem allowed her to control ice far beyond her in the original timeline. 2 target-like objects appeared at the end of the ice bridge. Come on, aim at that target, gather energy in your mouth, and then spit it out with all your strength. It's that simple. Under her lead, a ball of sparks exploded on the target, and there were a few lightning bolts in the explosion. This was Wolf's special lightning ball, which combined the lightning power inherited from his father with the flame of Cat of Fire, and finally completed his unique moves. Miaona, who was next to him, was flying 1,000 universe wrist made of leaves in her hand, and finally flew out like a dart. It was a magic leaf affected by the power of Waveguide, which was more mysterious in the details of manipulation. Sister Yamato, did you really train like this when you were 9? Yes, was your training so simple at that time? In fact, Miaona and Wolf took the initiative to find him, because they heard that when Yamato was this age, he could not find an opponent among his peers. There is definitely a difference, but this level is enough for you. Believe me, you won't like my training method. Using the Conqueror's color shock as an alarm clock, Yamato has to face attacks from nowhere every day. When he thinks of what happened to him more than a decade ago, he feels lucky to be alive today. Shaking his head violently, Yamato seemed to think of something very scary, and then changed the subject. That's about it. By the way, my godfather has a new God's Grace ceremony today. Let's go and see the excitement. After each God's Grace ceremony, people who have newly gained abilities usually fight. This is what Yamato calls excitement. The beasts as a whole are martial. Kaido is a war maniac. Under his influence, many descendants of members of the group also advocate force. The big sign is out of reach for them, but ordinary codders can still work hard. When Yamato brought Miaona and Wolf to Onigashima, the empowerment session had ended. A new round of battle had begun amid the shouts of the onlookers. All around were ordinary hand-to-hand combats, honey badgers, tigers, cobras, antelopes, and several people with artificial fruit abilities were fighting. This was a new round of internal roles among the beasts. The Roll Kings who successfully rolled out, like Harper and Rory at the beginning, all gained their own abilities, but their battles were far less exciting than the one in the middle, which was between 2 newly born divine graces. Dopen, a slightly vicissitudes-looking uncle, is also an early member of the beasts. He has risen again with the new round of involution and gained his own ability. Hippo Bliskra is a middle-aged man with triangular blonde hair and his name tattooed on his chest. Compared with Dopen, he looks much more energetic, with a leaf in the corner of his mouth. He has the ability of a domineering panda. Lie down. Dopen, who has transformed into a hippo, opened his mouth wide and bit Bliskra in front of him. That is the most powerful weapon of Hippo Beast. The huge mouth has an exaggerated bite force, and even a car will be bitten into broken copper and rotten iron. At the same time, the holes on his back are spewing out yellow sand, which, under the control of the power of Hippo Beast, has become a powerful sandstorm. This is also the specialty of Hippo Beast. They store a lot of yellow sand in their bodies, and can spray the sand stored in their bodies upward from the holes in their bodies to create a huge tornado for attack. After Hippoman became an ability, the release of this yellow sand became a special ability that consumed physical strength. Like the ordinary hippopotamus in the story, these guys don't look scary, but even the Dragon King Scorpion, known as the Demon of Sand, will retreat when facing Hippomon. As his opponent, Bliskra has not retreated yet, and his two arms are holding Dopen's mouth to fight him. Uncle, at such an old age, you should give way. The big mouth and teeth are Hippomon's weapons, while Tyrannosaurus relies on his fists. It is also a very wild Pokémon that is proud of its wrist strength. Hippomon can bite a car into broken copper and iron, and Tyrannosaurus can also smash it into pieces of scrap iron with his fists. Compared with Dopen, Bliskra's ability is not so fancy, but the power of the body also attracted cheers from the spectators below. The two fought evenly at the beginning, but as time passed, the field gradually became Dopen's home field. Although he is older than the other party and his physique is not as strong as the other party, he uses the field more and uses time to build his own home field. The yellow sand on the ground formed a special quicksand hell, which made Bliskra's legs stuck tightly in it, and finally lost this battle of ability display. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 866, Species Invasion and Biological Control in Wano Country. Damn it, real men should fight hard. What's the point of playing with sand? Bliskra, who crawled out of the quicksand, felt a little frustrated. His brute force was finally not able to play, and this feeling of failure made him very unhappy. You young people are too irritable. How can you waste your own abilities? No matter whether you feel frustrated or not, you lose. The enemy will not choose a fair duel. Bliskra just complained a few words and then left here with Dopen. However, Bliskra planned to take a bath first. The yellow sand all over his body made him very uncomfortable. They were not at the point where they could decide the winner in a few days and nights, and Dopen took advantage of the convenience of Hippomon's ability, which led to the end of his battle with Bliskra even faster. The battles of the artificial fruit ability users around were still going on. While Meowna and Wolf were watching the fun, Yamato came to Arceus. Godfather, are there only 2 gods this time? There are not many missions recently, so the number is also smaller. What's the matter? No, but Godfather, Father probably won't be back for a while, right? Who knows? You know, it's normal for Kaido to disappear every day. Who knows who he's going to fight again? What do you want to do now? Nothing else, just asking. If there's nothing else, I'll go catch ants. It just so happens that the 2 little guys there have been trained almost, so I'll take them to have fun. Wolf's ability should be quite suitable for this. Wait, catch ants? Listening to Yamato's plan, Arceus was rarely confused. This was not more than a decade ago, and Meowna and Wolf were not 3 or 4 years old. They shouldn't be interested in this thing anyway. And even catching ants requires using abilities. What kind of ants are these? Ah, Godfather, don't you know? It seems that some ants were brought in from the outside cargo before. Those ants will eat the houses, and the people in July hate them very much. Termites? Didn't Wano Country have these before? The houses in Wano Country are mostly wooden structures. Termites have always been a headache, but cleaning termites shouldn't be so troublesome. It's bigger than them, and the shells of those ants are very hard, and the number has been increasing recently. Listening to Yamato's description, Arceus thought this was a phenomenon of biological invasion. Alien species have no natural enemies, and they reproduce wantonly in a comfortable environment, eventually destroying the original ecological level. This world has many islands, and countless islands are isolated from the world. Such islands will naturally derive their own unique ecological environment. The dinosaurs on the ancient island and the giant beasts on the Beast Island are all creatures left after natural selection. When an alien species invades here, the original natural regulation force is easy to lose its effect. The people of Wano Country didn't take this matter seriously. No one reported it, and the people below didn't care about a few ordinary ants. Although those ants were more troublesome than the local ants, they were not the kind of marching ants. If Yamato hadn't mentioned it, Arceus would not have paid attention to this matter. Godfather, do you want to catch ants too? No, forget it, you go and play with them, I'll arrange someone to deal with this matter. Yamato didn't delve into this matter. In her opinion, ants were not a big trouble. As insects, they were almost everywhere, and countless people had done all kinds of strange things to ant nests when they were young. Arceus just wanted to prevent this thing from really becoming a disaster, and planned to control them. The environment of Wano Country had been improved several times before, and the extremely large ocean currents outside were one of them. Due to those ocean currents, the corals outside Wano Country grew rapidly, and finally the Good and Bad Star Prevention Project was launched. There is no similar current in Wano country, but as the place where Arceus stays most often, coupled with the influence of the power spreading on Fujiyama, the environment here is suitable for almost any creature to survive. Not to mention the highly adaptable insects. A few days later, in the green onion field of Kuri, several onion ducks were hitting the ground with their green onions. This was an ant nest. Those ants not only damaged the structure of the house, but also harmed some agriculture. The green onions of the onion ducks were one of the victims. Their green onions often need to be replaced. The green onion field here is another lifeline for them. Facing these ants that harmed the green onions, they acted mercilessly and waved the green onion killed the ants below. Originally, ants were also in the diet of the onion duck, but these ants tasted bad. For the onion duck, it felt like eating rust and could not swallow them at all. At this time, a creature similar to the anteater emerged from the onion field next to it. After a brief conversation, the onion duck gave way and handed the place over to the anteater. That was not an ordinary anteater, but a member of the same Pokémon, the melting ant. After a simple investigation, the source of these ants has been figured out. When the beasts were transporting fragile materials outside, the straw and soil used as fillers were mixed with ants from the outer island. This kind of ant lives on an island with a lot of metal minerals. During the long evolution, their bodies have also been affected in a similar way, and there is a special acid in their bodies that can corrode metal. They have many natural enemies on that island, but when they arrived in Wano country, the creatures here have no interest in these unpalatable ants. In order to prevent them from flooding in Wano country, Arceus created some melting ant. Professional things need professional Pokémon to do. When it comes to dealing with ants, Ant Blast is obviously much better than Farfetch. As a fire Pokémon, they can burn high-temperature flames on their tongues. In the Unova region, they usually hunt iron ants. Those iron ants wrapped in metal shells can't do anything to Ant Blast, let alone these ants. Ant Blast looks very similar to anteaters, but with orange-red patterns and a tubular part connected to the tail on the abdomen. The pores on the tail inhale a breath, and the temperature of the flame on the tongue increases accordingly. The real tongue of fire penetrates deep into the ant nest, and a large number of ants are scorched and turned into their food. The tastes of different Pokémon are completely different. Food that is difficult to swallow for Farfetch is delicious for Ant Blast. The sharp claws dig up the soil outside the ant nest. Ant Blast enjoys its own deliciousness and leaves here after a while to find the location of the next ant nest. These ants were not very strong creatures. After they had natural enemies, they were quickly contained to a number range that would not affect the environment. White Pigeon. Chapter 867, Escape Test Subject, Giant Battleship San Juan Wolf. Several melting ants formed a new biological balance with these invading ants, and outside the Wano country, the good and bad stars were also cleaning up the newly grown corals under the leadership of the super bad stars. Some beautiful corals would be left behind by them as special ornaments. In this sea that breeds giant sea kings, the number of coral reefs is also countless, so coral products rarely sell for high prices. It is no different from ordinary handicrafts. When the good and bad stars were attached to the rock formation, a whale swam over from the distant current. On its back, Manaphy was leisurely basking in the sun. Among many fantasy beasts and Pokémon, Manaphy's overseas assignment time is also relatively long. Zeraora relied on his speed to act as a firefighter. Although he was on Ghost Island on weekdays, he could quickly reach his destination when needed. Darkrai traveled around, and many Genesects were stationed on different islands. Diancie and Shemi basically stayed at home and rarely went out. Manaphy was stationed at the mining company for a long time. This time he came back to play on vacation. He could choose to swim by himself or take a boat back, but in the end he still chose this most comfortable way. Okay, big guy, you stay in this sea area, don't run around, and you guys, don't bully it. Whales are considered the tyrants of the ocean in other worlds. Their huge bodies make them rarely encounter opponents, but it is different in the dangerous new world. The threat of sea beasts and sea kings is much greater than that of a whale. So Manaphy told it not to run around and made his request to the nearby Gyarados. As for why he wanted to ride a whale back, it was just because the whale's back was more comfortable. Accompanied by the sound of whales, Manaphy passed the waterfall by himself and returned to Wano country. My lord, long time no see, this is the gift I brought. A bunch of strange grapes was taken out by Manaphy. Although he was in charge of a mining company, he also worked part-time as a deep-sea salvage worker. In this era of great pirates, in addition to countless new pirates going out to sea every day, countless ships sank into the sea. The treasure left on the ship is also one of their targets, and this devil fruit that looks like grapes is one of them. Although devil fruits are unpalatable, they have a characteristic that they will not rot and will not attract mosquitoes. Otherwise, there may be countless flies that have eaten the human fruit in this world. Their unpalatability is a conceptual unpalatability. No matter what kind of creature, for them, devil fruits will be the most unpalatable thing, even flies are no exception. Have you finished dealing with the things on Fishman Island? All done. No new mines have been found recently, and Tesoro has decided to give the mining company a year-end holiday. I came back if there was nothing to do. Then take a good rest. Let Diancie take you around. There have been great changes here. But at this time, there was a real problem in the waters of the new Fishman Island. They encountered an attacker who should never appear here. In front of the fishman was a giant with an extremely exaggerated body. Even if part of his body was underwater, the exposed part was still as big as a hill. At this time, he was approaching the new Fishman Island little by little. With this guy's size, he would definitely cause irreversible damage to the new Fishman Island. The fishman attacked him underwater. Body, but the size difference between them was too big. Even in the water, the fishman could not cause effective damage to him, but he could cause considerable trouble to the fishman with just a wave of his hand. Attack! Don't let this guy get close. Damn, how can there be such a big giant? How did he get close? Are the people outside blind? How could they let this thing get close to this position? The new fishman has its own guard post outside to prevent enemy invasion. On weekdays, even ordinary small boats can't escape their surveillance, but today this giant came quietly. And just now he directly attacked the transport ship of the Fishman Island. If it weren't for the fishman on the ship, running fast in the sea, I'm afraid he would be eaten by this guy along with the goods on the ship. At this time, he was drooling at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were dull as he moved forward. They didn't dare to let such a guy get close to the Fishman Island. Who is this guy? Judging from his clothes, he should be a prisoner. Haven't you heard of such a person before? No matter who he is, what we need to do now is to stop him. Brother Jinbei, you are finally here. Seeing Jinbei appear, the panicked fishmen were relieved. They temporarily found their backbone. Along with Jinbei, the desert dragonfly squad also appeared. Now those desert dragonflies are bombarding the giant below from high altitude. However, the attack effect is not obvious. The defense of this giant is extraordinary. Coupled with the size difference, the attack of the desert dragonfly is almost like firecrackers. Although Pokemon has the ability to Gigantamax, these desert dragonflies cannot Gigantamax, so they can only try to stop them in their own way. Brother Jinbei, what should we do? If this continues, he will be close to the new Fishman Island in 3 minutes at most. What else can we do? We have to stop him at the cost of our lives. The people on the island can't move so quickly. I have contacted for support, and they should be here soon. Jinbei didn't know where this giant came from, and the root of all this was that this giant was a serious criminal who the world government wanted to erase traces of, San Juan Wolf. The height of an adult giant is generally more than 12 meters, but San Juan Wolf is as high as 180 meters, so he is nicknamed the Giant Battleship. Just him alone can cause destructive power comparable to a giant fleet. He was originally one of the legendary criminals imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down, and was sentenced to life imprisonment by the world government. Because his crimes were too brutal, he even had to be erased from history. The reason why he was outside was because the world government wanted to conduct some special experiments, so he was taken out of Impel Down. They thought that the failure of some experiments was due to the lack of strength of the experimental subjects, so they wanted to use San Juan Wolf to make some attempts. But he ran away accidentally. Originally, such a thing should have been warned immediately and sent people to recapture him, but for the sake of their own dignity and to avoid unnecessary panic, the world government did not make this matter public. Except for a few people, others did not know that San Juan Wolf had successfully escaped, let alone other information about this person. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 868, The Harm of the Super Large Giant. The impact of body size is very huge. To this day, Elbaf is still recognized as the world's #1 power. Except for the strength of the unknown Giant King and a few strong men, the strongest of the giants is actually the average combat power. Although most of the giants who appeared were defeated, they were defeated by the strong among ordinary humans. There are not many people who can reach this level. In the more basic combat power, ordinary giant soldiers can easily deal with hundreds of ordinary human soldiers. The world's #1 power is not only based on individual strength, but also on the overall strength of the country. San Juan Wolf's size is extremely rare among the giants. Whether it is Ounce, an ancient giant, or Watatsumi, a giant fishman, they are far from the size of Wolf. Ah, a fish is biting my feet. Why are these bees stinging me? It's so annoying. San Juan Wolf muttered to himself, and then looked up at the sky. He could withstand the damage of the desert dragonflies, but it didn't mean he wouldn't feel pain. At this time, he was waving his arms to drive away the desert dragonflies, and sometimes he would bend down to grab a handful of mud and sand from the seabed and throw it into the air. There are no fancy moves, but the strange power brought by this size is uncomfortable for the desert dragonfly even if it is an ordinary stone. The desert dragonfly that held the barrier took the shotgun thrown by the wolf, but was forced to fly back a long distance by the impact. I'm so hungry. There should be a lot of food on that island. Big fish. The wolf suddenly felt his foot tripped by something, and it was very painful. He didn't care about the small fish and shrimp biting his feet, but it was different for big fish. Not only because the bites of these big fish were more painful, but also because these big fish could make him full. Although he didn't want to eat fish now, it was not impossible to use them to fill his stomach. I saw San Juan Wolf kicking his legs vigorously, and a small sea king was kicked out by him. This is a sea king tamed by Manafi. Most sea kings will just give Manafi a face and make room for him. But there are always some special individuals who are easier to get along with, and they became the individuals tamed by Manafi. Facing this super giant, Jinbei naturally found some relatively large helpers. However, large sea kings of hundreds of meters are not included. Otherwise, if you want, it won't be that troublesome to stop the wolf. What a big fish, hey! You guys are so annoying. Looking at the sea king, San Juan Wolf was about to take action, but suddenly two arms stretched out from the water and hugged San Juan Wolf. As the wolf struggled, a fishman who was holding his thigh with all his strength also revealed his figure. It was Watatsumi who followed Vanderdecken 9. Watatsumi was huge, but kind-hearted. After Vanderdecken 9 and Hody Jones were liquidated, he stayed in the mining company. As the biggest guy on Fishman Island, he was naturally brought here, otherwise Jinbei would not have taken so long to get here. At this time, he was also working hard to protect his home. It was his power that just restricted San Juan Wolf. Get out of here, I'm going to the island, I've had enough fish. Don't even think about it, I won't let you go, Boss Jinbei said that you can't be allowed to go to the island. This is another characteristic of Minatsumi, loyalty, his mind is more like a child, he always listens to people who are good to him. To be a vicious criminal that the world government wants to wipe out, San Juan Wolf is naturally not a good guy, and his huge fist hits Minatsumi's head, and the huge fist hits Minatsumi's eyes, and then he is kicked out by Wolf. But he didn't run away, but started to breathe heavily, and his body size continued to expand. He is a puffer fish man, with the ability to absorb gas and water to expand rapidly. Although it has no practical effect, it can greatly deter the opponent visually. You're here. Puff. Without saying a few words, Watatsumi reached out to cover his mouth, because talking would make him lose air, and once he lost air, he would not be able to maintain his expanded body shape. The enlarged Watatsumi attracted the attention of San Juan Wolf, and at this time, in the sea area next to him, Jinbei took action. Fishman Karate Secret Taikuruken. A ball of water turned into a powerful water wave in Jinbei's hand, and the powerful impact even penetrated San Juan Wolf's huge body. He did not make a move before, just looking for an opportunity to defeat the enemy with one blow. Taikuruken is one of the secrets of Fishman Karate. Although the powerful penetrating force penetrated San Juan Wolf's body, it did not achieve the expected effect. Damn it, didn't you just stop him this time? Jinbei knew that it was difficult to kill such a big giant directly, so his goal was to restrict the movement of the wolf. When he attacked just now, he aimed at the wolf's knee. Originally, Jinbei thought that if he pierced the opponent's knee, the wolf would fall because of losing balance. The attack was successful, but Jinbei seemed to underestimate the wolf's physical strength. Even if his knee was pierced by Wuleg Guan, he only staggered for a while, and did not fall. And after the attack, the experimental drug remaining in the wolf's body seemed to take effect again. The wolf's eyes turned red and began to attack the surrounding things indiscriminately. The huge body even set off a small tsunami in the wild dance. Even Jinbei wanted to keep his balance in such a current. It was a difficult thing. Princess Otohime, everyone has almost left. You should leave first. It's dangerous here. In the new Fishman Island, in order to prevent danger before it happens, they decided to evacuate the fishmen living here first. Even the big jaw ants left here through the escape passage with the help of bubble corals. But Otohime still directed the internal evacuation. No, I'll be the last one to leave. As long as I'm here, everyone won't panic, and we can leave in an orderly manner. The most feared thing about evacuation is chaos. Trampling incidents accompanied by chaos are more likely to cause casualties, and people who could have left will also die. Otohime can't change this situation, but she can find a way to reassure them. As a member of the royal family, she is still here, which is the biggest reassurance for the people. But Princess, don't worry, I can feel that someone has returned. What are you talking about? I mean, the hero of the Fishman tribe has also returned. Otohime already has an extremely powerful observation color, and Tiger has the ability of ultrasonic communication after obtaining the ability of Dolphin Man. With this ability, his observation color has also been greatly enhanced, and he has successfully established contact with Otohime. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 869, Heroes Appear, Official Personnel Who Clean Up the Floor. However, Otohime dared to stay here not because she knew that Tiger was on the way back, and she didn't know whether Tiger could deal with San Juan Wolf. Although Otohime is naive and too kind, her love for her people comes from the heart, and staying here to appease the people is also for the safety of the people. Not far from the outside of the new Fishman Island, San Juan Wolf began to slap the water randomly because his knee was pierced and the severe pain caused the residue of the experimental drug to increase further. It is not uncommon for the world government to use prisoners in impel down for experiments. Whether it is the research on bloodline factors or the research on human gigantism, this step is indispensable. Brother Jinbei, be careful. Under the concern of others, Jinbei dived into the seabed to avoid Wolf's attack. With Wolf's size, even if he was accidentally rubbed, he would probably be seriously injured. Even with the size of Watatsumi, Wolf's fist made him very painful. Tekuratsu's attack was effective, but Wolf did not give Jinbei another chance to attack. He also knew whose attack would hurt him more. This is also the characteristic of the giants. They have low defense, but thick blood. If you want to grind these behemoths to death bit by bit, you have to. It took quite a while. If this place wasn't close to the new Fishman Island, Jinbei could have spent time dealing with him slowly, but not now. He had to stop the wolf before it got close to the new Fishman Island. Although the wolf was furious now, it was a good thing for Jinbei, at least he had successfully attracted the other party's attention. Just as he was preparing for a new round of attacks, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared beside him. It was the blue tiger, and Tiger had entered the almighty form at this time. There was a red heart-shaped pattern formed by two fins on his chest, and the streamers formed by the water flow were placed on his shoulders like shoulder armor. Although the appearance changed a lot, Jinbei still recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Brother Tai. What are you doing? Ah, nothing, I just got a little strength. You just need to continue attacking that guy's legs. Leave the rest to me. Tiger's body was wrapped by the surrounding water flow, and then this water flow rushed out of the sea with Tiger like a sea tornado, and just hit the wolf's forehead. With the power of water jet, Tiger rushed to the front of the wolf quickly. Ah, a mere fly, how can you have such great strength? The water jet made San Juan Wolf feel the pain of being rubbed on the skull by an electric drill. A big hand slapped his forehead, but it finally hit nothing. Tiger had already nimbly arrived above him. Fishman Karate Secret Ghost Tile Roundhouse Kick. Tig's body rotated, and he hit San Juan Wolf's head directly. Tiger combed his forest-like hair into a middle part, and the huge force penetrated directly into the wolf's body through the bones. San Juan Wolf's body shook slightly, but he still did not fall down. While Tiger attacked the wolf, Jinbei also sent his own Muraihoken to the other leg of the wolf, and Watatsumi on the side also plucked up the courage and hit the wolf's abdomen with a headbutt. However, Watatsumi was a little dizzy after being hit, so the position of his impact was slightly lower. But it worked wonders. San Juan Wolf bent over in pain, his eyes wide open. Facing San Juan Wolf's neck, Tiger was wrapped in a special water flow, and used the wave rush as the final blow, hitting the wolf's neck. Even San Juan Wolf, known as a huge battleship, could not withstand a series of fierce attacks. Its huge body splashed water like a tsunami, and they finally knocked San Juan Wolf down before he reached the new Fishman Island. San Juan Wolf, who fell into the water, wanted to struggle, but Watatsumi pressed on him directly, and the nearby fishermen warriors also threw out spears with iron chains to control this huge giant underwater. Brother Tai, it's a good thing you came back quickly. You've become stronger. You guys helped a lot, especially Watatsumi. But let's talk about this later. The trouble doesn't seem to be over yet. Jinbei, don't call me brother for now. Some annoying guys are coming. Before, Tiger's attention was on San Juan Wolf and he didn't pay attention to the surroundings. But after they worked together to knock down the wolf, Tiger found several new auras. Jinbei, you deal with these guys. Tiger dived into the water directly, and several agents in suits appeared here in time. In many worlds, official personnel play the role of washing the ground, such as the members of the Metropolitan Police Department in the world of science who have always acted as the background board of the detective. The agents who appeared here at this time were the agents of the world government. They did not report the news of San Juan Wolf, but it did not mean that they gave up the news of San Juan Wolf and sent people to follow this guy. In order to prevent this guy from getting close to places he shouldn't be close to, they originally wanted to wait until the wolf's physical strength was exhausted before finding a chance to catch it back. Unexpectedly, the people from Fishman Island helped a lot. Jinbei, this guy is a prisoner of the world government. It's a good thing that you can catch him. Leave it to us next. These people in front of him knew Jinbei's identity as the 7 warlords of the sea, so there was no pressure in his heart when he commanded Jinbei. In their view, the 7 warlords of the sea were just dogs attached to the world government and were not worthy of their respect at all. They just wanted to take San Juan Wolf back. After all, there were still many secrets in his body. But they forgot one thing. While they didn't take Jinbei seriously, Jinbei didn't take them seriously either. Why should I listen to you? Who is this guy? You should give me an explanation, right? See Knight Jinbei, that's not something you should know. Helping the world government to arrest pirates is your duty. Jinbei's fist stopped an inch in front of him, scaring him so much that several drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You guys, don't be so self-righteous. Jinbei guy. This small conflict did not escalate, and the world government's P-team did not want to clash with Jinbei at sea, and Otohim, who arrived shortly afterwards, also resolved their conflict. In her opinion, it was okay to hand this guy over to the world government. After all, the world government was the current ruler of the sea. In view of Otohim's prestige, San Juan Wolf was handed over to those guys again, but they did not act immediately, but made a few phone calls. Soon after, Crane stationed at the Navy headquarters arrived here. White Pigeon. Chapter 870, They are all blue, who else could it be but Jinbei? You guys are really troublesome. After the warship arrived, silver-haired Crane walked down from the warship, looking at San Juan Wolf lying in the sea with only his nose exposed, with a slightly disgusted expression on his face. Crane was very disgusted with the fact that the world government pulled out such a dangerous guy for experimentation and let him escape. This was completely inconsistent with the pure justice she believed in. But she had no choice. As a navy of the same period as Sengoku and Garp, Crane now looked very old, at least compared to Sengoku and Garp. Her face was much more vicissitudes. But when she was young, she was also a military flower in the navy. The current situation is related to the fact that she has too many things to worry about. As a chief of staff of the Navy headquarters, she has a heavy burden on her shoulders. Lieutenant General Tsuru, please help me. Although this Agent P has an arrogant attitude towards the 7 warlords, she is very respectful to Tsuru. Although Tsuru now spends most of her time just sorting out documents and countermeasures from various parties, no one dares to underestimate this woman. The strength of the lieutenants of the headquarters varies greatly. Tsuru is undoubtedly the top one. There were not many lieutenants who could make Doflamingo avoid them like snakes and scorpions. Tsuru is one of them. Whether it is strength, qualifications, connections, or prestige, she is not comparable to these ordinary agents. Can't you find a way to make this guy cooperate? It's always troublesome like this. If he can cooperate, we won't be so troublesome, but you don't have to worry, Lieutenant General. According to the above, this guy will not be used for anything in the future, and you don't need to deal with him. Really, at such an old age, I still have to take care of these broken things. Following the pedal, Tsuru came to the side of San Juan Wolf, and then activated her ability to successfully wash him into clothes. She is the ability user of the superhuman type wash fruit. The crane can wash anything, whether it is a living animal or an inanimate object, by turning people and objects into clothes and washing them and drying them. The washed objects and people will lose their original shape and become like clothes that have just been dried. Even the soul will be temporarily washed clean, and the washed living body will lose its power and cannot move freely. San Juan Wolf is too big, so he will not cooperate with the Navy's actions, so some external forces are needed. The crane's ability can minimize the troubles in the escort process and can also stuff the uncooperative San Juan Wolf into a smaller space. After being washed by the crane's ability, San Juan Wolf turned into a creature like a flat piece of clothes. Then the soldiers on the ship skillfully rolled it up with the anchor's wheel, and finally folded it into a tofu block and stuffed it into the escort ship. This is how they got San Juan Wolf out. After all, ordinary people can't restrain this guy if he doesn't cooperate. His handcuffs are specially made, and it took a lot of effort to make the sea stone handcuffs. The location of the new Fishman Island is not far from Marineford, but there is the Red Earth continent in between. If they didn't want to cover up the scandal, they could have mobilized troops to deal with the evil wolf long ago. But if you want to quickly deal with the evil wolf, the most effective way is to dispatch the headquarters generals, but they all have their own tasks. A rash mobilization may expose the scandal. In the eyes of the world government, the value of the newly built island of the Fishmen is not great, so there is no support. It was not until Jinbei and Tiger dealt with the evil wolf that the cleansing personnel were sent. After Crane and others left, the world government's agents did not leave. Cleansing is not only to transport the evil wolf away, but also to deal with other issues, such as partial compensation for the attack. In most cases, the world government does not care about such things. Not to mention the non-member countries in the lawless land, even if they are member countries, they have to admit that they are unlucky if they are attacked by pirates. You want compensation? Sure, go find the pirate yourself, don't come to us. But the wolf is a criminal that the world government wants to eliminate. It's okay for ordinary people to say a few words, and it's not credible. But if Jinbei or the Ryugu kingdom said it as a Shishibukai or a member country, and Morgan's report that he was not afraid of trouble was released, the world government would be embarrassed. Rather than saying it was compensation, it was better to say it was hush money. This matter was not difficult. The decision-makers of the Dragon Kingdom were still Otohim and Neptune. At present, they needed to have a friendly relationship with the world government, even if it was just on the surface. This was something that Tiger and Jinbei also agreed on. Now these agents are more concerned about the strength of the Fishmen. The serious criminals are not simple. San Juan Wolf is also one of the strongest among this group of people, but it didn't take much time for the Fishmen to deal with him. Except for the assist of Watatsumi, they didn't see who else participated in the attack. In order not to be affected by the aftermath of the wolf's battle, they hid far away and only saw Jinbei. The 7 warlords of the sea were established to balance the increasing number of pirates. Although the 7 warlords of the sea have different personalities, and some of them even actively seek the position of the 7 warlords of the sea with special purposes, they all have terrifying strength. Even if they are not good enough, their subordinates have gathered a very large force. For these 7 warlords of the sea, although the world government does not care what they usually do, it must understand the specific strength of these people. Although they have joined the 7 warlords of the sea, these guys are still pirates, and they may stab themselves at any time. If there is a fishman stronger than Jinbei on Fishman Island, then this force must be treated again. By the way, that fishman is also blue, right? Yeah, what's wrong? It should be Jinbei. I haven't heard that there are other fishmen in the Sun Pirates with such strength. What a joke, how can you make a judgment so easily? At least you have to find out. Let's talk about it later. It is not easy for PS agents to investigate these minority races. They can pretend to be someone else, but they can't pretend to be the Fur Tribe or the Fishmen, unless they also have an Arceus behind them. And Fishman Island has always been a troublesome place in the eyes of the world government, and some people don't want to waste time there. Although some of the agents are not serious about their work, with the insistence of their teammates, they still did some investigation work, such as entering Fishman Island to find out some intelligence, but except Jinbei, they did not find out the information of the second blue powerful fishman. So they reported it according to the original speculation. And on Fishman Island, Jinbei also brought a new message to Tiger. Brother Tai, you guessed right, someone is trying to find out about you, but why do you think this way? Nothing, I just learned something there. White Dove. Chapter 871, as we all know, warships are a unit of measurement. In the past, Fishman Island never had any vigilance against outsiders, which is one of the reasons why a large number of people on Fishman Island were trafficked. In order to better manage Fishman Street, Tiger had proposed to update the household registration system of Fishman Island, and after this operation, let Jinbei send people to keep an eye on all new humans entering the island. This is not something Tiger could do in the past. And all of this is ultimately attributed to Quinn. Persecution delusion is sometimes contagious, but Tiger is not like Quinn, who feels that someone is going to stab him in the back all day long. This time he just wants to take precautions. Brother Tiger, Brother Jinbei, the banquet is ready, and everyone is waiting. At this time, Aladdin came over on behalf of the other members of the Sun Pirates. As pirates, they also inherited the tradition of holding banquets. Neptune and Otohim were still arguing with those people. Neither Tiger nor Jinbei had any intention of getting involved in that matter. This banquet was to celebrate Tiger's soaring strength, but the opening of the banquet was a bit strange. Tiger did not say any bold words like ordinary pirates, but just held the doctrine and nagging familiar topics to the members of the team. San Juan Wolf was finally stuffed back to the 6th floor of Impelton and lived a dark life. The test subject was stuffed back, which meant that the experiment on him was over. The operator of this experiment was not Vegapunk, but the experimental idea was summarized based on some of his previous research. Due to the failure of this experiment and some intelligence collected by the world government, a special commissioner came to Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk, I am a specialist representing the 5 elders. Please answer these questions truthfully. I am very busy. Don't you already know these things? Why are you asking again? This is what the higher UPS mean. I am just a small clerk. Please don't embarrass me. His attitude was very respectful, not only because Vegapunk's position in the world government was still very high at this time, and he had not yet reached the point where he would be wiped out. The man next to him who was sharpening an axe and Borsellino who was doing his nails were the source of his nervousness. Then hurry up. Then I'll start. As he spoke, the man turned on the video Den Mushi and began to record the situation, and took out the information of several people. Doctor, you should be familiar with these people, right? Vince Moke Judge, Caesar Courant, Quinn, and Buckingham Stussy. They are all members of the DS research team and your former colleagues. Didn't you know this kind of thing a long time ago? Do you want me to explain my gender and name again? Listening to the agent's question, Vegapunk did not respond directly. He didn't want to waste time on such a question that he knew the answer to. He directly picked up something like a laptop in front of them and started calculating new data. This is the process, but you probably don't know much about them now, so I still have to repeat it. Ladies first, let's start with Buckingham Stussy. This is her so-called son, Edward Weeble. I won't say much about what he did and what abilities he has, and this is the simplest one among these 4 people. Then he brought several other documents to Vegapunk one by one. This is Quinn. You must have heard his name a lot recently. He has been very active in recent years. In addition to this bounty, things related to him include but are not limited to further research on bloodline factors, various codders who can use Kaido's abilities, war robots, devil fruit animation, and war monsters. There are a lot of details, so I won't list them one by one. And this is your former colleague who escaped from prison not long ago, Caesar Kulang. Do you have anything to say about the devil fruit he made? When it comes to the so-called artificial devil fruit, Vegapunk is interested. Oh, you mean the kind of failed products? If you want those weird things, I can make a large batch for you at any time. What, you are interested in this again? Doctor, please don't play dumb. There are also perfect products in there. You should have seen it. Perfect products? In fact, there are still some flaws, but the so-called perfect products do have something. It's like someone used glue to force a bunch of fragments back together. So what is your focus? Don't be impatient, Doctor, there is one last point. First of all, according to the records you left before, our experiment failed. Oh, that, didn't I tell you long ago that those things are dangerous goods that failed, so you should be careful. Yes, but please take a look at this is the latest battle video of Germa. After the failed collision with Quinn, Judge fled in a hurry and started new research, and Germa continued to do his original work. In this video, his children have undergone huge changes. During the battle, they all carried a large box on their backs, and during the battle, those boxes turned into mechas, and the appearance was still imitating the ability of animal-type people. Vinsmoke Judge has been researching this so-called mecha for a long time, and most of the funds have been used to acquire the divine gold. Only recently has this experimental model been produced. According to intelligence analysis, their cost is comparable to 2 warships. Doctor, the 5 elders have a question. Why do these DS members have such brilliant achievements after leaving this group? And you, who are 500 years ahead of the world in technology, can't do similar things? Except for those imitation flying dragons, you haven't produced anything the government needs. Some people's patience has almost worn out. Vegapunk's research consumes a huge amount of funds every day. Now Vegapunk lacks effective results, while his colleagues are doing well, so this investigation commissioner came into being. At this time, Vegapunk also understood that some things were not easy to fool around, so he took him to another laboratory and saw a skeleton-like body. The pacifist you want has a personnel identification system on his head, which can distinguish pirates from colleagues, and the laser cannon studied based on the bloodline factor of Admiral Kizaru has also been equipped. The specific appearance comes from the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. The cost is only 1 warship, and it can be mass-produced. As for the other things, it will take time. If you are not satisfied with this, then I can't do anything. White Dove. Chapter 872, The Prelude of the Era, Kaido's Logic. As for your previous question, maybe they are all geniuses, but this environment makes people not want to struggle and can't get motivated at all. Vegapunk just replied very calmly to the suggestions made by the agent against Vegapunk's former colleagues, and didn't take it seriously. Similarly, the people sent by the world government did not delve into it because his goal had been achieved. Their intelligence department analyzed before that Vegapunk had something in his hand, but he had never taken it out. The main purpose of mentioning Judge was to make Vegapunk feel a little urgent. The world government uses the entire world as funds, and Vegapunk has a flow of funds that others cannot match, but he can't produce suitable results. This is not right no matter how you look at it. Originally, they thought that Vegapunk was the most honest in DS, but now it seems that he is also a veteran who is good at slacking off and cheating for funds. If he is not oppressed, he can really slack off. Looking at the former members of DS, the most conscientious one now is actually Quinn. Judge is his own boss and uses his own funds. Caesar is also a slacker, and he is ridiculously bold. He is cheating the funds of the 4 emperors and living freely. Bacon has no projects now, and Vegapunk's goal is also to use government funds to study his own hobbies. Only Quinn is different. If he learns from these former colleagues, he will communicate with the mace. Quinn's treatment has been fully extended, his hobbies are mostly satisfied, and he even has Shemi as a partner. In this case, if he slacks off and cheats for funds, he will really see the gate of hell in advance. At this point, the pacifist has entered the mass production stage, and the price of a warship is still within an acceptable range. Moreover, according to the test of the power of the test machine by the special commissioner, he believed that this pacifist was enough to deal with most pirates and could add a lot of core combat power to the grassroots navy. Time was still passing, but a big news came out from the peaceful Osaka, a hunting order from Whitebeard. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach violated the only iron rule of the Whitebeard pirates not to kill companions. For the dark fruit, he finally showed his fangs that had been hidden for many years, killed Thatch who obtained the fruit, and began his own escape. Now Whitebeard is not to the point of having a bottle inserted all over his body for infusion. Although he is old, he is still strong with the conditioning of medicine. He immediately issued a hunting order for Blackbeard on the sea. This news shocked many people on the sea. Before this, no one thought that there would be a member of the Whitebeard pirates to touch this taboo of Whitebeard. This news caused a lot of shock even in the beasts, and Yamato was vigilant, because she was now facing Kaido. She held Jiun 7.0 tightly in both hands. Jiun 7.0, who had fought for the last 6 generations, did not experience the pain of death in the 2nd generation. He persisted until today and has become Yamato's most convenient weapon. Father, what do you want to tell me? Hehe, don't be so nervous. I just want to reason with you, my silly daughter. Stop it. I don't believe it. My godfather is not here now. You just want me to relax my vigilance, and then hit me with a stick, and finally mock me, saying that I am still too weak. I won't be fooled again. This is not the first time you have done this. A person will not fail in one thing 5 times anyway, I don't believe you. After briefly recalling her past experiences, she found that she seemed to have been deceived by Kaido more than once. Anyway, she didn't plan to relax her vigilance this time. She said that she directly entered the form, showing her importance to Kaido. Tisk. You just snorted, didn't you? You must have a conspiracy. Kaido seemed to find that his daughter was not easy to fool, and was a little unhappy, but he still threw the latest newspaper to Yamato. New news about that old guy Newgate. His son killed his other son. He must be mad. No, with his character, he should be sad and angry. When I was on the same ship with him, this guy was different. He was not interested in wealth and reputation, but wanted the so-called family. But Yamato, do you know why Newgate is like this? Why? Because his so-called son is too weak. Hearing this, Yamato shuddered all over. Every time Kaido said someone was too weak, she might be unlucky. Fortunately, Kaido did not take action directly this time, but picked up the wine gourd and drank again. That old guy, as long as they are willing to call him daddy, most people will join him directly, and no matter who they are, as long as they call him daddy, they will be protected by him. How can he not get into trouble? If his son is strong enough and others can't kill him, wouldn't there be so many troubles? In Kaido's view, most things can be described in one sentence: in the end, lack of strength. In his view, as long as you are strong enough, there is nothing that can't be solved. Kaido has been talking about his own set of great principles for a long time, but Yamato still feels something is wrong. As a smell of alcohol reaches her nose, she finally understands what the problem is. This doesn't seem to be the usual strong liquor, but the product of that accident. Wait, father, what are you drinking? Oh? It's just eggnog. Today I want to teach you another thing. In the case of a gap in strength, even if you discover the enemy's conspiracy, it will be useless. Compared with conspiracy, the most terrifying thing is the conspiracy. Mountain collapse gossip. Yamato didn't fall for it this time, and Kaido was quite satisfied with it. This is also a part of growth. But this does not mean that he will stop. Although Yamato did not relax his vigilance, he can still attack head-on. With Yamato fully prepared, Kaido's fierce attack still suppressed Yamato. Boom! 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 As the two collided, bursts of loud noises came one after another. The pirates of Onigashima knew that their governor and their eldest daughter had started their daily sparring again. No one took it seriously and continued to do what they had to do. Only Page 1, who was fishing, was very worried. The fish was about to bite the hook, but it ran away. It was not just the fish that ran away, but also Blackbeard. Whitebeard did not block him in the New World and forced him to pass through Fishman Island, and even injured several guards of Fishman Island. In this regard, Whitebeard did not want to chase, but he could not chase. The confrontation in the New World was more intense than before. If he left the New World to chase Blackbeard, the other pirates who were eyeing his territory would not show mercy and would definitely stab him from behind. White Dove. Chapter 873, Thousand-Year Covenant. Stop it, Ace. Calm down. Dad said, this is a special case. No need to chase Teach. On the Moby Dick, members of the Whitebeard pirates tried to dissuade Ace, but it was useless. Let me go. That guy is my subordinate. If I ignore him, how will the dead Thatch rest in peace? Blackbeard has been hiding himself and mingling in the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, who succeeded the captain of the 2nd Division, has a very good relationship with Thatch of the 4th Division. He simply cannot accept that Blackbeard killed Thatch. Ace, forget it. Just this time, I have a bad feeling. That guy's ambition will not keep running away. He will come back sooner or later, and then we can naturally deal with him. That guy killed his companions and ran away. He has been taken care of by you for decades, but you have lost face. Your reputation has been damaged, Dad. How can you sit back and do nothing? I'm going to settle accounts with him. Ace went on the road of hunting down Blackbeard regardless of the obstruction. Violating Whitebeard's iron rule was a slap in the face of Whitebeard, and letting him escape from the New World smoothly was another backhand slap. Ace got the recognition from Whitebeard, and he could not tolerate such a thing happening. In the end, he sat on his own special boat and went on the road of hunting down Blackbeard. In fact, there was another group of people, or dragons, who were also preparing for action. On Ghost Island, the Millennium Dragon tribe gathered together again. The day of the Millennium Dragon's return once every 1,000 years is approaching, and they are about to embark on the journey back to their homeland. Previously, the Millennium Dragon's reconnaissance team was scattered to various territories of the beasts, and they worked in groups of 3 or 5 with other pirates to perform their own tasks, but now, they have all returned to Ghost Island. As the last Millennium Dragon returning from Zo removed the appearance of the ancestral bird and landed, the Millennium Dragon tribe has also gathered. Farron, who ate the primitive man fruit, also turned into a dragon man and landed on the ground. This was the original agreement. The beasts provided them with a safe gathering place. They served as members of the beasts' air cavalry, and on the day when the Millennium Dragons around the world gathered again, they would inquire about the information about the stone tablet and the historical text from other partners. Led by the chief, the Millennium Dragon began to eat, saving up energy for future travels. Lun entered the building of Inagashima alone. He wanted to tell the people of Beishao that they were leaving. This was something that had been agreed upon long ago. It was just a daily notification, but Yamato, who felt that Inagashima had become more dangerous, planned to take this opportunity to leave together. She found that Kaido had changed, and explained what was an open conspiracy in an alternative way. In the past, when he took action, he would make up a reason. Although most of the time he was too weak, he still had to do the face-saving work. Now it is different. Yamato's ability to resist is getting stronger and stronger, and Kaido is getting more and more excited. He simply showed his cards directly. I just want to fight with you. If you can't beat me, then you will be unlucky. Inagashima is not a place to stay for a long time. She decided to take advantage of the temporary end of Kaido's madness and leave here as soon as possible. Farron, wait, where exactly are you gathering? According to you humans, it's in the Blue Sea of the East. Once we get there, we, the Millennium Dragons, will naturally know exactly where it is. Over the course of 1,000 years, the world has changed dramatically. The location of their Dragon Island can be said to be in a special place every year. Only the Millennium Dragons, relying on the breath inherited in their blood, can successfully find the location of the Dragon Island. Dongfanglan, Donghai, isn't it too early for you to leave now? Our route is very special, and there are other things to do along the way, so we will take a detour and delay some time. It's just right to leave now. Great. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, do you mind if I go with you? That kind of thing doesn't matter, but the journey will be boring. For you humans, there are no surprises along the way. The gathering place of the Millennium Dragon is a secret, but it only appears once every 1,000 years. Every time, there will be some people who have a predestined relationship with the Millennium Dragon by chance and have the opportunity to see the whole picture of Dragon Island. Those are the people who have been recognized by the Millennium Dragon. Some old Millennium Dragons will even take the initiative to find trustworthy people to help them return to Dragon Island. This group of Millennium Dragons has joined the 100 Beasts for a long time, and Yamato's request is not excessive. It's okay, it's better to delay a little longer. If she wants to leave Inagashima, she can do so at any time. She is very free now, but on the other hand, she feels that she is already an adult and can't just go out and run around for the purpose of playing. So she has been looking for a legitimate reason, and Millennium Dragon happened to bring the reason to her. The purpose of the meeting with Millennium Dragon was to help Arceus find out the information about the stone tablet, so rounding it off, she left with Millennium Dragon this time, and she was also helping Arceus find the stone tablet, which is much more reasonable. We still need a few days to prepare, and we will notify you when the time comes, but remember to stock up on the things you need. The interval between our rest is for you humans. No, it shouldn't be a big deal for you. Farron and his men flew. If they took a boat, they would definitely not be able to keep up with their speed. They could only sit on their backs and go together, but the monster physique of Yamato and other flying Pokemon of the beast made him react, and he was a little worried. Even without the help of other Pokemon, the endurance of the young lady in front of him is incomparable to ordinary creatures. A few days later, the group of Millennium Dragons took off on time, forming a long dragon in the clouds and flying towards the island in the bloodline. However, next to them, there was also a steel-armored crow and a flying shark. In addition to Yamato who wanted to join in the fun, she also abducted several other people who couldn't stand the loneliness, such as Ultai and Peggy 1. Ziope, are you really not going to fly by yourself? Ah, no, Sister Yamato, it's fine for me to fly outside. Peggy 1 rejected Yamato's invitation in the car and chose to fly alone. On the one hand, he was enjoying the fun of flying, and on the other hand, Ultai was next to Yamato, and he thought it was better to stay quiet outside. After so many years, Yamato has become one of the few people who can suppress Ultai in all aspects. As a person who inherited the stubborn skills of the beasts, few people can convince her. But Yamato's character perfectly checks and balances Ultai, and can make her sit aside honestly. Arceus Pirate Journey. White Dove. Chapter 874, Kaido's cub seems to be very reasonable to do such a thing. The premise of bickering is that the other party has to talk back. Facing Yamato, who treats her as a friend with a smile no matter what she says, Ultai has given up arguing with her. She is convinced that Yamato is full of thoughts about how to beat Kaido and then be independent. When she is so stubborn, even Arceus may not be able to change her mind. Xiao Pei, why are you flying so far? Ah! The wind is too strong. What did you say, sister? I can't hear clearly. Although he said that he couldn't hear clearly, Peggy 1 secretly adjusted his flight direction. It can be seen that he is farther away from the Steel Armor Raven taxi. It's just that some things can't be avoided at all. There is a prominent slogan in the cabin of the Steel Armor Raven taxi: do not open the door at high altitude, although as long as you have a little brain, you know that opening the door at high altitude is a very dangerous thing. But every system has its reasons, and even bloody lessons have happened. For the sake of its own credibility, the beasts added a warning word in the car in the later period. Of course, Ultai and Yamato are strong enough to ignore this sentence. Hey, I'm going to open the door, you better watch your Pokemon. In addition to the two of them, there is also a happy egg and a milk tank in the car. Among those Pokemon, there are also some who like to go out, so they follow Yamato. They came out together, looking like they were on a sightseeing trip. And that was exactly the case. As long as they didn't run into Garp, who was going home to visit his family, they could walk around the East China Sea without any danger. Dur-chan, what are you going to do? Don't call me that, I'm getting goosebumps. Anyway, just keep an eye on them. Seeing that Yamato had fastened their seat belts, Ultai had no more worries and opened the door and jumped out, playing a free fall in midair, and Page 1 also felt a sinking sensation on her back. During the free fall, she used the moon step to achieve a short distance displacement and landed smoothly on Page 1's back. Okay, Xiao Pei, now we can fly together. After the initial excitement ended, the trip in the sky became boring. Facing Ultai's approach, Page 1 took the initiative to return to the cabin after flying for a while. Together with Milky Tank and Happiny, they also put together a flying chess table. In order to increase the number of people, even Rotom was pulled out, and they also showed the chat content of the group of young senior codders of the beasts in the process. Why do I feel Jack's schedule is more fulfilling than ours? The members of the group updated their status from time to time. Maria's status was basically about Wano country. After following Yamato's post to join in the fun, they basically saw blue sky and white clouds. Every few days, these Millennium Dragons will stop at some special small sky islands, and continue to move forward after a short rest. The newly born Millennium Dragons in these tribes have never walked this road before. They just flew silently under the guidance of their ancestors. Only in very rare cases will they replenish supplies on islands close to the ground. This resulted in Yamato and her updates being unoriginal, but Peggy 1 updated the picture of her catching skyfish, while Jack's life was much more fulfilling. Fighting, 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 almost always walking on the road near the ship. It's almost there. We've been out for a long time. We'll soon reach the East China Sea. We should be able to encounter many interesting things. But, Farron, is your route really okay? This is the route my father guided. I don't know. He said that 2,000 years ago, before I was born, my grandfather led the way this way. You remember it very clearly. Listening to the ridiculously long timeline, Yamato was a little surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. This is also a special day for us Millennium Dragons. Returning will bring new life, but also separation. There are no Millennium Dragons in our tribe, but other tribes there should be many Millennium Dragons who have passed away. It is not only the place of birth, but also the final destination of most Millennium Dragons. After a while, the day when Dragon Island appeared was much closer. Farron's Millennium Dragon tribe had been flying along the Grand Route during this period of time. After a long circle, they turned around. It was at this time that they encountered a new situation. Sister Yamato, look down there, those people seem to be being chased by something. Following the direction of Page 1's finger, a row of dense black shadows appeared in their sight. After zooming in through the telescope, it was actually a fleet, and the pirate flag was fluttering in the wind. We are almost in the East China Sea, and there is actually such a large-scale pirate fleet. But the one behind Iso is that? I must have seen him in the intelligence, but I can't remember it. Yamato's attention quickly focused on the back, where a small boat like a coffin was drifting with the waves, and the fleet in front was being chased by him alone. 3. The 7 Warlords of the Sea, Hawkeye Joracole my hawk, can't you remember such a recognizable guy? I remember. It's not that I didn't remember it for a while, who made that guy's name so long? During the quarrel, Steel Crow dodged to the side, and the clouds next to it were also shaken away by an invisible impact. At the same time, a crack appeared on the sea below, and a pirate ship was split in two. It was the aftermath of Hawkeye's sword swing that affected the clouds. This was nothing, but the long and boring journey was boring for Yamato. At this time, the gene from Kaido in her body seemed to awaken, and she became interested in Hawkeye below. Little Peggy, Ultai, let's go down and play. I just want to see what the strength of the Shishibukai is like. I heard that the gap between them is quite large. The defeated opponent in my father's hand seems to be a Shishibukai as well. Sister Yamato, what do you want to do? Go down and fight that guy. He looks very strong. Ultai and Peggy one looked at each other. If it was Kaido who did this, they would not have any doubts. After all, that was Kaido's character, but Yamato. Sure enough, genes are inherited. Are you going to awaken the strange habit you inherited from Captain Kaido? No, I just don't want my body to be rusty. When we go back, that bastard dad will definitely hit me with a stick. I have to keep in good shape. Steel-armored crow. You and Farron wait for us up there. I'll deal with it as soon as possible. As she said that, just like Ultai before, she opened the door and jumped down, but during the fall, the power of lightning built a pair of very special wings on her shoulders. White Dove. Chapter 875, You Refute Me. You refute me. The 3 dragons of Tao were originally one body, but after they were separated, they became the body. Qrem of shell power lost the ability to fly. But it has never been classified in the same category as Groudon because it can merge. Dark Qrem and Flame Qrem both have the ability to fly. Yamato's lightning wings are not wings in the traditional sense, but are similar to a pair of electromagnetic propellers. After so many years, she has not been standing still. Although Reshiram's reaction to her is mediocre, Zekrom still recognizes her a little. All the power cannot be used, but part of the lightning power is still fine, and this pair of wings is proof. The tribe of Millennium Dragons flew to a small island in the distance to rest temporarily. Millennium Dragons are creatures, not alarm clocks. They have a special inheritance in their blood. They can know the specific time when Dragon Island appears, but they cannot be accurate to a few minutes and seconds. In most cases, Millennium Dragons will arrive nearby in advance. Just like catching a train, arriving at the station in advance is just waiting. If you are late, no one will wait for you. How long to wait depends on the arrangements of the person in charge. Some people will set off an hour in advance, and some will set off half a day in advance. In order to prevent any uncertainties on the way and to give the tribe members enough time to rest, Farron's father had prepared for this event for more than a day or two. At the end of the new year of 1520, Farron's father had already started preparing for this event. Now Yamato was doing something else on the way, which just made the time useful. Yamato and his men were just bored, but the people below were different. They were not talking about Hawkeye, but the fleet of pirates in front. This was the big pirate clique from the East China Sea, with a bounty of 17 million baileys. In the East China Sea, which had been washed several times, he was considered a hegemon. He once had 5,000 troops and 50 pirate ships. The reason why I said once was because he had lost more than half of his troops now. When he was in the East China Sea, he was the largest pirate group in the East China Sea, but when he entered the Grand Line driven by desire, he immediately knew what cruelty was. His ship was so big that it couldn't pass through the narrow route, so the Crick pirates ventured into the Grand Line from the Com Belt. He should be thankful that he was a pirate from the East China Sea. If he had entered the New World directly, these 5,000 people would probably be the lowest level even in mining. The Com Belt has sea kings, and it is very dangerous for ordinary ships to pass through here, but it is not completely impossible. After paying some price, Crick successfully entered the Grand Line, and then met Hawkeye who was bored. Even though most of his men were killed, Crick still didn't know why the monster was chasing him. Swoosh! The knife flashed, and another ship sank into the sea in front of the pirates. Hawkeye didn't chase closely, but just hung behind slowly. Whenever Crick's men thought they had gotten rid of Hawkeye, he would suddenly appear and cut down a ship with one knife. But after that, Hawkeye will return to the state of drifting, and will catch up again after Click is far away. Captain Click! That monster is still behind. He is still there. Fire! But the shells are useless against that guy. I asked you to aim at the ships behind and fire, so that they can delay the monster. Ah! But yes, I understand. Looking at Click's horrified eyes, he did not say the rest. Click himself is arrogant, ruthless, and mean. With a cruel heart, he will never care about the life and death of his subordinates, but just wants them to delay time. With a few gunshots, the mast of the pirate ship behind was blown off. At this time, they have not entered the doldrums, and their ships are still moving by wind. After the mast is broken, they temporarily lose the ability to move, and Hawkeye seems to have really disappeared. For a short time, the devil has gone to an unknown place. But in fact, Hawkeye did not continue to chase, which has nothing to do with Click's behavior. A few minutes ago, Yamato blew out Frost, freezing the sea in front of Hawkeye, and she landed in front of him. Hey! You swing your sword in the sky for no reason, don't you know that you can easily hurt people like this? You ulti, how did you provoke someone? I don't think I've done such a thing. Halfway through her words, she suddenly pulled ulti over and leaned over to ask about her experience. Yamato had experienced many battles, but she had sufficient reasons before. Although Hawkeye affected the sky, the aftermath was not powerful at all, just dispersing the clouds. When she came down, she was itchy and didn't think so much, but now she was suddenly at a loss for words. Why are you asking about this? You have experience. Why do you need to find a reason if you want to fight? Take your stick and hit him. Learn from your father. The two of them had not yet reached a conclusion in their discussion, but Hawkeye had an answer first. Were you flying in the sky before? I'm really sorry. No, you refuted me. You refuted me. Aren't you one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Shouldn't you be very arrogant and say so what? How can I fight with you like this? Yamato didn't expect Hawkeye to give such an answer, which made her even more confused about how to start. Fight? Although I'm bored now and don't mind changing my mood, why would someone like you appear here? Shouldn't the demon princess with a bounty of 1.78 billion Baileys be active in the new world? Aren't you the same? Anyway, we are all bored, so let's fight. In the end, Yamato still couldn't find a suitable reason, but he still fought with Hawkeye. Yamato is more worthy of his sword than those useless fish. Although she is not a swordsman, Hawkeye still recognizes her strength. Although he lives alone on an island with baboons, he can still see the information in the newspaper. Jumping from the boat to the ice made by Yamato, Hawkeye drew out the long sword behind him, the supreme great sword 12 works, black sword, night. The moment he drew out the blade, his eagle-like eyes gave off an extremely sharp breath. However, before the battle began, there were some untimely movements, and the sound of cannonballs rang out again. The ship whose mast was broken by Click felt that it had no hope of escaping, and was making a final struggle, wanting to use artillery to kill Hawkeye while he was fighting with others. Tisk, you nasty fellows, ulti, Ziope, help me, let those guys be quiet. Got it, you actually stained my skirt, which Ziope gave me. Let's go, Ziope, let's let these guys know how powerful we are. White Pigeon. Chapter 876, Hawkeye's Way of Moving, the rhinoceros beetle entrusted with an important task. Ulti skillfully jumped to page 1's shoulder, and page 1 also transformed into the appearance of land shark in the process. The two cooperated very well, as if they had experienced many drills. After practice, page 1's flying ability became more and more proficient. At first, he needed to climb to a high place and then jump, but now he has mastered the skill of catapult takeoff. Sister, take it easy, don't fight in the sea. Xiaopei, do you finally know how to care about your sister? No, it's just that you really fell in, and it's troublesome to fish you out. Damn, you're not cute at all when you grow up, change back to your childhood. Playing around, the brother and sister approached the 2 pirate ships left by the Click pirates. They seemed very casual, and the pirates they met in this place really didn't interest them. The old weapons on the ship showed that the quality of this group of pirates was not high. The entry of Ultai and Page 1 was a massacre, and they didn't even have the ability to break the defense. Compared with them, the battle between Yamato and Hawkeye was the focus. Okay, no one will disturb us now. This is my ken. I heard from those samurai that when facing a qualified swordsman, you have to report the name of the weapon. Black knife, yeah. Hawkeye gave his response and then made a gesture of swinging the sword. Although I don't know why you are here, you should have something to do. That's about right. Any questions? I also have some personal matters to deal with. Although the cause is boredom, some things can't be abandoned halfway. Let's make a quick battle. How about the time your companions finish the battle? Then let's do it. Yamato just wanted to maintain his conditions so that he wouldn't be unable to react when he returned home. He didn't want to fight Hawkeye to the end, so he readily agreed to this suggestion. Sword chi flew out from Hawkeye's blade. Compared with the flying slash at Click, my Hawk was more focused at this time, and he was not swinging the sword casually. Although the opponent in front of him was not a swordsman, he was also worthy of his attention. At the same time, lightning wrapped around Yamato's mace. The swordsman can use his domineering to feed the black knife to enhance the hardness of the blade. After the weapon was finalized, Yamato also used his own domineering to feed his weapon. Aegean 7.0 is a weapon that inherits the will of the previous Aegeans. With its special materials and forging process, its quality is not inferior to any famous sword. Due to the characteristics of the weapon, it has many advantages when fighting against sharp blades. Thunder Bagua. Hawkeye's moves generally have no names. Kaido's general attack is usually called Thunder Bagua, and Yamato's Thunder Bagua is inherited from Kaido. Moreover, neither of them has the intention to risk his life. Instead, the battle presents a situation of general attack against A. After blocking Yamato's swing, Hawkeye rotated his wrist and transferred Yamato's force with a clever force. It is not a wise behavior to confront her head-on. Facing heavy weapons and the bonus of animal-type ability users, he can't get any advantage in a head-on confrontation. Reading books. Without too much probing, after a few simple exchanges, the battle became fierce, but it lasted for a short time. The two ships left by Crick who were forced to cut off were no match for Ultai and Page 1. At this time, on the two ships, Ultai and Page 1 were like heavy tanks that broke into a medieval square formation. Their huge bodies only needed a simple collision to defeat their opponents. The enemy's attacks could not penetrate their scales at all, but would be scratched by the scales. So weak, how did these people get into the Grand Line? I don't know, even if they are from the Four Seas, they should know what a capable person is. These guys don't seem to have even heard of the fruit. Throwing an enemy away, Page 1 spit out a flame at the wooden boat next to him, and in the explosion of the shells, took Ultai back to the iceberg where Yamato and Hawkeye were fighting. The return of the two also meant the end of Hawkeye's battle with Yamato, but Hawkeye did not return to his boat, but stood silently on the iceberg. Isn't it over? Why are you still here? I will leave after a while, you guys just do what you need to do. He is really a weirdo, but it seems that there is nothing wrong with him. She knows a lot of Shishibukai. According to her understanding, one likes to fantasize about love, one always has a fake smile on his face and doesn't even know what the eyes look like under the sunglasses, and one is too serious and does everything in a rigid manner. Now Hawkeye is doing something unusual, but it's okay. After Yamato and the others left, Hawkeye did not move rashly. After making sure that they were far away, he got back on his coffin boat and continued his pursuit. After leaving, Yamato also realized a problem belatedly. There was no sea breeze for a while before, right? Yes, what happened? I saw that he was alone, and he didn't bring any oars. The boat couldn't withstand any wind and waves. How did he drive the boat to chase others? He couldn't really rely on drifting when there was no wind. Yamato's question successfully stumped the siblings and triggered a series of discussions. In the end, he even asked the question to Yuta, who was preparing for the performance. Because according to gossip, Hawkeye and Red Hair often communicate, so Red Hair may know the secret. But unfortunately, Shanks refused to reveal the way Hawkeye moved. Hawkeye was still chasing Click, and Yamato continued to head towards Dragon Island after meeting the tribe of the Millennium Dragon, waiting for that moment to come. But some time ago, something happened in the East China Sea. In the East China Sea, Windmill Village, on an ordinary boat, Luffy and his Hercules were ready to set sail, and his adventure had officially begun. After bidding farewell to Dodin, Luffy, like Ace 3 years ago, came to the port and got on the boat he had prepared. Be careful, you must protect him if the boat sinks. Yes, this boat doesn't look like it will last long, and he doesn't want to use my old fishing boat, so it's all up to you. Before leaving, the residents of Windmill Village were seeing Luffy off and telling him something, but it just sounded a little unlucky. Got it, I'll take good care of it. Don't be so self-righteous, Luffy. We're not talking to you, we're talking to Hika. Hika, it's not easy to go out, I'll leave this guy to you. White Pigeon. Chapter 877, Without this bug, you would have died long ago. Luffy's voyage was not difficult, and there were even some things missing, such as the King of the Sea. As a small sea king, it escaped Garp's plowing operation in the East China Sea, but encountered Gyarados living in the East China Sea. Large sea kings usually don't have an advantage against Gyarados, let alone this little guy. But their voyage was not smooth. In terms of size, Luffy's ship at this time was about the same as Hawkeye's coffin board, but Hawkeye's ship at least had a sail. With his own boat handling skills, it was not difficult to sail in the wind. Luffy's ship was different. It didn't even have a sail, only oars, which could be called 100% manual power. Hika, you row for me a few times. Hika, Hika. Heracross sat on the wooden barrel at the bow like an old man, not caring about Luffy's request. What? Why do you have to save your energy? After getting along for a long time, Luffy could understand what Heracross's cry meant, but the other people in Windmill Village still couldn't understand it. Only Luffy could understand Heracross's words in detail. Heracross didn't say anything, but took out a slightly yellowed newspaper from under his body, pointed at the picture on the newspaper, and looked at Luffy with a hint of regret. Ah, isn't this Yuta? You still keep this? Speaking of it, she seems to have become a very powerful character. Hika. Heracross stretched out a finger and pointed at another Heracross on the newspaper. Thinking back then, they were just ordinary rhinoceros beetles in Wano country, and later randomly assigned to various sea areas to search for possible things. It and Yuta's Asen were clearly on the same starting line, but it was obvious that Asen in the newspaper had a very comfortable life, and even caused a Heracross fever. As a result, it stayed in the small village and slacked off with this silly boy every day. Slacking off would be fine, but this silly boy has an even more unreliable grandfather. If it weren't for itself, it felt that Luffy would have drowned in the lake a few years ago. In order to prevent him from accidentally drowning in a shipwreck, it had to maintain its physical strength. This ship didn't look very reliable. Heracross can fly, but he is not particularly good at flying. It takes sufficient physical strength to fly with people in a dangerous sea environment, so it refused to help. It turned out that its prediction was meaningful. Luffy's ship did not last long in the four seas before encountering a terrifying whirlpool. Even among the great pirates in the New World, there are only a handful of people who can use humans to fight against the great power of nature. Luffy's ship was unexpectedly swept in. Looking at the sinking ship, Heracross moved his body and planned to take Luffy away from here. At this time, he felt that he was very smart, but Luffy's cleverness suddenly broke out. I have a way. Heracross? Without giving Heracross a chance to react, Luffy grabbed it and hid in the wooden barrel on the ship, and then began to go with the flow in the true sense. Wow, Heracross, let go, why are you biting me? It's obviously me who saved you. At this time, on an ordinary passenger ship, Heracross was hugging Luffy, biting his face hard, and hitting his head constantly, but because of the power of the fruit, his fists had no effect. Heracross. Heracross. The language content is too much. After omitting most of the harmonious words, it can be summarized as: I can fly. Do you know that I can fly? Just fly away, that's it. Do you want me to be buried with you? Do you call this saving people? Is your mind empty? Take a step back and the world will be wide open. Be patient for a while, and the more you think about it, the angrier you get. Now think about it, it shouldn't have been greedy for that bite of food back then, and then had an intersection with this guy. Think about the same kind of creature next to Yuta, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. The fruit ability makes Luffy not afraid of blunt blows, so Heracross will bite. One man and one rhinoceros beetle are running around on the deck, which stunned the pirates who are robbing on the ship. What are you two bastards doing? Luffy and Heracross's behavior of not caring about others aroused the anger of the pirates next to them. Iron Hazel Alrita, a pirate from the East China Sea, with a bounty of 5 million baileys. A random pirate or samurai from Wano country can basically get rid of her, but in the East China Sea, she can still be domineering. Her hobby on weekdays is to threaten others to admit her beauty and confuse her cognition with lies. Wait, big sister Alrita, that big rhinoceros beetle seems to be quite valuable. What did you say? I seem to have heard that this thing is worth 2 million berries in the pet market. Rhinoceros beetles already have a place in the pet market. At the beginning, Yuta set off a wave of Heracross, making Heracross the rarest species among rhinoceros beetles, and there are also people who want to buy them. 2 million berries is not a small amount. I heard that a rhinoceros beetle can be sold for 2 million berries. A greedy look appeared in Alrita's eyes. Hey, that kid. Leave your pet rhinoceros beetle, so we can consider letting you go. What did you say? As soon as the voice fell, Luffy suddenly stopped, and the expression on his face became serious. Don't you understand? Lady Alrita told you to hand over your rhinoceros beetle. Seeing that Luffy did not respond, several pirates wanted to forcibly take Heracross away and directly surrounded him, but they only saw Luffy's outstretched thighs. Rubber whip. He kicked out his right leg, and kicked all the nearby pirates aside. It's not a pet, it's my partner. Since you want to take my partner away, you are my enemy. You should have been prepared. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Who would really consider a rhinoceros beetle as a friend? The mace hit Luffy's head. It was the same mace, but the result was very different. Under the rebound of the rubber, Luffy was not affected at all. Rubber pistol. The extended arm bounced back, and a punch knocked Alrita in front of him away. Looking at Luffy's reaction, Heracross nodded on the side, showing a teachable expression. It was for this reason that it stayed with Luffy, otherwise it would have been away from this idiot long ago. Food alone could not restrain it. Then Luffy, Heracross, and Kobe took the lifeboat on the ship and left here, but Nami did not appear on Alrita's ship to steal treasures. At this time, she was busy with other things in Cocoa West Village with the villagers. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 878, Human-Insect Combination Skills, The Real East China Sea Overlord. The East China Sea is really the weakest sea area. The pirates here are too weak to fight. Yamato sat on a few boxes bored. After arriving in the East China Sea, they had a small conflict with some local pirates, but the battle situation is difficult to describe. In general, Yamato stood there and did nothing, and these pirates could not break the defense. Not only that, I wouldn't have used those things if I had known earlier. This is a big loss. Page 1, who counted the spoils, also expressed his opinion. These pirates were undoubtedly a group of poor ghosts. They didn't have much money on them, and they were so weak that Page 1 was too lazy to do anything, so he simply used some explosive weapons. But war supplies are expensive, and even the spoils of war cannot make up for the loss of his equipment. As for the weapons used by the pirates, old-fashioned muzzle-loading cannons, single-shot pistols, crude black powder, the gunpowder used in their mines is of higher quality than this. But this is also good, so you don't have to worry about any accidents. Farron, we're almost there. Almost, this time it's really almost there. On the other side, the number of members on Luffy's ship began to increase. Zoro and Usopp appeared on his ship, but the Mary also experienced a lot of hardships in the absence of a navigator. At this time, the 3 people on the ship were deprived of the right to sail, and it was up to Hiro to decide where to go. And the way it decided the direction of travel was also very special. Hiro used Zoro to point the way. No matter how he pointed, it finally went the opposite way, and it was also a coincidence that it drove to the vicinity of the sea restaurant Barity. Under Zeph's management over the years, Barity has become a well-known restaurant in the East China Sea, but today, many people gathered here. Click, who fled from the Grand Line in a hurry, also arrived here and set his sights on Zeph's logbook and Barity's ship. He was arrogant and did not learn his lesson. He planned to regroup and return to the Grand Line again. If the pirates of the Grand Line met him, they would definitely admire his courage because he had the courage to stop Hawkeye. Stop! Do you want to leave like this? Aren't you here to take my head? To take the head of me, the overlord of the East China Sea, Click's leader. Originally, I was bored after all, but I met more interesting people along the way. I've had enough fun and it's time to go back to sleep. By the way, your jokes are good, but you shouldn't have the chance to tell them again. Faced with Click, Hawkeye ignored Rick's provocation. He was known as the world's greatest swordsman, and countless clowns came to challenge him just because of this title. These people's weakness made him completely uninterested, and he was even too lazy to remember their names. He didn't hate fighting, but at least he had to have some strength. Even if he didn't have strength, it would be fine as long as he could see the future. Crick? After losing interest in playing, Crick didn't even have the qualifications to let Hawkeye swing his sword. Hawkeye left in his boat, but his behavior further fueled Crick's arrogance. But when he laughed wildly, his cotters were knocked down. Hicka, get ready, use that to knock that guy down. Curly eyebrows, move aside, give me the position at the door. Pushing away Sanji, who was going to fight with Bara, Luffy came to the door of the restaurant, and found a fixed position for his hands and feet. His body leaned back slightly, and Heracross stood directly on his stomach, using Luffy as a human launcher. With the cooperation of one man and one rhinoceros beetle, Luffy's body was gradually stretched, and a white light also lit up on the horn of Heracross, and the million-ton horn attack was ready. Rubber siege crossbow. After years of companionship, Hercules and Luffy also have their own cooperation. Using Luffy's body as a bowstring to launch Heracross is a combo skill. This can greatly increase the power of Heracross's attack, and the seemingly funny preparation can also make the enemy relax their vigilance. At least Bara, who was wrapped with shields in front of them, did not pay enough attention to this attack. In his opinion, a rhinoceros beetle could not break his iron wall defense. Ideals are full, but reality is cruel. With the impact provided by Luffy, Heracross smashed the large shield on Bara's chest with just one blow, and knocked him directly into the sea while he was unconscious. Then Luffy fought with Crick again, and Baraty's chefs also started a melee with other pirates. Even though Zepp lost a leg and was old, it was still easy to deal with these ordinary pirates. When Bara was knocked into the sea by Heracross, only Akin could be considered difficult. Due to Crick's order, he still fought with Sanji, but for some reason, he never saw a nervous look on the faces of these chefs. Sanji did not fight with Bara, and his physical strength was not affected. He fought back and forth with Akin, and Akin was still a little hesitant about killing him. Although he temporarily suppressed Sanji, he did not gain a greater advantage. Leave this ship, you can still get a new one. Chief Crick has already set his sights on this place. You are no match for him. If you continue like this, you will all die. You are quite strong, but unfortunately, it's time for the little guy to come back. Sanji took out a lighter and lit a cigarette, his tone full of confidence. What did you say? Dong dong dong. In the Baraty restaurant, as the hour hand jumped, the alarm clock rang one by one, and the chefs of Baraty also showed a touch of joy on their faces. Soon after the bell rang, several shadows appeared under the sea, and a whirlpool appeared on the sea, sucking the pirates who fell into the water into it. With a roar, a blue Gyarados emerged from the water. Roar! The Magikarp that Nereus judged to be unsuitable for entering the Grand Line has also grown up. From that weak Magikarp, it has become a powerful Gyarados and has been living nearby, becoming the patron saint of Baraty. Now it is no longer the weak Magikarp washed ashore by the waves, but the leader of the nearby Magikarp. Because of this Gyarados and Zeph's knowledge, Baraty established a Magikarp protection organization. Many Magikarp live nearby. This Gyarados will go out to patrol the territory during the day, but will return to Baraty on time at mealtime. This is why Baraty's chef is not afraid at all. Hey, you're punctual, little guy, but I'm going to be late for dinner today. Except for the guy with the hammer, the guy with the straw hat, the long nose and the green hair, you can handle the rest of the troubles. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 879, The Swarm of Insects is Gathering. Roar! In response to Sanji's request, a flame spit out from Gyarados' mouth and burned directly towards Click. At the same time, a strong electric current burst out from his body, and the pirates who fell into the sea were directly electrocuted like fish. Hey! This guy is my opponent. I still need to pay him back. What will I do with my meal money if you do this? Watching Gyarados attack Click, Luffy felt dissatisfied instead. However, Gyarados didn't care about the noisy Straw Hat Boy. In its eyes, it only cared about the pirates who destroyed Baraty. It had sufficient experience with enemies on the sea, and it was always right to destroy the enemy's foothold first. Clique's weapons and equipment had no effect on Gyarados. The armor and special cloak could resist bullets and fists, but could not defend against fire and lightning. Gyarados' gloves and spears could not touch Gyarados, and bullets would be avoided by it diving underwater. Not to mention that there was a Luffy who was attacking him next to him. Just when Cleek wanted to use his M.H.5 to knock down these people, the highly toxic gas released was detonated by the flames released by Gyarados, and it didn't work at ALL.to the effect. Except for Aiken, the Crick pirates were wiped out, and his previous mercy saved him in the end. The legend of the sea monster, is it true? Crick was cruel and ruthless, but Aiken had a mysterious following for him. Seeing Crick defeated and killed, he sat on the ground as if he had lost his soul. At this time, he remembered a legend in the East China Sea. Don't eat a free meal in Barity, otherwise the sea monster will teach you how to be a man. It's not a sea monster, but a very beautiful girl. Do you want to consider staying to do odd jobs? You are not the same as those pirates. No, if it's convenient, give me a boat, maybe we will see each other again in the future. Aiken left Barity in a daze and lived the legendary life where everything can be Aiken. Sanji finally joined Luffy's team, but Gyarados did not leave with him, but stayed in Barity to continue to protect the nearby Magikarp. Just the second day on the boat, Sanji felt regretful. Your navigator is this rhinoceros beetle? This green algae head is your compass? How did you get to this place? He had seen navigators with two swords, but he had never seen a rhinoceros beetle commanding the direction. This was too magical for him. But Sanji didn't know that there would be new troubles the next day because Hercules disappeared. Hercules! Hercules! Where did you go? After searching every corner of the ship, Luffy didn't see Heracross. He was so depressed that he lay on the deck. Even Sanji's food couldn't make him stand up. Hey, Luffy, don't be so lost, it's also a rhinoceros beetle, it's normal for it to go out. No, Hercules never missed breakfast before, it must have had an accident, Usopp. Zoro. Have you seen Hercules? Zoro woke up with Luffy's shouting. The rest time of several people on the ship was different. Among them, Luffy's sleep time was about 5 hours, and he fell asleep randomly. And Zoro would rest for 3 hours from 4 am to 7 am, and would take time to catch up on sleep during the day. Last night, when he was still awake, he happened to see Hercules. Last night, a rhinoceros beetle that looked very similar to it passed by here, and then it told me a lot. It seemed to ask me to give this to you, but I don't know what it said. There was a scribbled picture on a piece of letter paper, and there were a few Heracross's paw prints. Looking at the scribbled picture, Sanji and Usopp were also confused. Is this a random paw print? Yeah, it's too absurd that a rhinoceros beetle can draw. It's better to say that dancing will make you stronger. Don't be ridiculous, Usopp. How can someone become stronger by dancing? Ah, I just said it casually, but I heard. Haku said he went to help his friend fight. When Sanji and Usopp were talking, Luffy suddenly shouted as if he had been enlightened. Damn, he didn't even call me. Is he looking down on me? No, how did you understand it? Yeah, what are these paintings? Except for Luffy, the other three couldn't understand the extremely abstract pictures at all, so Luffy had to give a professional explanation. Ah, are you idiots? Hercules has drawn it very clearly. There is a bad mouse bullying its friends. It is going to help find a place now. Let us wait for it nearby for a few days. No, I have to help it. But it has left in advance. How can you find it? At this time, several Heracrosses just flew over on the sea nearby. Luffy hurriedly chased and caught a Heracross, and began to express his meaning with body language. He also expressed his purpose with the drawings left by Hercules. Fortunately, Luffy and Hercules have been together for a long time and have a certain understanding of the language of Heracross. Finally, they successfully communicated. The Golden Mary also turned around and followed them to the new direction. They had no choice but to do so. After losing the rhinoceros beetle, the 4 men on the ship were surprised to find that none of them could determine the direction of navigation. Hero's departure was not an accident, but a matter of the Heracross tribe. At the beginning, the Heracross were scattered to various islands to form independent groups. Some Heracrosses are still single insects, such as Hercules, but some have reproduced and given birth to the second and third generations of Heracrosses. Individual differences have also become very large. The first generation of Heracrosses created by Arceus is undoubtedly the strongest. These Heracrosses are enough to occupy a place in the Grand Line, and they are also responsible for returning to the Ghost Island for pilgrimage. Ordinary Heracrosses just search for news near their residence and report regularly. But even the first generation of Heracrosses, due to the different characteristics of the original beetles, have their own strengths and weaknesses, not to mention their descendants. Compared with the original Heracrosses, their descendants seem a little weak and often encounter difficulties. When they encounter problems that they cannot solve, they will seek help from nearby Heracrosses. For insect Pokémon, quantity is their advantage. Hercules encountered a Heracross who went out to find help. At this time, the nearby Heracrosses were approaching the village of Kokoyasi. The root of all this was the gold mine discovered by Kokoyasi. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 880, People die for money, birds die for food. At this time, Arlong spent most of his time with Tiger. Unlike Jinbei, Tiger was very close to Arlong. Dragons have absolute suppression power, both in terms of strength and psychology. The baptism of time has also changed Aaron a little. When Tiger was not around, he was like a park guard, slacking off in the park built by Mandfesh, and he went from being a bully in the East China Sea to a security guard at the entrance of the kindergarten. Looking at the fishermen and mermaid children playing inside, his words also changed. He was no longer the previous hatred theory, but he still had his doubts. Don't be too naive. Not all humans are the same as the people here. If you see humans in other places, remember to stay away and don't cause trouble for yourself. Aaron's logic is also reasonable. The outside world's views on fishermen or mermaids have not changed. If the life here makes them let down their guard, it is actually very dangerous for them. Aaron's life has changed, and the same is true near the village of Kokoyasi. Without Aaron, they have no oppressor and have lived a good life for a while. Kokoyasi is also becoming increasingly prosperous due to the gold mine. The gold reserves of that gold mine are not small, and it is not easy for the villagers of Kokoyasi village to mine it alone. Under the leadership of Aegean and Belmer, they began to contact people from several nearby villages to jointly mine the gold mine. To be precise, it is not only mining, but also protection. They need young and strong people from other villages to jointly protect the gold mine from being robbed by others. The world government has no interest in such rural places, and there are many islands in the pirate world. Whoever digs out such a small place, this thing belongs to him, and there is no need to report it everywhere. Even the Beast Mining Company has many unknown mineral sources in private, and they opened a company to approve only one of them. With a gold mine, there is money, and at the same time, greed will breed. People who covet this gold mine have never disappeared. After enjoying the convenience brought by the gold mine, the people of Kokoyasi do not want to give it up, and the conflict begins from this. With the gold mine as the source of funds, they also purchased a lot of weapons, integrated the villagers in the village and trained them to form a mining protection team. Kokoyasi village has gradually changed from an inconspicuous small village to a local small tyrant. This is the East China Sea, where capable pirates are almost extinct. A bounty of more than 10 million is a rare big pirate. With the help of the mountainous terrain, most people can't do anything about this gold mine if the equipment is of good quality. Although the two Heracrosses who settled in the Orange Orchard are not the top Heracrosses, ordinary people are not their opponents. Kokoyasi has been developing peacefully for a while until the appearance of rats. As the armed force of the world government, the navy is very large. The Grand Route, the Four Seas, and any sea area have the presence of the navy. Even in the increasingly tense new world, the navy has retained the last bridgehead. The huge size leads to a huge difference in the quality of personnel within the navy, and in the Four Seas, there are many stains in the navy. The colonel of the 153rd branch, Monka, the colonel of the 16th branch, Lao Shu, these are all cancers in the East China Sea Navy. The emperor is far away from the mountains, and in these places, as the head of the branch, they are local emperors. In the original timeline, he often accepted bribes from Aaron, so he didn't care about Aaron's rampant behavior in the 20 villages of the East China Sea, but in fact he couldn't do anything about it, because he didn't have the strength to deal with the evil dragon. The branch colonel of the Grand Line is at the same level as the headquarters officer, and is also the main grassroots combat force of the Navy. But the highest military rank in the Four Seas is generally colonel, and the headquarters has to be reduced by 3 levels. After eliminating some water from Lao Shu's strength, it is difficult for him to be a lieutenant in the headquarters. Although he is weak, Lao Shu's ambition is not small at all. Not long after taking office, he began to plan the gold mine of Kokoyasi. As the highest officer of the 16th branch, he has jurisdiction over the villages near Kokoyasi. Originally, the village of Cocoa West also handed over a portion of the gold as tax, but Mouse was not satisfied with the amount, he wanted all of it. He did not rob directly, he had to weigh this matter. If it was really exposed, the Navy headquarters would certainly use him as a warning to the monkeys and maintain the reputation of the Navy, so he made some moves and sales. He used his power to make the gold mined in Cocoa West village unable to be sold, and wanted the people of Cocoa West to surrender and sell the gold to him at a low price. But he underestimated these people. The villages near Cocoa West were self-sufficient, and the gold would not disappear in their hands, so they entered a confrontation with Mouse. Some time ago, his bribed boss sent him a letter of complaint and asked him to deal with it himself. It was a letter of complaint secretly written by Belmere and others. They bypassed Mouse, but they did not expect that the people above were also bought by Mouse. In this case, Mouse decided to use more drastic means. He planned to contact a group of pirates to rob the village of Cocoa West. Previously, due to the geographical location, Cocoa West village had not encountered any pirates, but now Mouse plans to take the initiative to find the pirates. Originally, he chose Crick, and wanted Crick to destroy the village, while he would secretly contact Smoker and let Smoker catch all the pirates. In this way, the gold is his, the merit is also his, and he can also use the pirates to kill those people. Unlike ordinary East China Sea Navy, Smoker, as a natural ability user, has a certain dominance in the East China Sea, and is a rare Justice Navy. But when Mouse planned to act, Crick had already entered the Grand Line, so he began to look for partners again and found Buggy the Clown. Under the temptation of gold, Buggy agreed to this action and caused considerable damage to Coco Yasi. Heracross could not resist his special shells. They are insect type, not steel type or rock type. Those Pokémon with strong defense can also be hurt by trained Navy soldiers with swords and guns. Pokémon are not invincible. To be precise, these Heracross are not invincible. Relying on the terrain of the mining area, the mining team is still guarding the gold mine. And Heracross also started his own action of mobilizing people. At this time, including Hero, dozens of scattered Heracross have gathered together. But there are only 4 Heracross of the same first generation. Now these Heracross are gathering together to discuss countermeasures, and Buggy's bounty order has been placed on the wooden board by them. This is the most difficult enemy to deal with in their eyes. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 881, Magical Face Blindness. Bage the Clown Rat, that bastard, actually colluded with the pirates. In the temporary operations department in the mine, Jian angrily slammed the table in front of him. They knew that Rat was very greedy, but they never thought that this Rat would choose to collude with pirates. As for how they knew, they did not completely avoid paying taxes after discovering the gold mine. Cocoa West Village was not an island occupied by pirates, but a place of residence belonging to the East Sea Kingdom. After being attacked by pirates, they also contacted the Navy, but the message has not been responded to, and the Navy has not made any movement. This is not right no matter how you think about it. The Navy's contact channels are all the same. Unless you have the private contact information of a branch chief, you must contact the nearest branch. It is very difficult for them to contact the superior Navy through Rat. Belmere, is your report really useful? I contacted an old friend. He owes me a life, so he shouldn't lie to me. Maybe the evidence is not enough, or the person investigating is still on the way. For ordinary people, the Navy is a trustworthy group. Although Rat is a scum of the Navy, no one thought that his superiors also accepted bribes from Rat. But this guy actually teamed up with the pirates. This evidence should be big enough. As long as we can find evidence of his teaming up with the pirates, we can definitely get rid of this cancer. Boom. Boom. Before Belmere finished speaking, several explosions came, and the buggy pirates started attacking again. Let's talk about it later. Let's deal with those hateful guys first. As a former Navy, Belmere also made a lot of efforts in the training of the mining protection team, so it is not a problem to prepare for a counterattack. Captain Buggy, are you not going to fight? You are just some ordinary people, do you want me to fight directly? This is a chance for you. If I fight, you will not have a chance to show your ability. Bakey said his reason seriously, but in fact, it was because he was beaten up by 2 rhinoceros beetles in the battle yesterday. The split fruit can make him immune to slashing, but he cannot be immune to the collision of Heracross. Relying on his special buggy bullet, Buggy beat back the 2 Heracross, but he didn't know if there were other terrifying creatures hidden here, so he finally decided to let his brothers go to the mine. The mouse did not send anyone to participate in Buggy's action, but provided him with some obsolete munitions. The Navy's standard equipment is much stronger than what the pirates can get, which also added a lot of pressure to the garrison of the gold mine. Although night fell, the battle had not stopped, and the Heracross flew out in groups. Their bodies could not withstand artillery bullets, so they chose to fight at night. There are countless waste rocks in the mining area. One by one, Heracross came to the sky above Buggy's camp with giant rocks and launched a special air strike. The huge rocks falling from the sky temporarily repelled these pirates, but did not resolve the crisis of the mine from the root. Buggy, far away from the mountains, set up camp again in an open space, as if planning something. And Nami and Nakago also quietly slipped out of the mining area through a small path. They wanted to collect evidence of the mice and Buggy's cooperation. After all, it was the mice, not others, who coveted this mine. If the mice were not eliminated, even if Buggy could be defeated, there might be other pirates later. Hey, I suddenly remembered that I had a disease that would kill me if I got close to the naval base, so. On the Mary, Usopp trembled and hugged the mast of the ship, and made up all kinds of weird diseases. Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing. That's the Navy. The Navy. Are we going to go straight into the Navy branch? No, we're just going to rescue Hercule. Luffy stroked his hat and said seriously. They came here with the other Hercules, and they didn't know what happened. These two Hercules met another Hercules on the way and got some news that Hercules was captured by the Navy branch. The mouse was not a fool. He knew that there were too difficult to handle rhinoceros beetles in the mine, so he captured some of the Hercules that were rushing there, intending to use them to force the rhinoceros beetles to surrender. Luffy, who didn't know the details, mistakenly thought that Hercule was among them and decided to rescue Hercule. Usopp, you've already boarded the pirate ship, and it's only a matter of time before you become an enemy of the Navy. Yes, if you are so scared, you might as well go home. Don't you two want to persuade him? There should be a better way, right? Looking at Sanji and Zoro who were ready to fight, Usopp didn't understand what they were thinking. Hey? What are you talking about? This guy is the captain. Since you are on this ship, you have to obey the captain's orders. I don't know what the difference is between this and the previous branch. Wrapping the headscarf on his head, Zoro said his understanding very seriously. Sanji did not refute him, but just lit a cigarette silently. Although he was afraid, in the end, Usopp still joined the ranks with a slingshot. But they did not see Haraku, but met Nami and Nakago who were exposed. After they sneaked into the naval base, they found the evidence of the rats' crime, but were discovered at the last moment. In the end, with the joint efforts of both sides, they successfully rescued the Heracross in the base and followed Nami and Nakago to their gathering place. Heracross! Damn it, are you actually injured? In the mine, Luffy saw an injured Heracross, and then rushed over crying. Heracross! Ah, you are not Heracross. No, there are many Heracross here. The environment of the mine was a little dim, and the appearance of Heracross was similar. Luffy couldn't tell which one was his Heracross for a while, and began to check these Heracrosses one by one. Looking at this inexplicable two-legged beast, Heracross's tolerance limit gradually reached its limit. At this time, the Heracrosses who went out to fight came back. Hero was shocked to see Luffy, and after a brief hesitation for a few seconds, he kicked directly at Luffy's waist. Hero? Great, you're fine. Hero, arrow. Hero's tone was very complicated. On the one hand, he was surprised that Luffy would catch up, and on the other hand, he was angry. At this time, his words can be simply summarized as, "How dare you sail without me? Aren't you afraid of getting lost at sea?" To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 882, I suspect there is a traitor among us. Well, how did he recognize Hercule? These rhinoceros beetles all look the same. Looking at the slightly weird reunion scene between Luffy and Hercule, Usopp thought about another question. Luffy may not even remember people's names and appearances clearly. He basically relies on some special features to recognize people, such as Usopp's nose, Zoro's hair and earrings, and Sanji's eyebrows. But he can find Hercule among a group of identical Hercules. No, the difference is quite obvious. The patterns on the horns and shells of the rhinoceros beetles are different. You can see it if you look carefully. And the tastes are different too. They are quite picky about oranges. Usopp's words caused Nami and Nakago to refute. In their opinion, it is not difficult to identify the individual of here across. That's because you have been together for too long, don't you think so, Zoro, Sanji? I don't care. It's not a big deal. Whatever Miss Nami and Miss Nakako say is right. One is indifferent to this, and the other has already fallen into a love affair. This makes Usopp start to doubt again what his purpose is on this ship. Hehe. What are you talking about, hehe, aren't we companions? Your friends are my friends. How can I be left out of a fight? Luffy's thinking is very simple. He doesn't consider too many consequences when doing things. This person is his friend and his partner, so he will help the other person unconditionally. Luffy and Hago were talking furiously, while Nami and Nojiko were scolded by Belmere. Belmere thought that their behavior of breaking into the enemy camp without saying a word was a death wish. Once the mouse and the pirates were found to be colluding to harm civilians, it would be a devastating blow. In order to keep this secret, the mouse would do whatever it took. We were almost there. We were almost able to find evidence of his crime. Don't be silly. That kind of thing can't be found at all. Would you keep evidence of your transaction with the pirates? Even if there was, he would have destroyed it long ago. This matter is difficult to handle. Even if the pirates outside go to identify him, it's useless. The Navy won't believe the pirates' words. Ken didn't persuade Belmere. Although they were not related by blood, he had already regarded the two sisters as his own daughters and couldn't understand their risky behavior. But you said before that there is evidence this time. We want to see if we can find evidence of his guilt in the hands of those pirates. Boom. The explosion interrupted Belmere's words again, and Buggy and others launched an attack here again. But this time is different from the previous one, because Luffy made a very simple judgment. Okay, I know, as long as we knock all these guys away, there will be no problem, right? Pinching his fist, Luffy took the lead and walked out of the mine, wanting to deal with the trouble here for Hero, and then continued his voyage. Rubber balloon. Relying on his rubber body, Luffy bounced back the shells fired by Buggy, causing heavy casualties to his subordinates, and his subordinates were defeated by Zoro and Sanji. Although Buggy avoided many attacks with the split fruit, he found that his body was missing after a split dot part of it. Following the feeling to find it, his body is now in the hands of Hero. You bastard rhinoceros beetle! Give me my body back! Hero didn't care about Buggy's roar, but flew away with part of his body, which made other Heracross understand how to deal with the enemy in front of them. In the following battle, Buggy's body continued to decrease. Whenever a piece of his body was knocked away, it would be taken away by other Heracross, making it impossible for him to continue to recover. In the end, only a dwarf Buggy was left, who was knocked away by a punch and turned into a star in the sky and flew to an unknown place. But when he was knocked away, the special Buggy bullet he fired caused a huge explosion. The huge impact made some pirates run away in the chaos, but most of the pirates were caught by the mining team. Although no key evidence was collected, they still decided to continue to report the mouse's behavior. The gold mine was temporarily stable, and Buggy was also a top-tier pirate. The news of his defeat was enough to deter other pirates in the East China Sea. Due to the encounter in the 16th branch, Nami also boarded the Mary. Her dream was to draw a sea map of the world. This dream destined her to set sail sooner or later. This was just an opportunity. At the same time, she also wrote a new report letter, wanting to report the despicable behavior of the rats in Rogue Town. The one who was most happy about her boarding the ship was not Sanji, but Hilo, because there was finally a serious person who knew how to sail on the ship. It no longer needed the Zoro compass to guide the direction, and there was no need to worry about the people on the ship accidentally drowning at sea. Although Belmere and Ken had some complaints, they finally respected Nami's choice. After the incident with Kokoyashi was over, the Mary, with a formal navigator, set out on the journey again. As a reward for defeating Buggy, Luffy also exploded the equipment. He seized the sea map to the Grand Line on Buggy's ship, giving the Straw Hat Pirates a clear direction to move forward. But before entering the Grand Line, they coincidentally met a girl named Abis, and got to know the Millennium Dragon called Lord Long, and finally decided to send Lord Long to the Dragon Cave. Farron, it's time to arrive this time. It's here, right here, where our Millennium Dragons gather. It seems that we should have arrived earlier. Above the clouds, Yamato and others finally arrived at the destination of this trip, the gathering place of Millennium Dragons. After circling in the sky for a few circles, Farron did not detect the breath of other Millennium Dragons, but when they rushed down the clouds, they saw a completely different picture from what they expected. However, Yamato did not see the Dragon Island mentioned by Farron, but saw several warships instead. Have these navy discovered our destination and want to wait and see? Looking at the warships below, Yamato came up with a very special logic. How is it possible? There are only 3 of us here, who can leak the news to the navy. Wait, why are you looking at me like this? Looking at Yamato's eyes, Ultai suddenly felt something was wrong. Is there a possibility that you, Dur-chan, are too bored, so you deliberately passed the message to the navy and let them arrive here in advance? Can you please be more normal? Who would do such a boring thing? You are the most likely one of the 3 of us to do such a thing. Also, don't call me by such a cheesy name. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 883, You Can Always Trust Your Captain. Heavy fog. If someone else said this to her, Ultai would think that the other person was joking, but it was Yamato who said this. If it was her, she would probably really think so. The cabin was noisy again for a while, but this did not affect the pace of the Millennium Dragon. The cloud cover prevented the warships below from discovering the Millennium Dragon tribe above, and the Millennium Dragons also deviated in direction, surpassing the warships below and flying towards the distance. The sky at this time also became strange. From a distance, there was no difference between this place and the sea outside, but when they got closer, they found that this was a special phantom like a mirage. The Millennium Dragon in front disappeared from everyone's sight after crossing the sea. Hey, is there such a special sea in the East China Sea? I thought only the weather in the Grand Line was so weird. Although it was novel, it was not strange for Yamato. The special thing about the New World is not only the unpredictable weather, but also the magical composition of the islands. In addition to the strange weather such as the knife rain, some islands are full of invisible air bridges. It seems that there is nothing, but people can run freely on them. The gravity environment of some islands is very special, and some islands are even made entirely of food. All this was attributed to the magic of the Grand Line. Now it seems that she underestimated this world. Farron, is this your Dragon Island? It looks a bit desolate. After passing through a stormy area, a desolate island appeared in everyone's sight. If this is the destination of their journey, it would be quite disappointing for Yamato. Roar. Farron's father roared twice, and Farron began to translate his father's words. Father said this is the island he often came to when he was a child. At that time, there was an ancient human dynasty here. Due to the mirage-like barrier of the outside world, the people living here hide from the world and have nothing to do with the disputes of the outside world. Our tribe often passes by here, and those people regard us who can fly as mysterious creatures. The lifespan of the Millennium Dragon is very long. Some people have never seen their true appearance in their entire lives. For the older Millennium Dragons in this group, this island is a small store at their doorstep. After running around for several years, I always want to go in and look for some childhood memories when I go home, but the return of the Millennium Dragon is too far away for humans. When they come back, everything here has changed. By the way, it looks like a castle. Father said that it used to be the kingdom of humans. There are some very interesting murals inside. If you are interested, you can go and see it. At this moment, a group of birds flew past them. It seemed that they came over after seeing the Millennium Dragon. Although the size is similar to that of an ordinary bird, the appearance is somewhat similar to the Millennium Dragon. Farron, is this your cub? No, haven't you seen the children of the tribe? They are much bigger than these birds. This is just another kind of bird that has a common ancestor with us, but they have always lived here. No, there are others on this island. A puff of dust floated on the island, and an unidentified object was rushing down from the top of the island at high speed. If you look closely, you can see the figure of a Millennium Dragon on a cart. This is Luffy and his party who escorted Lord Long back to the Dragon Cave. According to Lord Long's guidance, they also came to this island, but it will take some time before the Dragon Cave appears. There is also some deviation from the location of the Dragon Cave, so they did not find the destination. And Lord Long has been hunted by others, and at this time, those who covet the 1,000-year-old dragon's bones have also caught up. So Luffy and others will rush down from the top with Lord Long at high speed, and Zoro will be responsible for the rear. Are they doing something new? Grass skiing? Who knows, but it's good to be able to exercise. Let's go, Ziope, we're going to rappel. After Ultai unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door of the carriage, She held her collar with one hand and hugged Peggy 1's neck with the other hand and jumped down directly. They were originally accompanying the Millennium Dragon home. Now there was a special situation below, and there was also a strange Millennium Dragon. No matter how she thought about it, she would not ignore it. Ulti pulled Peggy 1 and jumped down directly. "No, sister, can't you make a parachute yourself?" "No, that's too slow, and it's not as convenient as you, Ziope. You're the best. I don't want you to praise me in this aspect at all." She complained about her sister's improper behavior, but Peggy 1 still obeyed, or rather, doted on her and cooperated. With the accumulation of time, they became more and more proficient in transformation, and they completed the transformation in the blink of an eye. Powerful airflow gushed out from the gaps in the scales, and Page 1 rushed towards the ground. Ulti also took advantage of the wind resistance caused by the descent to get on Page 1's back and grasped his dorsal fin very skillfully. Millennium Dragon and Steel Armored Crow also flew downwards, but they were much slower than Ulti and Page 1, after all, Page 1 was flying in a jet and was going straight down. "Ah! I feel like I am the fastest person in the world now." On the small cart where Long Ye was, Usopp's screams spread across the island with the wind. "What's the point of that?" Sanji disagreed with Usopp's idea. In his opinion, it was meaningless. "Shut up! Luffy, find a way to stop it. If this goes on, this cart will fall apart before we even get to the ship." It's okay, just trust me, it'll be fine." "Don't trust me." "Nami, you asked the wrong person, hello, think of a way. Instead of asking Luffy about this kind of trouble, it's better to ask Hello, it's at least more reliable than Luffy." But their panic didn't last long, someone helped them stop the cart. Boom! Page 1, who fell from the sky, inserted his feet into the ground, crossed his arms in front of him, and used the fins on top like a shield to stop the speeding cart. It was not difficult to stop this cart alone, but while stopping it, Page 1 used his clever strength to resolve the impact from above, so that the cart did not fall apart. This time, he demonstrated his control of strength. "You guys! So cool! Aha!" Looking at Luffy and Usopp with stars in their eyes, Page 1's words were blocked before they could be said. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 884, Eyes Full of Care, Old Relative of the Millennium Dragon. Page 1's Lebite Garchomp was transformed from the Spinosaurus fruit, and it was originally a large type. Moreover, Page 1 was one of the few top-ranked numbered people who preferred the beast form like Jack. Now he is about 6 meters tall in the beast form. Because the wings shaped like shark pectoral fins grow on his forearms, Lebite Garchomp looks like a jet when he folds his body and stretches his wings. Now he stands upright, very similar to the transformed jet fighter. Both this feature and the appearance of Lebite Garchomp hit the excitement point of Luffy and Usopp. Although they knew that there were mysterious objects called devil fruits in the sea because of Luffy, they did not know that devil fruits were divided into 3 categories. Page 1 was the first animal they saw. You 2, be normal. You are not friendly forces. Having his hands on Luffy and Usopp's heads, Sanji hoped that the two would be normal, but the next moment, he became one of the abnormal people. "Xiaopei, what are you waiting for? Ah, this beautiful lady, what do you want to do to stop us?" Bang! Sanji also joined Luffy and Usopp, and was punched by Nami from behind. Sister, what do you think should be done next?" Peggy 1 was confused by the other party's abnormal behavior. In the new world, the people he faced were either afraid or arrogant. This was the first time someone said he was cool. He was only 18 years old this year, and his vanity was slightly satisfied. "Wow! The dinosaurs are talking. Luffy, did you hear that? That's even cooler. Where can I catch a dinosaur like this? It seems like it can fly. It would be awesome if I could raise one." "Ahem, well, I heard there are a lot of dinosaurs like this on an island." Looking at Usopp bragging seriously and Luffy listening to him seriously, a new idea came to Page 1's mind. Are these two fools? He never shows mercy to his enemies, but fools, this makes him a little embarrassed to start. Fortunately, at this time, Yamato and the Millennium Dragons also followed closely and landed. Fuck! Millennium Dragon! So many Millennium Dragons, hey, are you here to take Lord Long home? Seeing the Millennium Dragons such as Farron appear here, the fear in ABI's heart was immediately swept away. She is a descendant of the residents of the ancient dynasty mentioned by Farron's father, and she met Lord Long by chance. She was not attracted by the bounty of the Millennium Dragon, but began to do her best to protect Lord Long. Luffy and others decided to escort Lord Long because of her. She is a user of the Whispering Fruit. Although it does not enhance her combat power, it allows her to communicate with any animal, so there is no obstacle in communicating with the Millennium Dragon. Lord Long, look, your companions are here to pick you up. The old Lord Long raised his head and looked at the Millennium Dragons around him, with a few tears flowing from his eyes. Roar! Roar! One of the Millennium Dragons wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lord Long. Then, Farron's father came over. Looking at the Millennium Dragon, Lord Long seemed to recall something. ABIs, what are they talking about? Due to the appearance of the Millennium Dragon, Page 1 and the others did not do anything, but just listened to a group of Millennium Dragons communicating there, but the presence of ABIs saved Farron the effort of acting as a translator. That 1,000-year-old dragon seems to be an old acquaintance of Long yet. There are different tribes of 1,000-year-old dragons all over the world, but when Dragon Island appears, they will still meet here, which means that even if they are not from the same tribe, they will have some relationship, or even know each other before. Old man, why are you here? And it's a little early. I am afraid it's too late. Wait, Long yet, didn't you say that your illness can be cured when you reach the Dragon Cave? Your companions are here, don't worry anymore, they will definitely take you back, right? ABIs noticed something unusual in Long Yi's words, but Long Yi just reassured her and didn't say anything else. Only other 1,000-year-old dragons know that Long Yi's deadline is almost up, and now it is just holding on to its breath, waiting for Dragon Island to appear again. Hey! What are you guys doing here? Why don't you leave? The figure of Sauron appeared from the side, followed by Eric who had been chasing Long Yi. He had also heard of the legend that the bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon could make people immortal, so he teamed up with the navy to hunt down the 1,000-year-old dragon in order to obtain the coveted bones. Zoro had stayed there to delay time. Looking at the many 1,000-year-old dragons present, Eric's face was also filled with a greedy smile. In his eyes, these were countless dragon bones. If he could get them all, his wish would be fulfilled. Hey! Roar! Ah, I see, really, your father always troubles me when he has something to do, Miss Yamato, you and your father should send Lord Long to Dragon Island first, and I will catch up after I deal with this guy. It doesn't seem to matter if we wait, anyway, there is still plenty of time, and it won't take much time to deal with this guy. The first voice was Lord Long talking about the enemy, and the second voice was Farron's father asking his son to teach that guy a lesson. The environment affects the behavior of intelligent creatures. Living with all kinds of beasts for a long time, Farron's tribe is also the most violent among the 1,000-year-old dragons. They will never show mercy to those who want to hunt for dragon bones. Fuck, can a 1,000-year dragon talk? No, it's become a dragon man. ABIs, can't Lord Long transform? Let it transform too. Looking at Felon who transformed from a 1,000-year dragon to a dragon man, Luffy got excited again. He saw too many interesting things today. Did Lord Long never say that a 1,000-year dragon can become a human? Before Luffy and the others finished speaking, Eric had already taken action. In his opinion, a 1,000-year dragon is a very nourishing animal, and a 1,000-year dragon that can become a human is a 1,000-year dragon that has become a spirit. The dragon bone of such a 1,000-year dragon must have a stronger medicinal effect. With a wave of his finger, several sickle weasels flew out from his fingertips and slashed towards Felon. Be careful. This is a reminder from Zoro. For him now, Eric is a very difficult enemy to deal with. The sickle weasel in his hand is extremely fast and powerful. Even he has a hard time dealing with it. Force. But Farron did not evade at all, and walked over to Eric's attack. Since you have escorted the old man all the way, I will let you know what real strength is. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 885, One Piece, It Won't Be Yours. Eric is a mercenary by profession, and can also be regarded as a bounty hunter, but in most cases, he is hired by the Navy. The superhuman type, the sickle weasel with the sickle weasel fruit, can release powerful sickle weasel slashes through his fingers. The sharp sickle weasel can easily smash rocks, and there is no need to charge. As long as his hand speed is fast enough, he can release countless powerful wind blades. Of course, this also has disadvantages. While raising the lower limit of attack, Eric's upper limit of attack is also locked. Even if he charges, he cannot increase the power of his sickle weasel, and can only increase the power of his attack through quantity. He can release a large number of sickle weasels to form sickle weasel tornadoes, but the power of each sickle weasel has not increased. It is extremely difficult for him to achieve qualitative change. Such ability is very difficult in the East China Sea, but for the Millennium Dragon fighting in the New World, Eric's attack is not painful. No matter how strong or how many attacks cannot break the defense, it is meaningless. The primitive man fruit and the ancestral bird ability user, Farron is a rare dual ability user among the beasts, not to mention the body of the Millennium Dragon. To understand from another perspective, Long Ye is the second uncle at the entrance of the village who has seen his father born and lived with him for a period of time. Although he does not know him, he is a relative after all. If he insists on counting, he may call Long Ye the seventh uncle. Now someone has sent the old and weak seventh uncle back to his hometown. He doesn't need to express anything, but it's okay to pour a glass of water. It's enough for them to let these people understand the gap in the world. He is not Kaido, and he is not interested in teaching people every day. It's enough to help them open their eyes. I've let you fight for so long, you should have had enough, right? Eric's sickle weasel fruit essentially swings out transparent wind blades, and wind has no color. His opponents can only barely see the changes in the shape of the air, and many enemies can't react to his attacks. But Farron is different. He didn't even predict it, he just used his body strength to resist his attacks. To outsiders, it seemed that Eric was waving his fingers constantly, while Farron was slowly approaching him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Eric ran back, trying to distance himself from Farron. But as Farron's wings fluttered, he appeared in front of Eric again. Where do you want to go? Boom! With his right fist swung out, Eric was hit by Farron's punch, and he stopped after breaking through several walls of the ruins. Sister Yamato, let me do it. A guy like that will only take one shot. Seeing Farron playing with Eric like a cat playing with a mouse, Page 1 couldn't wait any longer. It was meaningless to play with a weak opponent. Forget it. This is the business of the Millennium Dragon. There's nothing wrong with letting them do it themselves. Besides, it's not hard for Farron to deal with that guy. He probably doesn't want this little girl to see too bloody a scene. Yamato didn't think Farron would fail in such a place. Besides, the sound coming from the ruins was getting smaller and smaller. It was self-evident what this meant. Hiluo, Hiluo. At this time, Hiluo was also flying up and down beside Yamato, telling Yamato something. Really? It sounds like you're doing well. You seem to be very familiar with Heracross. Heracross has never been so close to other strangers. That's for sure. After all, it's Heracross. Whether it's the power of Tokiwa or her own special identity, the first-generation Pokémon born on a Nagashima have a special affinity for Yamato, and Heracross is still complaining. Although Yamato hasn't shown it yet, some people are already in trouble. It was also on this day that Luffy officially heard the racial name of Heracross from others. He had heard Heracross mention this word before, but he didn't know much about this special transliteration. Originally, Luffy had some questions about Heracross, but the returning Farron interrupted him. It's been taken care of. Taking Dragon Lord, Yamato and the others went to Luffy's marry with Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord was very weak now, and it was too difficult for him to fly by himself. Dragon Lord also wanted to go to Dragon Island with ABIs, so Yamato and the others did not take Dragon Lord to fly. Luffy, who had a big heart, didn't care about this kind of thing. ABI's mind was all on Dragon Lord, and Usopp and Nami didn't notice any problems, but just thought that the other party was very strong. But Sanji and Zoro were different. Hey, pervert, that guy was gone less than 3 minutes. Even shorter, the Millennium Dragon is too strong, Eric is no match for him, he doesn't seem to want ABIs to see too cruel scenes, otherwise he might kill him instantly. But what? Those two ladies are so beautiful. You bastard. Zoro and Sanji looked at these strangers warily from behind. Yamato was still chatting with Heracross, Luffy and Usopp pestered Page 1, asking him how he did the cool transformation. That kind of innocence from the heart can't deceive people. With vanity satisfied, Page 1 explained to them classification of devil fruits. There are 3 types of devil fruits. You eat the ordinary superhuman type. In addition, there are natural type and animal type. I eat the rare mythical beast type. So that's how it is. It looks so powerful. Some things can't be deceived. For example, in the crowd, you can see the eyes of some innocent college students who have not yet integrated into society. Luffy is in this situation now. His performance is really the same as that of an ordinary little fan. They got along relatively harmoniously for a while until they came to the beach again. So you are also pirates? Yes, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Luffy. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. A very classic speech came out of Luffy's mouth, but only the laughter of Ultai and Page 1 reached his ears. Okay, Ziope, Ul-chan, stop laughing. It's okay for others to have dreams. Although they can't be realized, we still respect them. Yamato didn't laugh at the other party, and his words didn't mean to mock, but the damage index was not less at all. Hey! What makes you say I can't be the Pirate King? It's simple, because the one who wants to be the Pirate King is my father. This is the final consensus of the Beast's pirates. Whether it is Yamato who wants to overthrow his father every day, or Ultai who dares to say Kaido is a fool to his face, they all have a common understanding in their hearts that the next Pirate King must be Kaido. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 886, The Assistant of the King of Rings is online. Apart from the facts, this is the common belief of all the members of the pirates. There are various reasons for joining the beasts. Except for those who were picked up by Kaido, most of them were attracted by his strength. Many people had fantasized about becoming the Pirate King before going to sea, but when they saw the cruelty of reality and realized their own gap, they transferred their past dreams to the captain they admired. Not only beasts, even Whitebeard, who has no interest in the position of Pirate King, has the same voice in his pirate group. In the eyes of the members of the Whitebeard pirate group, only Whitebeard can become the Pirate King. Even Whitebeard, who has no interest in this, cannot avoid such emotions among the pirates under his command, not to mention Kaido, who is already interested in the great secret treasure. Moreover, making Kaido the Pirate King is also one of Yamato's goals now. After losing a certain Odin's Horcrux, she is quite normal except that she is a bit stubborn. Moreover, One Piece is not her ideal. Her goal is to defeat Kaido head-on through hard power, and then rectify the Order of Beasts as the second generation of beasts to create a situation she wants to see. However, this battle between father and daughter will not allow outsiders to intervene. No matter how they fight, it is also an internal fight of beasts. No matter who wins or loses, it is ultimately a problem of beasts. Letting outsiders intervene will change the nature. Talking about the facts, in addition to the increasingly inflated overall strength, Kaido is still getting stronger. In the original timeline, he was called the strongest creature because he could not be killed. Although he constantly challenged the other 4 emperors and the navy, he mostly fled after being defeated and came again after a while. Now, he defeated his opponents or retreated calmly after his interest disappeared. The strongest creature has become more worthy of the title. Even the historical text of the necessary signposts to Raftel, Kaido has obtained 3 pieces of information, and he is the person closest to the Pirate King in the true sense. Although Luffy shouted that he was the man who wanted to become the Pirate King, Yamato was not angry, but just found it interesting. This is not a Nagashima. If someone breaks into a Nagashima and shouts that sentence there, it is no different from declaring war, and there will definitely be a stick. If you can break into a Nagashima, it is impossible not to know that it is Kaido's territory. What will happen if you say that kind of words knowingly depends on Kaido's mood. Of course, according to the current situation, if there is really an enemy who can enter a Nagashima, the first thing he will face is the furious Quinn. That means someone has crossed the line of defense he set up, which is a great insult to his achievements over the years and a great threat to his life. But it's different here. A group of ordinary pirates who have just started out and haven't even entered the Grand Line shouted such words, and Yamato and others would only treat it as a joke. People always have dreams, or in other words, dreams will never disappear at any time. Even in the New World, there are still many people who are obsessed with the title of Pirate King. If everyone who shouted this sentence was to be beaten, she might have just arrived at Fishman Island. Your father? But I still won't lose. The one who will become Pirate King in the end will definitely be. Hee. Here a cross on the side suddenly hit Luffy's head with a heavy chop. Due to his rubber man characteristics, he almost smashed him into a round pancake. As the external brain of the Straw Hat Pirates now, it thinks it is necessary to shut up Luffy now to avoid any unnecessary conflicts. What? You don't believe me either? I've been working hard for this goal for a long time. Okay, just tell a joke once. It's boring to hear it too many times. Didn't you realize the gap in the battle just now? Yamato didn't care much, and page 1 didn't take it to heart, but Ultai, who had the most irritable personality, felt annoyed when she heard him keep nagging about that sentence. Ul-chan, it's not good to be so irritable. Hey? I want this kid to understand the cruelty of the world in advance. This is for their own good. Didn't Farron do the same thing just now? And he who can become the Pirate King, only Captain Kaido. As soon as the voice fell, Ultai's figure disappeared from the spot as if teleporting. When everyone saw her again, she had come to Luffy's side and pressed him on the deck of the Mary with one hand. Damn, it hurts, I'm obviously rubber, how could I be hurt? You are such a naive kid, you should just dream of becoming the Pirate King in the East China Sea. With your 2 tricks, how can you challenge the throne? Without transforming, Ultai completely suppressed Luffy with one hand. In terms of their strength, even Farron is invincible in the East China Sea, and transforming is completely unnecessary. The reason why Farron chose to transform before was just to fight as a human, and page 1 to fly. If it was just to fight, relying on his own body would be enough. Ultai's sudden change of face and the rubber man who was hurt made the Straw Hat people on the ship unable to react. All this happened too quickly. They didn't know that this seemingly gentle girl was actually the most stubborn of the beasts today, and even Reckless Jack might not be as good as her. This was because Yamato and page 1 had a good chat with them before, otherwise they would not just be pressed to the ground. Zoro and Sanji were on guard, Abi's was at a loss, Nami and Usopp hid behind in fear, page 1 looked helpless, and Heracross was anxious. For a while, all kinds of people appeared on the ship. Don't worry, we are not interested in being your enemies, and you are not qualified. We are just here to witness the dragon's lair of the 1,000-year dragon. Dur-chan was right. You are not good enough in the Grand Line. Of course, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Farron, is the time coming soon? Waving his hand casually, Yamato did not regard them as enemies, but asked Farron about the time. It's almost time, we should leave too. Well, if that dragon lord can't fly now, let's try another method. What Yamato has mastered most over the years is not Zekrom's power, but the power of the transformed Kyurem. At the beginning, Arceus used her Big Mouth True God as a carrier to transform a brand new Kyurem body. At first, she only mastered the power of the original Big Mouth True God, and only now has the power of Kyurem shown the tip of the iceberg. Frozen World. The power in her body began to rotate, and a very cold force burst out from her body and began to spread along the soles of her feet. As the name suggests, both the island and the sea have become a new world of ice under the influence of Yamato's power. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 888, The Turbulent and Exploding East China Sea. Kuzan can only put him in prison at most, but Yamato and the others will sink him directly to the bottom. But greed soon took over Nelson's heart, because he saw the Millennium Dragon. In addition to the weakly lying Dragon Lord on the cart, the Millennium Dragon tribe flying in the sky made his face full of greed, and the fat on his body trembled because of it. Hey, dragon bones! So many dragon bones! The fat on his body did not appear out of thin air, but was nourished by years of corrupt life as the Admiral of the 8th branch. When he enjoyed a lot of things that ordinary people could not enjoy, he also became more obsessed with life. The dragon bones of the Millennium Dragon became his goal. Looking at so many Millennium Dragons, desire was already burning in his body. Fire! Shoot down all those Millennium Dragons! It doesn't matter if they are dead, as long as there are dragon bones. As long as they are handled properly, the bones can be preserved for a very long time. For Nelson, who only needs dragon bones, the life and death of the Millennium Dragon is irrelevant. Before Eric was dealt with by Farron, Nelson received his message, so he surrounded the fleet of the entire branch. These warships were not the large warships used by the Navy headquarters to execute the demon-killing order, but ordinary small warships of the Four Seas branch. Nelson connected all the warships with iron chains to form an iron chain defense line, but because of the frozen world of Yamato, this place has been completely frozen, and those warships have been trapped on the ice, and can only adjust the artillery to shoot. Oh, aren't these the Navy from before? They really came for the Millennium Dragon. Isn't this obvious? But these guys are so annoying, can I sink those ships? Ultai kicked away the shells fired by the other side, looking at those warships with dissatisfaction. She has been idle for a while, and it's time to get itchy. These navy are sandbags delivered to her. Whatever, they are also hunting down the Millennium Dragon, so they are enemies. Keep your conquerors hacky, these guys can't stand your conquerors hacky, if you kill them all, there will be no fun. Conquerors hacky has always been a good helper to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers, and the human wave tactics have no meaning at all against the owner of Conqueror's Haki. Since the trial of the Dragon Space can enhance the strength of Conqueror's Haki, the average quality of the East China Sea Navy cannot escape the fate of being wiped out. Don't worry about this, there will be opportunities for you to fight later. If it doesn't work, I will let my father fight you after returning to Onigashima. Shut up! Who wants to fight with your stupid father? You should suffer that punishment yourself, Xiao Pei, you on the left, I on the right, let's see who fights better. When Yamato talked about Kaido, even Ultai shuddered. Even she was afraid of Kaido. The teaching mentioned by Duo has a serious psychological shadow, and all the codders who are ranked high in the beasts have a deep understanding of this. Especially Quinn, as a victim who can be ranked with Yamato, Kaido's 8 fasting rules have left too many marks on him. The ice surface created by Yamato provides a perfect battlefield. While talking, Ultai rushed towards the enemy's warships. At the same time, the Millennium Dragon also launched an airstrike on these navy. As a member of the Beast's air cavalry, they have fought with the navy in the posture of the ancestor bird. Even if they are now in the form of the Millennium Dragon, they can still cause great trouble to these navy. Ship number 1 on the starboard side is attacked. Ship number 9 on the port side is attacked. The defense line has been broken. After being frozen, these warships lost the ability to move. Facing the flying Millennium Dragon, these warships almost became live targets. Fight back! Everyone, fight back! I will exile anyone who dares to retreat to a deserted island. Hearing the news that the fleet was attacked, Nelson began to order his navy to fight back. Although he was bloated, he was actually stronger than those boars in the East China Sea. The 8th branch at least had a large naval fleet and had good combat effectiveness in the East China Sea. Nelson's iron chain tactics were an example. Most pirates in the East China Sea could not deal with Nelson's fleet of the 8th branch. Unfortunately, the matching mechanism this time was very poor, even more disgusting than the ELO mechanism. He directly encountered a group of tourists from the New World who came out to bomb fish. In addition to the Millennium Dragon that launched an airstrike, his fleet had to face 2 surprise attacks. From the beginning of the battle, Nelson heard a series of bad news. Warships were destroyed every minute, and the fleet he relied on for survival on weekdays became weak at this time. Even with Nelson's orders, his soldiers showed a trend of collapse. What's going on? What's going on? How many enemies are there? Admiral, there are only 2 enemies besides those Millennium Dragons. 2. How is it possible? Can 2 people defeat my fleet? In a panic, Nelson accidentally fell from his seat. The heavy tonnage made it impossible for him to sit up. He had to rely on the support of the soldiers to adjust his posture again. Who is it? Haven't you found their information yet? Are you the Admiral, you fat pig? It looks like I won. The iron chain connecting the hull shook, and Ultai had already arrived on Nelson's ship, holding a bloody meteor hammer in her hand, but the hammer handle was also hard, more like a combination of a mace and a meteor hammer. It doesn't matter if you win, sister, you didn't say what would happen if you won. Page 1 landed from the other side of the ship and looked at Ultai with a nonchalant look on his face. There was no bet on the victory or defeat, and whoever won would not affect anything. Until this time, the intelligence officer in the warship ran out of the cabin in a panic with the intelligence of the 2 people, but when he saw the 2 people who had broken through to the main ship, he couldn't help but feel weak and the 2 bounty orders slipped away. His speed was not slow. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates on the sea has increased day by day. Even in the East China Sea, there are countless people with bounties of millions. As a local branch stationed in the East China Sea, their intelligence is all about these new pirates, and they don't pay much attention to the pirates in the New World. They are not as recognizable as Kaido, and neither Ultai nor Page 1 are interested in engraving the pirate flag on their bodies, so they delayed their time, but when they figured out each other's identity, they became more helpless. Beast Pirates, Ultai, Bounty, 470 million berries. Beast Pirates, Page 1, Bounty, 350 million berries. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 889, Kuzan, Save Me. Because it has been plowed too many times, the average bounty in the East China Sea is only 3 million berries. The bounty of 3 million berries means that the bounty criminal himself has no special ability, at most he is a little stronger, and most of his strength depends on external objects, and only on things like artillery or armor. The body has not been tempered, and the skills are not too strong. As long as there is a chance, an ordinary soldier can shoot him to death. Facing such an enemy, the human wave tactics can usually work wonders. This is also the enemy that the East China Sea Navy faces most often. Let alone the bounty of over 100 million, the pirates with a bounty of over 10 million have to consider carefully before taking action, otherwise click would not have been rampant in the East China Sea for so long. 470 million and 350 million, the bounties on these two people have exceeded the average amount in the East China Sea by 100 times. Unless they are equipped with Seraphim, a product that is still in the laboratory, conventional weapons have long lost their effectiveness. Why are you so flustered? Are you scared by this? I will send you to a deserted island later. Looking at the fallen soldier, Nelson's fat face showed a trace of contempt. As a member of Nelson's fleet, how can you? With a bang, Nelson fell from his seat. His overly fat belly caused him to lose balance and he couldn't get up for a while. Just now, the bounty order that fell on the deck was blown up by the sea breeze. His peripheral vision swept over the amount on the bounty order of Ultai and Peggy 1. The 9-digit amount choked all his words back. The fat body moved laboriously on the deck, and Nelson finally got the 2 bounties. 100 billion. The fat on his body trembled a few times, and sweat dripped from Nelson's body. Flowing down his face, a pool of liquid quickly gathered under his body. It seemed that in addition to sweat, there were also a lot of other liquids mixed in. Tisk, so disgusting, Xiao Pei, you should deal with that guy. The Navy here is really a bunch of trash. You were quite excited just now, why don't you want to move now? I'm a girl, okay? Can you bear to let your lovely sister touch such dirty things? I can bear it, and I don't think you care about such things. It is common for Ultai, who mainly fights in hand-to-hand combat, to be covered in blood. At that time, she would not care, and Peggy Wan had long been immune to Ultai's coquetry, and this tone could not shake him at all. It was at this time that Nelson suddenly started laughing like crazy, which made Ultai and Peggy Wan confused. Xiao Pei, it's all your fault. You were scared crazy by this guy. No, I think it's because of your hammer. Ha ha ha. You pirates are finished. You guys are about to be finished. You don't know what you are going to encounter. At that moment, Nelson felt that he had realized that all this must be a trick of the Navy headquarters. The reason why Admiral Aokiji appeared here must be to arrest these pirates with bounties of over 100 million. Only pirates of this level would let the headquarters admiral take action, which perfectly explains why Aokiji appeared here. Yes, until this time, Nelson still believed that the means of freezing the sea was Kuzan's Ice Age, not Yamato's frozen world. Yamato had not used this trick much in his past battles. Nelson, who lacked understanding of New World pirates, instinctively brought it into Kuzan's ability. You will have to wait to spend the rest of your life in Impelton. The promotion of this admiral is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. In this short period of time, Nelson, who was in fear, thought he saw hope. If this was Kuzan's plan, Kuzan would not give up his bait with his character. He will definitely be promoted after luring the enemy, and those 1000-year dragons will probably not escape. In this way, both the dragon bones and the status will be at his fingertips. It's really crazy. Is the Navy of the East China Sea so easy to scare? Turning her wrist, Ultai swung her hammer. She didn't want to fight such a strange opponent, but Nelson laughed so wildly in front of her, which made her even more unhappy. But before her hammer was thrown out, Nelson was hit by other attacks. Boom! With a loud bang, the place where Nelson was turned into a big hole. The whole warship was pierced by this blow, and the figure of Farron also appeared in front of them. Until death came, Nelson did not accept the reality, and was still immersed in his beautiful fantasy, dreaming of immortality and promotion and wealth. Sorry to bother you, Dragon Island is about to appear, I will deal with this trouble first, you should not mind. It's okay, you just deal with that kind of dirty stuff, Xiao Pei, go and see what it looks like below, it's disgusting to think about it. Blood was dripping from Farron's feet, which was obviously not his own blood. Because his main body was a 1,000-year dragon, Farron had no interest in human clothing. That blow even pierced through the deck directly, not to mention Nelson's body that had never been trained. From Farron's bloody claw marks, you can guess what is under the deck. I don't want to see it either, so I'd better blow it up directly. Boom! The ammunition depot on the main ship of Nelson's fleet was ignited by flames. The huge explosion destroyed the main ship and the resistance of the Navy on other nearby warships. Facing the air raid of the 1,000-year dragon, the remaining Navy has begun their own escape along the ice. Ulti and Page 1 had no intention of chasing them. Such enemies were not interesting to them at all, and their mission was not to annihilate these Navy. Where these Navy could escape to was their own business. In order to hunt the Millennium Dragon, all members of the 8th branch were dispatched, but the surprise attack of Ulti and Page 1 destroyed the defense line of their fleet in a few minutes. Nelson, as the chief, was also killed in seconds, and had no chance to issue effective orders, which led to the other Navy not knowing what happened in this sea area. If they wanted to receive intelligence, they had to wait for the defeated troops to escape to a safe place. Even if they had Den Mushi now, they had no intention of reporting, because there were still deadly guys in the sky. The Millennium Dragon in the sky did not mean to let them go, and was still attacking. Sharp stone blades condensed from their mouths and then turned into the most deadly weapons. The Millennium Dragon also returned here after chasing for a distance. They did not land, but circled in the sky. Farron also joined the circle, waiting for the appearance of Dragon Island. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 890, Special Information of the Millennium Dragon. Are you kidding me? What kind of monster is this? The Mary was frozen by Yamato and Luffy, and others came out much slower. When they chased out, they saw rows of destroyed warships on the ice. Usually, they would go around when they saw warships. Even if it was a weaker navy, they would choose to escape. This is the choice most pirates would make. After all, there are very few pirates who can confront the navy head-on. But now, someone destroyed a warship group in front of them. I say, Luffy, have you really thought it through? Looking at the scene in front of him, Zoro couldn't help asking. Before this, they had seen the strongest person. It was Hawkeye. In terms of strength alone, Hawkeye was already at the top of the pyramid. Swordsmen in the world had more or less heard of the title of the world's greatest swordsman. But Hawkeye's performance was far less exaggerated than that of Ulti and Page 1 at this time. He was just a crick. If it wasn't for relief, Hawkeye would not have paid any attention to him. In this case, outsiders naturally couldn't understand how terrifying Hawkeye's strength was. The deterrent power of splitting a pirate ship is not as great as destroying an entire fleet. Luffy had clearly stated that the Pirate King was his goal, but to become the Pirate King, these people in front of him were the mountains that had to be crossed. I've thought about it a long time ago. I've decided that I'll eat 6 meals a day in the future. Are you sick? What does this have to do with eating? As the chef on the ship, Luffy's appetite was already a headache for Sanji. Hearing that Luffy had another meal inexplicably, Sanji began to suspect that they might have starved to death in the end. Because only when you are full can you continue to become stronger. Nami-chan, hurry up and buy a refrigerator with a lock, otherwise we will really starve to death at sea. The refrigerator is not important. The question is, do we really have to defeat this monster? Can't we just go around it? Yes, in fact, I have a disease that will kill me if I fight someone stronger than me. I think going around it is a good way. With Nami's sailing skills, it will definitely work. As the weak duo on the ship at this time, they have a strong resistance to fighting monsters. Who knows, but if the target is the Pirate King, I'm afraid there will be a battle. By the way, if you know her, do you know who her father is? Hero, a very strong pirate. It's hard for you to understand how strong she is. Although they are members of the first generation of Heracross, they only know more about the forces around Arceus, and don't know the detailed information. Even if they know, Hero will not tell Luffy so much. Luffy is its important partner, but compared with its creator, there is a fundamental difference. These things are too early for Luffy now. When he really reaches that step, he will eventually understand these things. At this time, there were cries in the sky, and more 1,000-year-old dragons showed their figures. The 1,000-year-old dragons all over the world returned to the Dragon Cave at this moment. The weak Dragon Lord looked at the 1,000-year-old dragons flying in the sky and regained his spirit. Looking at AB's eyes in front of him, there was a little more tenderness in his old eyes. Roar! Ah! Dragon Lord, you let me ride on your back. Roar! Really, are you much better now? That's really great. Because the distance was relatively far, ABIs didn't see what happened on the battlefield, but only saw the warships being destroyed one after another. In her worldview, these navy who wanted to capture her and her Dragon Lord were not good people, so she didn't take it to heart. Long Ye had always told her that as long as she returned to the Dragon Cave, her illness would be cured, so she was only happy to see Long Ye regain his spirits. At this time, she still didn't understand what a last gasp of energy was. With his last bit of strength, Long Ye took ABIs to the sky and circled with other 1,000-year-old dragons. On the ice layer created by Yamato suddenly vibrated, and a huge shadow emerged under the ice, and an island rose from the sea. The ice layer broke, and the dragon cave with a large number of strange rocks revealed its true face again after 1,000 years. What? It turns out that this island has been under the sea. No wonder it has been so long that it can't be found. Standing on a part of the island, Yamato looked at this wonderful scene, took out his Rotom phone to take a photo, and updated his status. The island is full of rocks in the shape of a 1,000-year-old dragon, but they are not real rocks, but the legendary dragon bones, which are the proof left after the 1,000-year-old dragon died on this island. As they gathered for thousands of years, they began to greet each other, and the tribes of Furin also began to ask about the whereabouts of the stone tablet as agreed decades ago. And the news they got was also very confusing. Because they lived long enough, the problem was directly traced back hundreds of years ago. I seem to have seen that kind of stone falling from the sky, but it was finally taken away by a group of black-winged humans. I don't know where they went, but I remember that the egg should have fallen on the red land. Well, I seem to have seen it once. Fly west from here for 30 days, and then fly north for more than 20 days. The meteorite should have fallen there that year. I remember it almost the same. The specific location should be almost there. You can remember it. What I saw was the same as the old dragon. There is no new news, but be careful of those people in white clothes in the future. My people were attacked by those guys. By the way, you are very strong. You have dealt with so many human ships. All kinds of news came out of their mouths, and then these 1,000-year-old dragons also began to brag about each other's experience or appearance. After all, it was a 1,000-year reunion, so there was no need to be unhappy. Farron did integrate some news, and it was of certain value, but it would take many attempts to transform it into news of practical value. In addition to their own residences and dragon caves, the 1,000-year-old dragons were not very interested in other islands, and unlike the tribes of Furin who had always lived with humans, they had begun to call those islands in the way humans did. Islands. They remember islands according to their moving distance. After Farron's message, Yamato's map has more unmarked points, some of which are even islands where stone slabs have been found. This confirms the feasibility of these news, but it also means that they will have a lot of work in the future. If they want to find all these places, they will have to spend a lot of effort. While the other Millennium Dragons were communicating, Long Ye put ABIs down from his body and found a piece of ground that looked very flat. Then the whole dragon lay down weakly. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 891, Emergency Report from the East China Sea, Kaido's Special Support. Long Ye, Long Ye. What's wrong with you, Long Ye? Looking at Long Ye lying weakly in the puddle, ABI's heart, which had just been put down, was hanging again, but no matter how she shook him, Long Ye had no reaction. The time has come for the old man. This is the dragon cave of the Millennium Dragon, and it is also our cemetery. Farron transformed into a dragon man again and explained to ABIs beside her. The old man got lost due to an accident. He felt very lonely after being separated from his tribe. He was very happy when he was with you. Being able to return here, his last dream has been realized. Flying is the memory he left for you. You don't have to be sad. This is the place of ending, and also the place of beginning. There are several Millennium Dragons similar to the Dragon Lord. Almost at the same time of their death, the cry of a newly born Millennium Dragon was heard on the island. The reincarnation of the Millennium Dragon began on this island. The Millennium Dragon tribe did not stay here for long. The newly born Millennium Dragon babies soon began to flap their wings and mastered the ability to fly in a very short time. According to the differences of the tribe, they were separated again. The rising of Dragon Island caused the ice surface created by Yamato to break. Under the influence of the water flow, the ice layer quickly dispersed, and the Mary regained the ability to sail. The Straw Hat Pirates also embarked on their journey again. Abi's returned to the side of her tribe, carrying the memory of the Dragon Lord, and began her own inheritance. Yamato and Ultai were staring at a map in a daze. No, this position is a bit wrong. According to the speed of the Millennium Dragon, it should be around here. A pair of plain glasses was taken out from somewhere. At this time, Yamato was wearing glasses and holding a ruler to gesture something on the map. She still knew how to draw simple drawings, and she could understand a sea chart, but according to the data given by Farron, it didn't match up no matter how she did it. Those 1,000-year dragons wouldn't have remembered it wrong, right? After all, they are quite old, so it's normal for them to remember it wrong. Sister Yamato, shouldn't you change the map? Those 1,000-year dragons are talking about news from hundreds of years ago. Many islands have disappeared inexplicably with the passage of time. Maybe there will be news if you change to a map from hundreds of years ago. In a normal world, a natural disaster may cause an island to disappear in a few hundred years, let alone here. Being eaten by giant sea kings, being digested by island-eating monsters, being bombed by the kings, there are too many reasons for an island to disappear. Even if it is a member of the world government, it may become an object of erasure for various reasons, and it may not be possible to find the place with the current map. That makes sense. Let's go find Robin to play with her. She should be better at this. I just said I was going to beat someone up. But before that, there's one more thing to do. What? Let's go and blow up here. Hiro said that the navy of that branch captured a large number of Heracrosses, and the branch captain is also a bastard. Let's teach them a lesson. Ding! Yamato's Rotom suddenly sounded a reminder. Yamato looked at the Rotom screen and his face suddenly turned pale. What's wrong with you? Did you have a stomachache? No, Yuta forwarded my update just now. This is their private circle, which is a special information group that can only be seen by the beasts. Only people with exclusive Rotom can post or reply to similar updates, and Yuta is one of them. Just forward it, why do you look so bad? But Sister Stella also forwarded it, and Tizero will forward what she forwards. He never blocks people when he forwards things. It will be troublesome if that old man sees me. No, I want to give my godfather a suggestion, and Rotom phones need to add a function to prohibit forwarding. This should be counted as quins, but it doesn't matter. Captain Kaido doesn't look like someone who will read the news. No, Xiaopei, you don't understand, my old man, you can't use normal people's thinking to measure him, what he shows people may all be illusions. Based on her understanding of Kaido, Kaido would like her to train 25 hours a day so that he can see that he is living so comfortably. It may not be a big deal at the beginning, but once Kaido gets drunk, it will be a big trouble. Even if there is a need for improvement, that will be a matter for later. At this time, Yamato led Ultai and Peggy 1 to the 16th branch of the Navy, intending to teach the Navy there a painful lesson. While Mouse was recovering in the branch with bandages all over his body, Yamato descended from the sky. The defense of the 16th branch was like nothing to her. The three of them destroyed the 16th branch of the Navy with ease. The base building where Mouse lived was also smashed down by a stick, which saved Mouse's reputation and made him a base commander who died in the line of duty. Since the attack happened in the branch, the people of the 16th branch still managed to send the news out, but with such a big commotion, the reporters of the World Economic News Agency scattered around the country reacted faster. In addition, the 16th branch was attacked by the police. Morgans quickly released the news about the survivors of the Nelson fleet of the 8th branch. The Oni princess who ravaged the East China Sea, the Nelson fleet of the 8th branch of the East China Sea was completely destroyed, and the 16th branch of the East China Sea was destroyed. There was no exaggerated title, just stating the objective facts and the name of the task. This matter was enough to attract the attention of most people. This time it was Morgan's favorite big news. The newspaper of the World Economic News Agency was spread to all parts of the world with the news bird, and its influence was as always, and Kaido also made new actions because of this. Hehe, Yamato did a good job. Although it is the East China Sea, it finally looks like a little bit. This is my daughter. For Kaido, Yamato, who took the initiative to stir up trouble, is a good daughter. She overturned a naval branch. Although it was only a weak branch in the East China Sea, it was also a major progress. Where are you going? He said he was satisfied, but Kaido had already walked towards the gate of Onigashima with a stick. Seeing Kaido's appearance, Arceus instinctively felt that he was going to make a new big move again. Hehe, is there anything else to say? Young people's journeys shouldn't be interrupted like this. I'll go find something for those Navy men to do. If Yamato continues to travel leisurely, Kaido will have to plan a new round of makeup lessons for her, but since she has made quite a fuss, he can also help Yamato extend her travel time. With her status, the Navy will not ignore such a big fuss in the East China Sea. Although they may not be able to find Yamato, her journey cannot continue. So Kaido uses his own way to help Yamato solve this hidden danger. That is to create a bigger commotion in the New World, so that the Navy dare not be distracted. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 892, A Restless Family. Why do I feel that you want to go out and fight again? Because you are itching to do it. Kaido said that he would help Yamato attract firepower. This kind of thing doesn't sound right. In his situation, not actively throwing Yamato into the crowd is considered restrained, let alone making such a kind move. With his personality, the biggest possibility is that he just wants to fight. How could it be? I will choose a special method. This method does not require fighting, but the effect is the same. Shaking his neck, Kaido picked up a pile of wine jars, as if he had a new idea. You're not going to have a drink with that red-haired guy, are you? Yet, come to think of it, that guy got the position of the Sea Emperor in a very short time. Although we've fought a few times, it wasn't fun at all. This time, let's just have a drink with him, ahihi. Kaido knows the psychology of the Navy very well. If the four emperors fight each other now, the Navy may not be nervous. Although their war will cause a lot of aftermath, it also gives the Navy an opportunity, a good opportunity to weaken the four emperors. So for the Navy, the four emperors fighting is not a bad thing. As long as they control the situation well, they can achieve good results. But if two of the four emperors sit together and chat, the Navy will really be nervous. None of the Sea Emperors today is a good person. If one of them goes crazy, the Navy will have a headache. The overall strength of the Navy is very strong and enough to deal with the Imperial group, but the sea is too big. Many generals and elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters are scattered in various seas, and they have to protect those world nobles. Without advance preparation, the naval branches scattered around can only give warnings, and can do nothing else. If the two people join forces to make a big move, it will be enough to make the Navy busy. The Navy has surveillance on the Sea Emperors, but there is no way to eavesdrop on their words and deeds. Kaido and Red Hair sit together for more than 10 minutes, and the Navy has to put all its energy on it to prevent them from being unable to deal with it when they really make a big move. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief, but there is no 1,000 days to guard against thieves. Although the sea is turbulent now, it is also in a delicate balance. Suppose they take the initiative to attack a Sea Emperor. In the absence of external interference, they are enough to destroy the opponent, but they are not sure to keep the Sea Emperor. Suppose they let people like Kaido or Charlotte Linlin escape after the action, then the Navy of the world must be careful of these monsters to carry out indiscriminate attacks. The Navy headquarters is not afraid, Marijoa is not afraid, but the kings of the world can drive them crazy. In addition, their original policy is like this, and the top leaders of the world government will acquiesce to this situation. If they really do something like this and alarm the person in Hana no Ma, they will definitely be labeled incompetent. That guy's personality may not allow him to have a good chat with you. It's okay. If he doesn't agree, I'll take his daughter to him next time to see if he wants to talk. Kaido didn't want to threaten Red Hair with Yuta, but Red Hair was now afraid that Yuta would come to him. In Red Hair's view, Yuta's current life is much better than following him as a pirate. A singer in the world of honor is much better than a wanted criminal. Although he kept in touch, he kept refusing Yuta's request to meet. For the beasts, Yuta now brings more benefits, so naturally he plans to maintain the status quo. Kaido knew very well what Red Hair was worried about, so he was not afraid of his refusal. But there is still a problem. What? Do you think I should drink first and then fight, or fight first and then drink? In a sense, Arceus did not guess Kaido's plan wrong. He did not give up the idea of fighting or drinking, and planned to do both things at the same time. Amidst a burst of laughter, Kaido left Onigashima and deliberately left under the surveillance of the Navy. It flew 2 circles in front of the ship, and then flew towards the red-haired man's territory. The next day, in the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office. Report to Marshal Sengoku, this is the follow-up report of the 174 surveillance ship. Kaido has not returned since he left Onigashima at noon yesterday. His destination is currently unknown. The report is over. Originally, this was just an ordinary report and did not attract the attention of the Navy headquarters. On their desks was the impact of Yamato in the East China Sea, and they were deciding on the next plan. Kaido's movement only made them suspect that the beasts had some new big moves. After all, it was illogical for a person of Yamato's weight to appear in the East China Sea inexplicably. Sengoku simply couldn't figure out what was in the East China Sea that was worth the beast's interest. It was not uncommon for the Sea Emperor to be restless, and it was common for Kaido to run around. Compared with this, some things made Sengoku's head bigger. Garb. Look. It's your family again. Is there no one in your family that you can spare us? Luffy's bounty was spread out on Sengoku's desk. This level of bounty criminals would not be taken seriously by Sengoku at all. Even if his bounty was 10 times the average bounty in the East China Sea, it would only attract attention in the East China Sea. Attack the East China Sea Navy branch, you are really a good grandson of yours. The bounty for Luffy was placed here only because his grandfather was called Garp, a naval hero, his son is now the world's most vicious criminal, his adopted grandson is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and his biological grandson also became a pirate with an initial bounty of 30 million. At this time, Sengoku was venting his anger at Den Den Mushi. After all, Garp ran to the East China Sea as soon as he received the news, and now he can't be found at all. Ha ha ha, I know. I'm coming to the East China Sea. I'm going to arrest him right now. Stop it. Don't fool me here. Garp, you should know what's going on in the East China Sea. Ah, Kaido's daughter? She's really a nuisance. Do you have any news about her? In Sengoku's opinion, Luffy is not a problem at all. Compared with Luffy, Yamato, whose purpose is currently unknown, is the real problem. He thinks that Garp's grandson should be more obedient than Kaido's daughter. It's not easy for the Navy to specifically capture a pirate. It's not easy for them to find the target in the vast ocean. Not yet, but... Before Sengoku finished speaking, there was a flustered sound of footsteps outside the door, and an intelligence officer pushed the door in a slightly flustered manner. This is something Sengoku allows? If there is really urgent intelligence, you can ignore those rules and explain it to him directly. Report to the Marshal. The 277th surveillance ship has sent a message. Just now, red-haired Shanks has made contact with Kaido, the beast. Kaido has not left yet, and there is no fighting on the island. What did you say? For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 894, Kaido, give me some face, red-haired. Kaido, what do you want to do? The classic way of greeting when the 4 emperors meet, the hedging of the conqueror's haki, and this method is unlucky for the people eating onlookers next to them. Red-haired also has his own large fleet, and it seems that the quality is worrying. On weekdays, in addition to the main force of the Redverse, other affiliated pirate groups will also follow red-haired. When Kaido's conqueror's haki is released, red-haired cotters are fine, but they can't stand it and fall on the deck of the ship one after another. Gee, Shanks, your subordinates are too weak, is this your hobby? This has nothing to do with you, Kaido, do you want to fight? The equally powerful conqueror's haki pushed back Kaido's conqueror's haki, and Griffin had already been unsheathed. Facing Kaido, a moody guy, Shanks did not relax his vigilance. It's really a powerful conqueror's haki. The kid on Roger's ship has grown to this point. It just so happens that it won't be too boring now. Zhang. Griffin and Hachisai collided, and the collision of Conqueror's haki also rose from momentum to entity. Shanks had seen all this a long time ago and was not surprised. In terms of observation haki, Shanks has a unique advantage. His observation haki itself has reached the point of predicting the future, and he also has the special ability of observation killing, which can make him immune to other people's observation haki perception. With these two abilities, he can always get the upper hand in battle. The other members of the Red Hair Pirates had no intention of intervening. This was a fight between their big bosses. If they took action first without anyone else joining, it would only make Shanks lose face. Kaido, what on earth do you want to do? Shanks suspected that there was something wrong with his observation haki, because he saw the scene of Kaido sitting down to drink. The most important thing was that Kaido really drank on the spot after a few simple collisions, and after that, he lost his observation of Kaido's future. Kaido seemed to disappear in the future out of thin air. That ability was very similar to his observation killing, but Kaido seemed to rely on some external force. "Ah, I was just bored, so I decided to come to your place and sit down. Didn't you see that I brought some wine, and it's wine from the West Sea? How do you know this, Yuta?" "Yes, that little girl is obsessed with you. I asked her on the way here and found out about her preference. And according to your habits, I should say this. Give me a favor and sit down and have a good drink, or I'll bring that little girl over and let her rejoin your pirate group, and you can't do it now. It's the 4 emperors, and that girl is also a world-famous singer, so this can't be considered a breach of contract." This is not a threat, but it has a good effect on Shanks. He really doesn't want Yuta to return to the pirate path, so he let Kaido join the banquet. It just so happens that he also has some questions to ask. "Kaido, don't you have anything to say about what happened to Mr. Odin? Why are you the same as that old guy Whitebeard, talking about that guy all the time? Although that guy is a good opponent, how can he be so attractive? If you want to ask, it's Kurozumi Orikai's conspiracy. If you don't believe it, you can also come to Wano country and try to see what Wano country is like now. And Odin's daughter is now the general of Wano country, you can let her answer you in person." Shanks was silent for a moment, and finally did not continue to delve into this issue. He had his own ideas. Kaido stayed here for about half an hour, and until Kaido left, Shanks didn't understand what this guy was doing here. "Shanks, are you really not going to let Yuta come back? Although the beast fruit is not from the pirates, it is still the beast's thing. If Yuta stays there it will affect many things in the future." "I know, but Yuta's state should not be our pirate ship, but the whole world. It is better to be wanted by the navy together with us. Besides, Kaido is a battle madman and will not affect the outcome of the battle in that way. Now I want to know more about what this guy's purpose is. He won't come here specially to sit, right? Speaking of which, the wine is really good. I should ask him where he got it from. Speaking of which, I met his daughter when I was in the East China Sea. Recently, his daughter has also made a lot of noise in the East China Sea." Hawkeye said silently. Kaido is not a swordsman, and this is Red Hair's territory. He has no reason to take action. He just gave Shanks some additional information. When he is not deliberately making a fuss, Shanks' intelligence is also online. He seems to have figured out some things after bringing himself into the picture. "It seems that guy used me." Less than 10 minutes after Kaido left, a special den mushi on his body rang, and a deep voice rang out. "Red Hair, what did Kaido say to you?" "Nothing, just a drink." "Red Hair, do you think we are fools? You want to fool us with this reason? Don't forget what your situation is. If you don't believe it, then it's up to you, and don't think you can order me. You." Shanks hung up the phone directly, then put his arm around Hawkeye's shoulders and pulled him back to the table. The banquet was not over yet. "Shanks, that phone. A few suspicious guys, ignore them, keep drinking." At this moment, Marijoa and the 5 elders looked at the busy den mushi for a long time without saying a word. "Can you trust what Red Hair said? This kid has his own ideas. Let's follow Sengoku's arrangement and strengthen surveillance. There is no other way for the time being." Due to Kaido's inexplicable actions, almost all the den mushi in the navy were busy. In addition, some people were also leaking information to people they had private relationships with, and even Kyuzan joined the ranks. "General Kyuzan, what's the matter?" The den mushi's eyes gradually turned into a pair of dead fish eyes, and the body of its mouth even imitated the shape of a cigar, but it didn't smoke. "Smoker, you should have seen the latest order from the headquarters, right?" "I have. As the general of the headquarters, I order you not to act rashly. The affairs of the East China Sea are not something you can handle. Do you understand?" That woman is not an ordinary pirate. She is even immune to my attacks and can release a cold current that is not weaker than mine. Smoker, the headquarters has a big operation and you are absolutely not allowed to violate the order at this time. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 895, New Features Derived, The Frozen Upper Dragon. There are many restless pirates, and there are also many restless people in the navy, and Smoker is one of them. But his restlessness is not the restlessness of a mouse or monka, but a personality problem. He acts on his own and does not obey discipline. Some people in the internal secretly call him a mad dog. As a natural ability user, it is obviously a waste of talent to have him stationed in Rogue Town. His appearance in the East China Sea is both a form of protection and a temporary demotion. His attitude towards pirates is in line with the overall policy of the Navy, but not in line with the policy stipulated by the world government. The world government never wants to eliminate them. Letting him come to the East China Sea is, on the one hand, to calm him down, and also to temper his temper, so that he can learn to obey better. However, his personality is not so easy to change. Under his management, Rogue Town, as the beginning and end of Roger, has also entered a relatively stable state. The overall strength of the pirates in the East China Sea is not strong, but they will also rob towns, especially Rogue Town, which has attracted the attention of many people because of the birth of the Pirate King. Since Smoker was placed here, Rogue Town has become the end of the East China Sea pirates. As natural types, Kuzan, Sakaski, and Borsellino also have their own temperaments. Whether it is Kuzan's laziness or Borsellino's slacking off or Sakaski's coldness swept across the faces of the world government officials. But this does not affect the status of their headquarters admirals, because they are strong enough and are an important combat force of the Navy. Smoker is similar to the three admirals in many ways, but he has a similar temper, but does not have the corresponding strength. Otherwise, even if someone is unhappy with him, there is nothing they can do about him. Smoker will be stationed in Rogue Town, and it is also related to him offending some people. The size of the world government is very large, and those people have different opinions on the attitude of the Navy. Many people even think that the Navy has always been a dog of the world government. They can't do anything about the admirals, but they have ways to disgust people. The attack on Zifa's family is a mystery within the Navy. Where did the soldiers who were protected go, and how did those people find Zifa's family? There are too many things that cannot be explained. Even Zifa was spared at the beginning, not to mention Smoker now, but he has not reached that point yet, so the people above just temporarily let Smoker fade out of their sight. It's a pity to destroy a natural ability user who is loyal to the Navy. Some people don't like Smoker's way of doing things, but this doesn't prevent others from appreciating him. He also has friends in the Navy, and Kuzan has a good personal relationship with him. He deliberately called Smoker because he didn't want Smoker to commit any suicide. According to his understanding of Smoker, Yamato's behavior in the East China Sea will definitely attract Smoker's attention. He is very likely to take the initiative to find the other party. If he can't find him, it's okay. If he finds him, he will be a pure delivery. Smoker didn't make too many applications of the properties of smoke itself. The smoke fruit is just a tool to avoid attacks in his hands. If he encounters a physical pirate who is proficient in domineering, he will be easily beaten unilaterally. Colonel Smoker, you must obey this order and don't care about that woman. Do you understand? Hearing that Smoker didn't respond on the other side of the phone, Kuzan ordered him again in an extremely formal tone, and even called the other party's rank. Yes, I understand. You don't have to be unconvinced. This is all for your own good. That woman is not simple. She has the ability to hurt me now. It seems that he heard a hint of dissatisfaction in Smoker's tone. For the sake of personal friendship, Kuzan said a few more words. In fact, the battle between him and Yamato a year ago gave him a headache. There are differences between the upper and lower levels of devil fruits. The weapon fruit and the quick-cut fruit, the ton pressure fruit and the kilogram fruit are direct examples, and the elements of the natural system are even more so. The ice fruit and the big mouth true god have no connection, but after the big mouth true god was transformed, the new Qrem was born with special abilities that belong to this world. The devil fruit hosts the devil, and the devil in the big mouth true god was wiped out by Arceus, but after a devil disappears, the vacancy left needs to be filled. No new devil was born. Yamato's own consciousness completely dominated the fruit, which also caused some changes to the original devil power. As the body of a dragon, Qrem also has the title of the strongest. In this case, the new version of the big mouth god has become the pinnacle of all ice devil fruits. She has an additional ice-eating feature. Ice attribute attacks are ineffective against her. Not only can Kuzan not freeze her, but even frozen ice can be eaten directly as food. In another world, she can call herself the Ice Devil Slayer, but she has no interest in eating ice. Although it can restore some physical strength, the amount of recovery is not worth it for her to do so. Her own health bar is too thick, and she has to eat at least an iceberg to see some effect. The absolute restraint and ability forced Kuzan to compete with Yamato in physical skills. In a sense, he couldn't tell whether Yamato retreated calmly or didn't want to fight at all. The suppression of ability is more absolute than the restraint of the upper fruit. Among the three admirals today, Kuzan is the easiest opponent for Yamato to deal with. It was also during this battle that Kuzan understood more about how strong the opponent's physical skills were. He was sure that Smoker couldn't even take her stick. After repeated instructions, Kuzan hung up the phone and left the headquarters, and began his defense work according to the predetermined position. The order of the world government was very simple. No matter what happened, it must be prioritized to ensure that Marijoa was not disturbed. As for other places, they didn't care about how they were destroyed. At most, they would wait for a reshuffle. Anyway, it has been like this for hundreds of years. In hundreds of years of history, most countries were destroyed because of war, but there were also many countries that were wiped out by Marijoa herself. As for Smoker, he was silent for a while after hanging up Kuzan's phone. It was not because he felt underestimated, but he always wanted to tell Kuzan that he didn't need to think of himself as a brainless reckless man. Sometimes, he did ignore orders, but he hadn't gone crazy yet, otherwise he should have challenged the four emperors alone. Monsters with a bounty of more than 1 billion were not something he could deal with now. He knew this very well. Otherwise, he would not have compromised so easily when he saw Long in Rogue Town. He didn't want to try to see if he could develop his domineering or awakening abilities by hitting him on the head with a stick. Because Kuzan was worried, Smoker looked at his adjutant to confirm something. Tashiji, what kind of person do you think I am? For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 896, Fat Express learn about it. Ah, Mr. Smoker should be a good person. As a cute girl with glasses, she insisted he followed his superior's orders and gave him a good guy card. Although he looks fierce, he is also doing justice. Okay, you don't need to continue. His own lieutenant is not very smart. Smoker can be sure that Tashiji did not understand the meaning of his words. Thinking back, Kuzan's series of orders directly blocked his possibility of replying, and it seems that his inherent impression is really wrong. So Mr. Smoker, what should we do next? What? Of course, go after the Straw Hat Boy. There are many bounty orders scattered on his desk, and the top ones are Yamato and Luffy. Yamato's record has already shown that he is not someone he can deal with, but the latter one is different. He laughed on the execution platform and had an inexplicable relationship with Dragon. He is still a newcomer. Although Kuzan did not allow him to interfere in Yamato's affairs, he did not prohibit him from hunting the Straw Hat. As for the bounty on Yamato on the table, the Navy's usual style, we may not be able to deal with you for the time being, but we can increase your bounty, and the bounty of the four emperors will lose its actual value. The original purpose of the bounty was to attract bounty hunters to hunt pirates, but no bounty hunter who is brave enough to challenge the four emperors at will has appeared. There is a constant stream of people challenging the four emperors, but none of these warriors are for the Navy's bounty. They are all ambitious people with greater ambitions. For them, money is no longer their goal. The Navy team in Rogue Town has not changed much. Smoker took a few people to start the journey to chase Luffy. Now the East China Sea clique pirates have been wiped out, and the buggy pirates are missing. Instead, there are no pirates that need his special attention. Although the 16th branch and the 8th branch suffered a major blow, it is still within the tolerable range. Yamato, who caused an uproar, was just about to leave the East China Sea. The Millennium Dragon group has returned to the residence of Inagashima, leaving only the steel-armored crow as a means of transportation. During this period of time, Yamato tried to find places where there might be stone slabs according to the description of the Millennium Dragon. However, the era was too long ago, and the map really didn't match, so she started to plan to find a professional to deal with it first. Although she could use Rotom to communicate remotely, that would be less fun, so she chose to talk in person. It's so hard to find. Where did the Red Nose pirates go? It's not Red Nose, it's Buggy Pirates. Don't change people's names for no reason, okay? It's the same. I saw that guy was once Red Hair's brother and Roger's crew member, so their strength should be about the same. Maybe it will be very interesting. Yamato didn't care about the revision proposed by Ultai. In her opinion, it was all the same. As Red Hair's brother, it was reasonable to name his own pirate group with his own iconic things. How could a pirate of that strength stay in the East China Sea? There will be stains on every ship. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we don't know where that guy is hiding. Yes, this comment is true. That guy is a bit lucky. In the intelligence column about Buggy obtained from the beast, there is a very special one, ridiculously lucky. She can only use this reason to explain why she can't find him. It's not just Colonel Mouse that Heluo complained about. Buggy also belongs to this category. However, Mouse is the base commander of the naval base, and the location is easy to find, but Buggy is different. The Navy can't find Yamato running around in the East China Sea, and Yamato can't find Buggy, who disappeared inexplicably. Dong, dong, dong. Come in. There was a knock on the door suddenly, and Yamato said come in casually, and then realized that he was in the sky, and Steel Armored Crow didn't attack this person. It should be said that he was not a human at all. When Yamato turned around, a cute yellow creature was flying outside the Steel Crow taxi. On the shoulder bag on its chest, there seemed to be the words Postal Express written on it. It was holding a special envelope in its hand. The opening of the envelope was sealed with wax in the shape of the beast pirate flag. Hey! Steel Crow temporarily landed on a nearby island, and the other party handed the envelope to Yamato. Are you the new Pokémon created by your godfather? Yamato was sure that she had never seen this kind of Pokémon before she left Onigashima. This was obviously a new type of Pokémon that had just been born during this period. Ming. While confirming it, it also stuffed the envelope in its hand to Yamato. This was a test of the express delivery business that Beasts was going to carry out internally in the near future. Den Mushi and Rotom could meet the needs of making calls, but some things had to be delivered in kind. The unique environment restricted transportation. Compared with ships, flying was much faster. In the past, Beast's purpose was to sail slowly when there was nothing to do, and to find Zeraora when there was something urgent. The ocean has become more unstable recently, and Zeraora is a little too busy. After all, his main job is not a courier. In order to strengthen the connection between islands in the territory, new couriers are also born on the sea. As the name suggests, the most important thing for courier is speed and safety, and Dragonites are perfectly selected for this position. Dragonite is orange-yellow, with two long and thin tentacles and a small horn on the top of its head. There is a pair of slightly small wings behind it. Although it is a dragon-type Pokémon, it looks naive and very cute. Coupled with some special translators, Dragonite is often nicknamed Fat. But under this appearance it hides a powerful force. Dragonite has intelligence comparable to that of humans, and it can do almost everything that humans can do. As long as it is given systematic training, it is not impossible to let it write code. As the first generation of Pokémon, every time the Pokémon world becomes larger, its flying speed becomes faster. According to records, Dragonite only takes 16 hours to circle the Earth. With their speed, Dragonite is enough to achieve 1-hour delivery in the Sea of Beasts and to urgently increase troops during wartime. In addition to this speed, Dragonite also has a powerful force in its body. Even in the stormy sea, it can fly calmly, which is very suitable for the sea environment of the New World. This is a trial operation. After confirming that there is no problem, Dragonite's business will first be spread in the territory of the Beasts, closely connecting each island. At this time, Dragonite took out a small notebook from his bag and signaled Yamato to sign for the letter. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 897, The Moment of Breaking Defense with One Word, The Timid Trio in Advance. Yamato signed for the letter without any defense, and also asked why Dragonite wanted to do express delivery business. After Dragonite's explanation, she still didn't quite understand, but she felt it was very meaningful. After all, it was arranged by Arceus, so it was always useful. Is the letter to me also a test by you? It sounds like you are really powerful, but it is more convenient to call than to write a letter. After signing for it, Yamato opened the envelope, and then stuffed the letter back at a speed that Dragonite didn't react. Let's discuss it. How about you pretend that you didn't find me? Dragonite's little claws took out a piece of paper from his pocket again. It was Yamato's life card. Looking at the paper gradually approaching him, Yamato understood that this was obviously impossible. If she still can't find the person with the life card, Dragonite, the courier, should be ready to resign, not to mention that she has already signed the receipt. Now she regrets signing it. There is nothing special in the envelope, just an ordinary letter, but the person who signed the letter is Kaido. Go back to Onigashima, there is a surprise. Short words, like a mountain, directly weighed on Yamato's head. Kaido's surprise, no matter how you think about it, it will not be a good thing. The master asked you to call him after receiving the letter. Dragonite's words rekindled a glimmer of hope for Yamato, maybe things are not as bad as she thought. After Rotom connected with Inagashima, Yamato asked Arceus directly, "Godfather, what's the matter with this letter? It's just a small test. Where are you now?" "An island in the East China Sea, not too far from Upside Down Mountain." "Is that so? This speed is not bad. There is nothing else. The Navy has been very active recently. Be careful." "Wait, Godfather, what does the content of this letter mean?" The test was over, and Arceus had no intention of continuing to chat, but before he hung up the phone, Yamato called him. "Content?" "Yes, Godfather, don't you know the content?" "I don't know. I wanted to write something casually, but your father seems to have new arrangements." The last hope was shattered, and she knew that Kaido would find ways to target her. At this time, she was already imagining what kind of terrorist attack Kaido would brew. But Yamato was not pessimistic. What is coming will come. You can't avoid it. It is meaningless to worry blindly. Instead, you will waste your leisure time. This is also the truth she summed up from the lesson. Let's go, Ziope, Dur-chan, enjoy the rest of the trip. There is something wrong with what you said. Kaido, that idiot, is obviously staring at you. Why do you say that Ziope and I will suffer together? Because I will drag you along. Aren't we friends? Don't talk about friendship in such a strange place. Who wants to be tortured by that guy with you? Not bad, Dur-chan, you don't deny that we are friends, and you don't care about the name. This is a big improvement. That's enough. Can you be smarter at the critical moment and don't always use your brain in such a strange place? For some reason, Ulti always felt that she would be broken by Yamato, and all her armor was penetrated invisibly. Okay, it's time to go. Let's get a permanent pointer to Alabasta first. If I remember correctly, the specialty of the next island is the Tornado Potato Tower. After Yamato and the others decided on the destination, Dragonite was also ready to leave. This was originally a test of its speed, and it had no intention of staying any longer. But before leaving, it handed Yamato and the others a stack of newspapers, which just happened to include their new bounty. This was bought from Newsbird, but the Newsbird was frightened and finally flew away in a hurry without even asking for the money. In the legend, Dragonite has always been a relatively gentle Pokémon. There are even rumors that it evolved from the Haxorus family to this form in order to have hands to help others. But Newsbird didn't know all this. For Newsbird, this big fat dragon that caught up was a terrible top predator. Thanks to the action in the East Sea, Yamato's bounty successfully exceeded 2 billion, making him the fourth most valuable person in the beasts. Ulti and Page 1's bounties also increased slightly, but they didn't care much about it. On the other hand, some people were sweating over their bounties. On the Golden Mary, Nami was angry at the Newsbird. Why does today's newspaper cost 200 Baileys? You are raising the price maliciously. I want to complain to you. Even though there was a gold mine at home, her greedy character did not improve. This was a habit she had developed before the gold mine was discovered. The Newsbird flew out helplessly. It was just a part-time worker. What could they do if the boss raised the price? It was just that the price increase was worth it. In addition to the usual news, there were also special serialized picture books and additional bounties. Usopp wanted to take a look at those picture books, but the next moment, he suddenly sat on the ground. What's wrong, Usopp? What did you see? Get up and take the helm. Bounty bounty. Looking at the fallen Usopp, Nami was about to taunt him, but when she saw the bounty, she automatically joined Usopp and formed a trembling duo. The bounties of Page 1 and Ulti were still suppressed at the bottom, but the bounty at the top had already refreshed their 3 views. ONI Yamato bounty of 2.047 billion Baileys. To 12 billion. Luffy. Luffy. Come and see, that woman is a complete monster. Luffy, who was sitting at the bow, was called over. He was not afraid of Yamato's bounty, but laughed instead. She is really strong, but in this case, the one who will become the Pirate King must be me. I can definitely defeat her. Wake up. The iron fist of love from Nami hit Luffy's head hard, and she took this opportunity to vent her fear. Your bounty is not even a fraction of hers. And she still has a father, that guy might be even more terrifying. Why do you want to be an opponent with such a person? I regret it. Is it too late for us to turn around now? What are you talking about, Nami? We have come this far, there is no way back. Even if her father is very strong, I will not admit defeat. At this time, Luffy was full of confidence, but Hiluo successfully broke Luffy's defense with one sentence. Her father is a monster stronger than your grandfather. Although he didn't say anything, everyone found that Luffy's legs seemed to tremble a little. They didn't know what Hiluo said that could make Luffy feel fearful. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 898, The Evolution of Magikarp, the new regional form of the pirate world. Everyone has something they are afraid of, and some things are like psychological shadows. For Yamato, Kaido is her psychological shadow. She is no longer the same as before. The time when Kaido could easily deal with her is over. The same excellent fighting nerves, stronger physical fitness, and forced intelligence are all the results of Kaido's training. Yamato has learned all her skills, and she has become more and more proficient in using her own abilities. This has led to Kaido's real fight every time he fights with her. It can be as short as half a day or as long as 2 or 3 days, and the movement is getting bigger and bigger. Although he is not afraid, Kaido is the most difficult opponent for Yamato. Similarly, even Luffy, who is fearless, has his own psychological shadow Garp. Garp threw Luffy into the abyss, left Luffy alone in a dangerous forest, and tied Luffy to a balloon and released him into the air. These are all things Garp did to train him into a strong Navy soldier. Coupled with the domineering iron fist of love, Garp laid a good foundation for Luffy, but Luffy's development is completely different from what he expected. The comparison between Heracross and Luffy made him see the reality directly and thought of some not-so-good pictures. Grandpa? Is your grandpa a very strong person? In addition to Luffy, Nami also has a certain understanding of Heracross's language, and heard the word grandpa from Heracross's tone. Ah, grandpa is also a monster, but even if it is grandpa, don't try to stop me from becoming the Pirate King. Luffy quickly came out of his fear, and this little thing would not make him back down. Okay, Nami, continue to steer the helm, we are about to enter the Grand Line, right? It should be, if the clown buggy's navigation chart is correct, then the entrance to the upside-down mountain is just ahead. Although they were afraid, no one on the ship stopped because of this. After regrouping, they still embarked on the journey. Those monsters were terribly strong, but from the information they knew so far, they didn't have to fight each other. Okay, Usopp, don't be scared. Don't you want to be a brave sea warrior? You can't be scared now. Who is scared? I'm not scared. I just want to read the picture book. Yes, I just want to read the picture book. Usopp picked up the newspaper again and tried to change his mood, but the news in the newspaper attracted his attention again. The mysterious meeting between Kaido and red-haired Shanks. The sea may be destroyed because of the two. Morgan's title party personality broke out again, and he began to make a fuss about this Four Emperors talks, and the word beasts also attracted Usopp's attention. If he remembered correctly, the bounties of Ultai, page 1, Yamato and others all mentioned this word. In this case, Kaido should be their captain. 4,677,000,000. The strength just now has not passed, and in a blink of an eye he saw something even more horrifying. If this was the man that Yamato said was going to be the Pirate King. Usopp's eyes rolled up, and then he fainted with foam at the mouth. He thought of something too horrible to describe, and even triggered his body's self-protection mechanism. After the people on the boat treated him randomly, Usopp finally woke up. At this time, they had already arrived near the upside-down mountain. The current began to become turbulent at this time. Looking into the distance, the counter-current sea was surging up the peak of the upside-down mountain along the channel. But in addition to the upside-down mountain, they also saw another wonder. The entire sea was covered with red at this time, and even the road that must be passed by the upside-down mountain was stained with a touch of red. This was not blood, but the color of the Magikarp scales. This season was just the pilgrimage time for the Magikarp tribes in the Four Seas. At this time, the weak Magikarp will stay in their original place of residence, while the strong Magikarp will follow their tribe, either crossing the upside-down mountain or crossing the calm belt to head towards Wano country. It is relatively easy for Magikarp living in the West Sea or the North Sea to return to Wano country, while it is relatively difficult for Magikarp living in the South Sea and the East Sea. Before evolution, Magikarp could not fly, and was just an ordinary weak carp. This is also a problem that some scholars have not yet figured out. They don't understand why these strange carp would travel in groups at this time and return to their place of residence after roaming, so they have to classify it as fish migration. This is also a human habit. People always use their known logic to explain new discoveries. Magikarp has a strong reproductive capacity. On the sea today, Magikarp has no idea how many generations it has reproduced. The pilgrimage has gradually become a part of the tribe's trial road. In this process, some weak individuals will be eliminated, and strong individuals will evolve. At this time, the channel of Upside Down Mountain will be temporarily occupied by them, and even the Mary has stopped temporarily. The road is blocked, what should we do? Don't worry, this situation will last for 2 days at most, and soon idiot. Stop it. Sanji knows some of the inside story here because of Verity's Gyarados. At most, the Magikarp will pass through this channel, but before he finished speaking, he saw Luffy trying to drive away the fish in other ways, and kicked him out immediately. What are you doing, Sanji? How can we get through if we don't drive them away? Listen to what others say. If you really do that, we really can't get through. Boom. Boom. 2 shells landed in the Magikarp school of fish. A large number of Magikarp in the dense school of fish were stunned by the impact of the explosion, and the source of the shells happened to be another pirate ship. Okay, you will know what is going to happen soon. Looking at the unknown pirate ship, Sanji had already regarded them as dead in his heart. Keep going. Do some stinky fish want to block my way? I must find the legendary great treasure. On the pirate ship, a captain was giving orders, and they didn't notice that there was a terrifying red figure under the ship. The next moment, the red figure suddenly stood up and crashed into the pirate ship. That is not the evolved Gyarados, but the Magikarp school of fish. In this dangerous sea, the Magikarp have also undergone certain changes. After all, the Magikarp that can evolve into Gyarados is a minority, and there are still some groups that are in a state without Gyarados protection. In order to survive in this dangerous sea, they eventually evolved into a lifestyle similar to that of the Smelts, forming their own unique school of fish. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 899, The Signs of the Threat Theory of Beasts. Speaking of weak Pokémon, in addition to the initial form of the bug-type Pokémon, the Smelts cannot be avoided. The small Smelts are like dancers in the sea, but this cannot cover up their weak reality. In the process of biological evolution, the Magikarp evolved itself into a special state where most of its body is bones, reducing the possibility of being eaten by making itself unpalatable. Unlike Magikarp, the tilapia is not only weak, but also very delicious, which attracts a large number of predators. White sea lions, gulls, and whale kings all have tilapia on their menus. There are dozens of them at a time, and as many as a ton at a time. The tilapia is very vulnerable to these predators. In order to survive, the tilapia has learned to cooperate. In order to fight against the enemy, the tilapia will form a special formation and become a sea monster that even Gyarados fears. Although a single one is very weak, as long as everyone gathers together and works together, they can have a strong power. The more there are, the stronger the tilapia group will be. This is a point they are proud of. The water guns they fire together have the power to surpass the water cannon. In the Pokémon world, few Pokémon will eat Magikarp, but it is different here. Sea kings and sea beasts eat Magikarp, and Gyarados eats them in turn. It can be said that several links have been added to the original food chain. The weak Magikarp was unwilling to be treated as food, so it gradually took this form. The energy in its body was used to maintain a huge group of Magikarp, thus deterring predators in the sea. The attack of this pirate ship angered these Magikarp. Compared with the weaklings, Magikarp does not have much advantage. Due to the limitation of their ability, they cannot learn water guns, but they have collisions and water splashes. With the concerted efforts of their companions, the Magikarp group is like as a whole, they jumped out of the sea and crashed into the pirate ship. One Magikarp is weak, and 10 Magikarps are also weak, but when they gather together in hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands and use the energy of Pokémon to form a special hole, their water splashing and jumping also achieves the effect of a mountain pressing down on the top of the head. The Straw Hat Pirates saw the sinking of the pirate ship that was much larger than the Mary with their own eyes, and couldn't help but look at Sanji. If Luffy really did something, they might be in trouble. Then what should we do now? Just wait, this process won't take long. No, maybe we don't have to wait. Sanji saw a familiar figure from underwater, it was the Gyarados of Verity. It didn't want to leave with Sanji, there must be a Gyarados left in the 4 seas to protect the tribe, otherwise when they come back, their hometown will be stolen. This Gyarados is one of the ones who stayed behind, and it came here just to see Sanji off. With the relationship with Gyarados, the Mary has a place in the Magikarp group and started its journey smoothly. At this moment, Yamato and others are experiencing a potato feast on the new island. This island is rich in potatoes, and a grand harvest season will be held on the days of harvest. Ultai looked at the different flavors of the Tornado Potato Tower and was rarely entangled. Yamato took Tutu and Happy Egg to participate in the game on the island. Happy Egg even sat on Yamato's head in a very special posture. With its size, it can't do this, but there is a skill called shrinking, which can increase its dodge rate by shrinking its size. It is reported that in a certain Pokemon world, a genius had a great brain hole and brought a lot of stinky muds to shrink them and hide on himself, giving the enemy an unexpected attack. This Happy Egg is also in a similar situation, but it is just convenient for itself to go out. If you don't pay attention, it is no different from Yamato's headdress now. Peggy 1 went to participate in the goldfish catching activity. There was no fishing competition, but it was okay to round up and catch goldfish. Compared to the leisure of the trio, Onigashima was not so leisurely. Dragonite Post was ready to go, and its territory was allocated according to the sea chart. You guys are responsible for Onigashima's external liaison, you are responsible for Area 7, you are responsible for Area 6. In Onigashima, the Dragonites lined up in a neat square to accept Arceus's assignments, and the Dragonites who were not assigned to an area were anxiously waiting for the next arrangement. Don't worry about the area, you will be arranged to rotate in a while, you two will go to Tesoro later, stay with him to deal with some things for him, and protect his family. There is no need to worry about the safety of Onigashima. Under the frequent attacks of Quinn's persecution delusion, Wano country is built like an iron barrel, and even outsiders can't see many people living here. The men are fighting outside, at least they can't let the backyard catch fire. Arceus doesn't want to see something like Zifa's family being attacked on Ghost Island. This is why there must be a top combat force left on Ghost Island to prevent the house from being stolen. This is something that the Sea Emperor cannot completely avoid. Big Mom went to Ghost Island in the original timeline and her house was stolen by Blackbeard. It's just that there are always some cotters whose families need to go out, or they don't live in Ghost Island due to their personal lifestyle. Tizolo and Stella are examples. Arranging 2 Dragonites to Tizolo's side, on the one hand, his business is relatively busy, the delivery of valuables, the transfer of special intelligence, these have to be arranged by special people to handle, and this part of the work used to be Zeraura's. With the emergence of Dragonite Post, new personnel can be arranged there, and as the actions of the beasts become more and more large, the environment around Tizolo has become increasingly complicated. Especially after the conference between Kaido and Red Hair, the signs of the beasts' riot were born on the world government side. Many people believe that compared to the aged Whitebeard, the dragons who act in secret, and the beasts who occasionally make a big move are the biggest threats to the world government. The annual profit of the beast fruit is an astronomical figure, and this is only the transaction amount on the surface. How much money is made from those large transactions in private is something that only the top leaders of the beast know. And these funds eventually gradually transformed into part of the military force of the beasts. In their view, the current beasts are a growing gunpowder barrel. But many people in the world government cannot refuse this benefit and are still adding more gunpowder to the barrel, especially there are many celestial dragons in it. They are not interested in the consequences and only see the immediate benefits. After all, for them, no matter how the world collapses, their lives will not be disturbed. Since this company can make them enjoy it, it has a reason to exist. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 900, Reverse Scale. Soon after Kaido and Red Hair's mysterious meeting, in addition to the Navy's focus on alert, Tesoro naturally became the subject of the conversation. It was at this time that they discovered that the beast fruit had become a special enterprise that was difficult to get rid of. If the enterprise was forcibly sanctioned, what would happen to the beast fruit? The complaints from the celestial dragons would be a headache for the world government. The reduction in tax revenue, the large number of unemployed employees, and even the public opinion caused by Tesoro's own celebrity status would be a big trouble. This is not just the impact of an ordinary pirate group. For the world government, a pirate has never been a threat, even the so-called Emperor of the Sea is also that's it. In their view, only those who shake the foundation of the world government can be considered a crisis, and now the beasts have already shown signs of touching the bottom line in this regard. Tezuro's words made them at a loss for words. I'm just a money bag. Have you ever seen a money bag that can control a gun? Not to mention that this money bag is not mine. The mainstream policy of the world government is to let these pirates divert the contradictions of the people and pursue the so-called balance. If the beasts can be more obedient and do less, they are not even willing to intervene in the affairs of the beasts. However, the beasts will make a big noise every few days. Since Kaido raided the G1 branch, the noise has become bigger and bigger. As long as the benefits are sufficient, the tolerance of the world government is still very high. Morgans violated orders every few days and exposed the scandals of the world government and still lived well. On the one hand, he does hide, and on the other hand, the world government has not made up its mind to deal with him. The benefits brought by the World Economic News Agency are still greater than the disadvantages. The world government has no intention to start a war, but wants to weaken the beasts, so a new plan has been proposed, to turn Tesoro against the beasts. Tesoro behaves differently from the beasts' pirates. Since his debut, he has either performed on stage as a star or done various businesses, and he has no wanted notice. If he can be turned against the beasts, he will not only get huge profits, but also many benefits such as secret intelligence about the beasts. A secret operation against Tesoro gradually unfolded. While they were still preparing, the 2 Dragonites sent by Onigashima had already arrived at the new headquarters of the Beast's Fruit. Arceus knew very well what Tesoro cared about. Money, fame, and fortune were all external things to him. He cared most about Stella. As long as Stella was fine, Tesoro would remain loyal. He was a person who had experienced the power of Arceus, and he knew that the beasts had hidden a true god. Letting Dragonite work part-time as a bodyguard while acting as a courier was also a way to make the best use of it. Dragonite is not the only Pokémon that can be a courier. The reason for choosing Dragonite is that it can handle more situations with its powerful strength. Originally, the cat boss that Stella kept was a special bodyguard, but as time went by, the cat boss's force was a little insufficient. It was okay to deal with ordinary thieves, but it was still a little bit lacking in dealing with professional CP agents. At Tezuro's home, there were 2 new guests on the dining table, Dragonite. It was not strange for Pokémon to eat at the table. For people with enough bonds, they were originally part of the family, could understand human language, and had human emotions. For such people, Pokémon were just humans with different appearances. In a sense, Gardevoir and the like even have a more special side. Is this the new bodyguard that Lord Arceus mentioned? This is a little too cute. Looking at Dragonite's appearance, Tezuro couldn't help but be a little stunned. Arceus said that he had assigned him 2 new Pokémon, so he was naturally happy, but Dragonite's appearance was really not intimidating. It's good, it's so cute. As long as you like it, Arceus will never lie. But you should reduce your travel recently. I don't know what those guys in the world government are thinking. Their behavior is a bit strange. You too, be careful. Just push some things away. Don't worry, I know my limits. Those people won't do anything openly. I'm not afraid of them in private. If it was in Tezuro's home turf, he wouldn't be afraid of any enemy unless they were at the level of a general. Even a general could be touched. Although losing his home turf would make him weak, not everyone could deal with him. If you pay attention, you will find that Tezuro has changed his dressing style recently, and the number of gold ornaments on his body has increased significantly. The world government's actions are still very fast. When Tezuro returned to his workplace again, he noticed that there was one more person in the room. Sneaking in, is this your style? Tezuro closed the door behind him and looked at the masked man in white in front of him. CPO, I don't think I have anything worthy of your dispatch. Gilder Tezuro, you are a smart man, I won't say some nonsense, this is the opportunity given to you by the higher UPS. Pirates are pirates after all, there is no future in working for them. This is not your way of recruiting people, how can it be attractive? Hey! You have to give me some visible benefits, it's useless to draw cakes, what do you think you can give me? But before you draw a conclusion, you'd better think about whether you can afford the price. Tezuro's words made the CP0 fall into silence. They naturally knew that they had to give enough benefits to recruit people. The problem was that, as Tezuro said, his price was a bit high, and they might not be able to afford the price. But it doesn't matter, the CP0 organization has always been unscrupulous in doing things. In addition to sweet dates, they also have a big stick in their hands. Tezuro, you'd better not forget your past identity in Shampoo Island. We can make you lose some things at any time. It's good to make money, but you have to live to spend it. Don't forget that you also have people you cherish. Threatening others with relatives is also a common tactic of CP0. In order to make some people serve Tianlong honestly, CP0 often uses their families as bargaining chips. If you cooperate, you will get more benefits, and your family can maintain their current bright status. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a murderous aura. Tizalo was staring at him at this time. That aura was definitely not something a star or a businessman should have. I hate it most when people use this kind of thing to threaten me. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey,